energy, 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 energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You wanna know what we came for? Been here, done that. You wanna know what we came for? Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, 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 energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that, we done that. You wanna know what we came for? You wanna know what we came for? We been here, we done that, we done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range, going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime, punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pros. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, 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 energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, 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 energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that, we done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy.
The sun is out and the crowd is ready. Take a look at what they're all lining up for. The Esports Stadium Arlington here in the beautiful Arlington, Texas. And the reason why we come here today is all because it is Championship Sunday. Day by day and match by match, we've been giving gifts this entire time. We saw it at first with NYSL facing off against the new look Boston Breach. And look it, the crowd is loving it. But day two was that much better. As the matches went on, it all came down to 4. And ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this. I'd like to welcome all of you to the CDL Kickoff Classic presented by Zenni. And this is Championship Sunday. And right here on the analyst desk, things are looking kind of cute. We got my man Slack, we got aLLeY, and of course we got Nameless. And Nameless, today is the day we crown our first champion of 2022.
Absolutely, man. It's the Kickoff Classic. It's been insane. We've seen crazy upsets yesterday, and today we will crown a champion. I can't wait to get into the action, Bella.
aLLeY, right now, how hard is your heart beating? This is it, baby. This is what it all came down to.
Listen, man, the countdown was going. I turned to Josiah and I was like, dude, my hand. I can feel it in my hand how exciting this day is. Man, what a weekend it has been, Belly.
Yes, Slack, I remember seeing you on Luminosity, man. On Sundays, you will go out on that main stage and win that trophy. I mean, what does it feel like as a player on Sundays?
Man, it is the best feeling in the entire world. You worked all weekend long just to get to this point, and realistically, everything other than this matchups today, that's the only thing that matters.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you got Seattle beating FaZe yesterday, but that doesn't matter. Today, they must win.
You got that right. Must win. They have to do it. But let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule to see what match is going to go down. And we're going to kick things off with a banger. The first matchup of the day will be NYSL. They're going to face off against, they're looking so good, the Seattle Surge. After that, we got Toronto Ultra taking on the LA Thieves, the team that sent OpTic home yesterday, by the way. And then right after that, the last game of the day, of course, it will be our Game Fuel marquee match, the Kickoff Classic Final, and it will feature the 2 teams that win in those matchups. Let's take a look at the bracket to see how it all got here in the first place. Nameless, day 1, man, it went by pretty fast, but that Boston game was pretty hot.
Yeah, that was a great game, and it really got the blood flowing for the New York Subliners, right? They were able to move into their next match versus the Minnesota Røkkr. It seems like they fixed the issues that they had versus Breach, and they took that in a 3-0 fashion. So, you know, I think today's going to get spicy as well. We're going to have some game 5s.
Speaking of spicy, man, I'm part Puerto Rican, and, you know, I love that. But, aLLeY, yesterday, day 2, was even better because we saw crazy upsets starting with Atlanta FaZe.
Those 2 upsets of yesterday were insane. We head now into day 3 with the top 4 teams that nobody thought was going to happen. Seattle beat Atlanta 3-2-1. I mean, it wasn't even like a game 5 situation, Belly. I mean, what a fashion to do it.
Yeah, slacked, man. Seattle, who expected it? Pred, the man on your screen, popped off, went crazy. I guess the likes of Simp, Cellium, like, what's going on, man?
Yeah, it's honestly amazing to see. We haven't seen the Seattle Surge team, I don't think, ever on a Championship Sunday in all of CDL history, so I'm so excited to see what they can do. They're going to be playing a tough New York Subliners, but man, they've been playing with absolute fire lately.
Yeah, the most impressive thing about that series to me was the control. Like, if you saw the stats prior to that series, like, FaZe was #1 in everything when it came to control. They were able to go into that one and win 3-0. Like, Seattle's looking nasty.
Yeah, I mean, like you see it on your screen, Seattle, like Amos was saying, they look good across the board in every single mode. So far this weekend, they haven't lost the control like he was saying. I'm expecting them to do the same thing versus New York.
And Slack, unfortunately, Simp was not the Simp that we are used to seeing yesterday. He wasn't so hot.
Yeah, man, you know, sometimes in a one single elimination tournament, you're going to have a rough series. Unfortunately for him, he didn't start out too strong. To be honest, though, I'm not really worried about it, right? It's the Kickoff Classic. It's the first time he's played on LAN. I think over time this year, he'll be fine.
But you know who did pop off, aLLeY? Coming up from challenges, who was it?
It was Pred, man. And again, we just got to keep talking about this guy. Coming up from the APAC region, he was dominating. Day 1, he had a little bit of a slower start, but man, he got those first day jitters out of the way and fried yesterday against Atlanta FaZe. And now I have a big question of, is that consistency going to follow him into day 3? And if it does, man, the competition's got to watch out for this guy.
Yes, and it wasn't just Pred at all. Well, you know what? Let's talk about this for a second. Now, the fact that he's playing with players such as Accuracy, he's going to learn so much on this roster, especially with a guy that pops off like Phoenix behind him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Pred is a special type of player because he has that individual talent, and it's like his first time playing in pro-level matches, and he was making some high IQ plays. Like on that Tuscan, when we saw that rotation where he came back, like he was doing the damn thing. So I'm excited to watch him thrive and continue, learn under Accuracy, and the duo of him and Mack seems to be gelling really well right now.
Yeah, but enough about about Pred, let's talk about that guy, Simp. Slack, man. We can't say enough about him.
Yeah, man, he's been doing his thing as well. I was having a conversation earlier with Sam Phoenix just about all the talent on this roster, and he was like, look, it's not one individual player. This team is all built around so much talent, and I just can't wait to see what Simp can do the rest of the day as well. He's been absolutely frying. This guy yesterday versus Atlanta FaZe, he was their substitute last year, came in, he was doing the thing. He got, what, 3 kills, and I guess to close that search and destroy out. It was amazing to see.
Yep, big time. And aLLeY, I mean, just Seattle Surge, I feel like the ceiling for this team is just higher than ever in totality. Young stars, they're winning, they're popping off, getting upsets. What's next for them?
Anything. Their ceiling is so high, just like you said, Veli, and we obviously saw that yesterday. This is just the kickoff. This is just a sneak peek into what this season could hold, and they're already doing stuff like this. And Simp, man, stats across the board. We always talk about this guy. He is an incredible player all around the board for the past 3 years, and I feel like he hasn't had the roster he's been comfortable on yet. He's been a sub player in Atlanta FaZe. Oh, he can't get put on that roster with the way it's stacked right now. So for him to come on with Seattle Surge, man, Slack, he's got to be feeling good.
Yeah, and like something I just want to point out. I don't know if you saw in the stats right there. The first map, he had a .68 KD for his second debut on LAN ever. For him to bounce back and fry, they get over a 1.3 in every other map. That's impressive work right there.
Definitely right now. Let's talk about the hottest match throughout the entirety of this event so far. Nameless, this is my first CDL show that I've ever gone to. I had no idea the crowd would be that crazy when OpTic Texas walked out against the LA Thieves.
Yeah, we're also in Texas, right? So it's just even more special. The crowd really showed up for that match, and you guys are going to have to show up again today for some big matches. But when it comes to OpTic Texas, they did not live up to the hype so far. They have a lot to work on. But on the side of LA Thieves, I was extremely impressed with what I saw. You saw Envoy, he had a tough series, but they were still able to take the win. Kenny was frying. Octane with the sniper and search and destroy. It just seemed like they were gelling. And when we got to that map for Tuscan, watching what Octane was able to do, it looked like vintage Sam with that AR. He was going in.
Yeah, Nameless, I mean, you and I have been joking about it all weekend long. We were talking about when we played each other back in the day, Octane was that guy. He was untradeable. He was an absolute beast. Yesterday, I saw flashbacks of that. I was thinking when him and I won some championships. It was fun, man.
Yeah. How much do you miss that main stage? Right
I miss it, man. That's kind of giving me butterflies watching this Sunday, but I'm excited to be up here with you guys.
It's over. You're here on the desk with us now. But I'm talking about that. There's another player that he had a good day yesterday, but he didn't walk away with the W. Let's talk about Dashy.
Yeah, so I know Dashy, like, I don't know, he performed statistically, but as someone who's competed for so long, who cares, right? For me, it's like, I don't know, you see the statistics, you see him drop a 1.26, but man, they did not look good in any game mode.
Yeah, he definitely played great, right? But it really wasn't his fault that they lost. It was a team effort that they lost. I think that it was Scump who needs to perform better individually. He had a very bad series, and he turned up a little bit towards the end of it. He started to pick up some kills, but in the search and destroy last year, Scump was one of the best search and destroy players that we had. Did not look good there. So it's only the first showing for these guys, but I'm excited to see if they can bounce back, go into the lab with Rambo, Ray, and Sender, and fix their issues.
For me, when it came to OpTic Texas and LA Thieves, I think it was just the teamwork. I think OpTic did not have the teamwork at all during that series, where LA Thieves, obviously, they built this team around teamwork. We heard about it from Dylan that, that's what he was really focused on going into this year. And OpTic, they need to start gelling together better. They need to start playing around each other more. Dashy was stuck in so many situations where it was like, oh, he needs to clutch up. He needs to win this 1v4. Yeah. He shouldn't be put in those situations to begin with. And that, I think, has to do with maybe being a little more aggressive and getting a gunfight a little bit earlier, but also to his teammates, man. They got to help him out.
And speaking of helping him out, I mean, let's talk about it, Slack. Yo, Scump is king. Nobody's going to ever argue against it, right? But when Scump, he didn't have a good day yesterday, and we're expecting so much more if this OpTic Texas team want to win some championships.
To be honest with you, Veli, he's got to play better, right? He's a veteran on this roster. He's been on OpTic for so long. He had the crowd backing him. Like we said, the crowd was roaring for Scump, right? They wanted him to perform. He didn't look good, to be honest. In any map, every single series he played, or all the single series that he did play, he just started really slow. It wasn't looking good, and it's not looking like that vintage Scump that we wanted to see.
No. Yeah, but I mean, him and Envoy, like that OpTic duo from last year, they were getting pooped on individually. So I'm expecting both of them to perform a little bit better. But for Scump to be the leader, he definitely has more in the tank. You got to see more from him going forward.
Yeah, bring your wet wipes. But yesterday, some gamers got on the plane from Minnesota. They came out here and they got rocked. I'm talking about Minnesota Røkkr, Nameless. I expected so much more from that roster, man.
Yeah, we talked about it in like the pre-show with the Minnesota Røkkr team. It just comes down to the respawn. They sometimes, they'll go up ahead, and then at the very end, they end up getting clutched up on and lose. They outslayed by 22 kills and still lost that hard point, and that just sets the pace for the rest of the series. After seeing that, you feel like it's the same old from last year, keeping that same roster. So they have to go back to the drawing board, look at their hard point, and see why this is happening, because a team like New York, to get outslayed and still win, like, that can't happen if you're Røkkr.
But New York, I mean, the win was super impressive because the team came together as a whole. And we're talking about the young guns and the vets coming together. aLLeY, it was beautiful.
I mean, something that really stood out to me about this squad is I believe it was in the control when HyDra was just going off, where the rest of his teammates were slacking a little bit, and that's why it got a little bit scary in the end. But then in that round 5, man, Crimsix and Clayster turned it up, man. They were like, you know what, HyDra, thank you for getting us this far. Let's close this series out clean. And Crimsix, man, he has been on fire this entire series so far.
Right, and also with NYSL getting that big win, I mean, 2-0 in this event, and now they're one game closer to the finals. This is it. Now, with the upsets that took place, OpTic, they went home. It was a short drive, actually. Atlanta FaZe are going back home as well. Is this Toronto's event to win? I mean, I'm going to leave this open for anybody.
Yes. I mean, you have to say Toronto should be the team that wins this event, right? Like, they're the top team from last year that was performing, making it to grand finals, winning championships, that has remained consistent, came into kickoff, and now they're still in the position top 4 on Championship Sunday. I think this is their tournament to lose.
Should be. They should be the winners of this tournament. But OpTic also was supposed to win yesterday.
Yeah.
Atlanta FaZe was also supposed to win yesterday, so I think this is their tournament to lose.
Well, aLLeY said new year, new me. And, I mean, with the upsets that we did see, I mean, let's be real. Raise your hand on the desk. Who thought Seattle was going to make it this far? I mean, obviously, like the crowd is loving them. Slacked, man. Do you think this is Toronto's event to win, or do you think this might go to someone else?
I'll be honest. If they don't win, I would be mind blown, as Nameless would say, just because I think that they have so much edge on all of these teams. They've been playing together for a year, basically, and then all these other rosters have made changes. They have so much chemistry as far as when it comes to teamwork and just in their S&D. I think they got this. I'm not worried about it.
You know what I am worried about? The first matchup of the day. Let's talk about it. It's going to be New York Subliners versus Seattle Surge, and we're talking about Crim and Clay coming together, facing off against someone that we all might think might be Rookie of the Year. This matchup is going to be incredible.
That's early, aBeZy.
Yeah, no, definitely. Now, the conversation that we've had about HyDra and Neptune being just aggressive and good, they're going to have to match that up against Seattle Surge. And Seattle, their backs, like, it's not against the wall. There's no pressure on them. They just want to perform. And aLLeY, when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, what do they have to do to pull off this upset?
Obviously, continue dominating control. I mean, that's such a high stance to take when you go into a series and just know that you're going to take the control, especially since his team looked so good in S&D yesterday. When they loaded into that map, man, I was mind blown at some of the plays that they were making. And first straight NYSL, win the air matchup against Crimsix and Clayster. I actually completely agree with this. I think the sub duos on both these teams match up incredibly well, and it's going to come down to Sib and accuracy to match up against Crimsix and Clayster.
Well, with the high-powered energy that we see from players like Mack and Pred, I mean, rightfully so, it comes from the guy that's behind him, the guy that's calling shots. It's going to be Sam Phoenix, the coach of the Seattle Surge. You like him, I love him, but Blaze is going to be down there with the interview with him. Blaze, what does he have to say?
What's up, everybody? Blaze here with Sam Phoenix, coach of the Seattle Surge. And Sam, you guys made it to Championship Sunday, and so far throughout 2 days, y'all done already drowned out the competition, but it's still some more work to do. And what I want to know is that when it comes down to the Surge, it's a new-look squad. Tell me about, how did this team come to be?
Well, initially, building this, I knew I wanted to bring in young talent, but I needed a veteran leader to do that. And I looked around at the veteran leaders in the league, and I came across Lamar, and I had seen the work that he had done with like Pharaoh, Kenny, and so many other players, Standy in the past, and I was like, this is the guy for the job. And I think that, you know, he's going to be able to bring the best out of the players that I want to bring in, especially wanting to bring in Pred when I did. I think it's going to bring the best out of them.
All right, and now, you know, the squad, we're starting to see the best out of y'all already. Yesterday, y'all took down Atlanta FaZe. How did that feel coming off that victory?
I mean, it felt really good, you know, seeing the boys succeed at what they do, especially the amount of work they've put in to make that happen. It felt really, really good, but it's something that we got over relatively quick. Like within an hour or two, we were past it already, and we were ready to get into Sunday and the next day.
All right, y'all stay focused and locked in. And speaking of a player who absolutely went off and had that, tell me a little bit about Pred, okay? Coming over here from Australia, your star rookie, how has his performance been?
Well, I give aBeZy a lot of gas, and, you know, and I will do that. But what I will say is, you know, him, Dante, and Mack, our three young players, are all equally great. They all do so much for this team. I can't really just say it's like, oh, how I feel about AG, because I love all these players equally. I'm going to give them gas equally. And I think Dante had his moments where he won us a series yesterday. AG had his moments where he won us a series, and same with Mack and even Lamar, So everybody did their part, but AG adjusting from Australia coming over here was a big thing for him. And I think he's done an amazing job of that. He's been very professional. He's super hardworking, and, can't say enough good things about the kid.
Hey, we definitely can't, man. Sam, it was good talking to you. That's going to do it for us. We got all the intel from Sam. And with that being said, back to you guys.
And I had a small conversation with Sam Phoenix after that interview, and I was just loving everything that I was seeing from him. He just kept telling me that it doesn't matter who we beat. All we want to do is win. He said, on my teams and all the players that I have, I want them to be the best at every single tournament. I don't care if it's the Kickoff Classic. I don't care if it's single elimination. We want to win the whole entire thing. And another thing that he pointed out is I don't want my players to get over themselves over just one series. He was talking about Pred, and I was saying, look, Pred's played really well. What are you most excited about, having him throughout the year? And he's like, look, man, we have a whole roster full of talent. Okay. I don't care that he's playing good. I want Mack to get gas. I want Simp to get gas. And most importantly, I want Accuracy to get gas. I love talking to the guy. I cannot wait to watch him today.
The team isn't about one star, it's a unit. I love Sam Phoenix. He has so much to say. Great breakdown. But also, it's time for us to break down who we think is about to win this matchup. Straight down the line. Slacked, right back to you, man. Are you rocking with the vests on NYSL, or do you think the young gunners on Seattle squad are going to pull out this victory?
After having a good conversation with Sam Phoenix, I'm on the Seattle train, man.
Okay.
I think they got what it takes. I'm going to go Seattle 3-1.
All right, Slacked is on the hype train. aLLeY, are you jumping aboard?
Oh, absolutely. I've fallen in love with Seattle Surge's roster this event, and they just continue to impress me. I 100% think that they'll take this series.
All right, Nameless, it's all coming down to you. Do you think NY might win this? Because they don't believe in it, man.
What is up with, recency bias? Listen, man, New York got Crim and Clay. HyDra and Neptune were frying last year. How are we going to doubt some of the GOATs? I got New York coming in here, winning this 3-0.
Okay.
They've looked great so far. I think they're going to take it.
aLLeY's sitting there smiling right now. All right, now, when it comes to my prediction, I'm going to be completely honest, man. I think Seattle's going to take it. They were looking so good so far. But actually, I looked at Twitter this morning, and it was Seattle, they got me good. They put together a video about my prediction against them, the first matchup of the day. Production, I know you guys got it back there. Let's go ahead and take a look. All right, now it's going to be my turn for the pick, and I'm Slacked, man. I'm going to need you to do me a favor, man. Go ahead and hand me some of those glasses real quick. The Zenni joints. Not the Seattle Surge. I want the team that's going to win, man. Come on.
Oh, they did dirty.
I hear y'all laughing in the crowd, man. Nah, don't clap at that. Seattle Surge, man, is all in love. It wouldn't be a proper welcome to the CDL without a meme. And you know, in Seattle, I love you guys for that. But let's see if you can go ahead and pull out this victory today. I think you guys are going to take it 3-1. But before we do, we're going to come back more with some more breakdowns. We're going to bring the players out on the stage. But ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. The CDL Kickoff Classic, presented by Zenni, starts now.
What up, Arlington? Make some noise! Call of Duty fans, it is Championship Sunday, and only 4 teams remain. It's time to kick off our semifinals, and to introduce the first team on the stage, stand clear because I give to you the New York Subliners. Make some noise for Clayster, Neptune, HyDra, and Crim!
And there you have it. The crowd loves it. The vets are on the stage with the young guns. And when it comes to the X factor of this match, or a player to watch, Slack, who's it going to be?
It's the guy with his arms out, man. The guy looks like a clown up there. Crimsix must continue to fry like he has been this entire weekend so far.
Blaze, we have a team coming from Seattle, man, and I know they want to take that main stage right now. Bring them out, man.
Yeah, they are looking to take the main stage right now. They've been surviving the storm and still looking to drown out the competition.
Woo!
I give to you the Seattle Surge. You got Pred, Mack, Accuracy, and Simp.
So much potential, so many upsets, and this team is just so young. aLLeY, I am loving it.
I'm so excited for this matchup, man. I just want to see they can shut down Crim and Clay, man. This could be a very scary series for this team, but their ceiling, man, it's through the sky.
Blaze, we're ready to lock it down, baby.
Yeah, we ready to lock it down, and I'll tell you one thing, these rookies and vets ready to play. Let's get it started.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty League, friends.
I need the respect, coming at your neck, gunning for the top spot, baby, nothing less.
Oh, how we've missed you. And the best teams in the world, they've missed you too. As our gift to you, let's up the stakes and give you some of the... Oh my lord, that was nasty! New rosters, new game, new season. It's Championship Sunday of the CDL Kickoff Classic. Let's go.
Let's go indeed, friends. It's now time to get our semi-final underway. Kickoff Classic, you have not disappointed in the slightest. We have seen everything, all the upsets you could ask for, some sweet snipes, and hey, I want to say a warm welcome to Seattle to Sunday. We haven't seen you guys here. You got jokes, you got memes, you got new fans. I'm loving it.
I do. It's got to be a happy day for the organization, right? Like, just all the stats that they have, the social media manager, this brand new territory. Like, we can have so much more fun, and it's exciting time because the brand new squad. Maybe a potential downside, though, they are going against some of the literal GOATs that we have in Call of Duty, a team that you expect to make it to Sunday, NYSL. They have been on a tear, which is surprising to me because this is a squad. They had like a 3-week hiatus from scrims, and they look like they were grinding the entire time. They have been on point.
A couple of those old dogs still got a lot of tricks up their sleeves. Look at our maps and modes now for this semi-final. Gavutu Hardpoint up first, Berlin S&D Gavutu Control, and a double dose of Tuscan Chance. Looking at the map bans right there, obviously Seattle ban out Bocage. You see Berlin there from New York Subliners. What do you make of that?
Well, I think the Bocage ban is actually very interesting. Seattle has had success on that map, but if they're looking across the stage at New York, well, they just got outslayed by 25 and still got a win, and then the day before, they had the most dominant Bocage we have seen so far in the CDL, so I think they're big brain, making sure that they don't have to deal with New York on that map. And then my favorite thing, both of those S&D maps, there is so much counter snipe potential on both Berlin and Tuscan. We've already know that Clay is going to be pulling it out. I want Sib to take it to him. Don't allow Clay to get comfortable, and make sure that you attack him straight away. Don't give that old man any just like easy access. Try to make him uncomfortable. Sib, I'm expecting big things, but obviously we got the hard point first, and Gavutu, we have seen quite a bit of it. This is just, I mean, rotational gameplay as close to the traditional COD that we are used to. Quite a few hills with the potential. Lock them down for that full 60, and you need to make sure, especially so, that your small talk is on point.
Here we go. Both teams flying in towards this hard point, then with a map. That AA gun is about to get litty, friends. NYSL first in. Touched a lot upon that search and destroy. We'll come back to that one. There's a lot to talk about indeed. Red has somehow started this one off on a 3, and oh man, yeah, he gives a second more. It might have been 4. Kills going either way though, and still, it's going to be a contested hard point right now, and Seattle Surge have finally come out on top. And chance to turn a lot of heads in this event already. It's been very exciting to see this new squad, certainly come to life.
Come to life, and well, this is already just a pretty big issue for New York. You see, they're putting no pressure over towards the hill. This is all 4 players trying to work their way through the P2 side of the map, maybe to flip spawns, but that is an exchange of giving away so much time. But you already see number 4, Crimsix, they get the right side spawns. So that is the type of battle New York is playing, exchanging 15, 20 seconds just for that long-term gameplay. You get to see how it pans out for them, but obviously, down by 40, they got a long way to go.
Up to the boat we go. Second hard point now on the rotation. Fred finding some nice shots at range with MP40. That thing is an absolute weapon here on land. We've seen Crim go big with it, and everyone has been talking about it on Reddit. It's been a very, very dangerous weapon indeed. That's all 4 down there for NYSL. You should see a lot of pressure here. I say that, squad spawns makes it so that those guys are still real close to this hard point. Accuracy winning a big one from top boat side. That's going to be his 3rd in a row. The Detonate dare to slow those players down as they approach up. Pred down low in the hard point. Here comes Nep and HyDra, the submachine gun players in the New York Subliners, trying to make those entries, and there's the first. Will it be the first of many? A little bit of bad timing from Accuracy. He's brought down. You've managed to get Neptune in, but Mack slows him down once again, and the war continues to rage on point.
I mean, that's perfect trades, perfect decision-making. Mack earlier on was getting the cutoff kills to alleviate pressure, and I even like the decision from Accuracy to kill the guy that's going towards the hill before getting the guy going up the ladder. Right now, Seattle, I mean, they're just taking it to task, right? New York, they rotated so early for these right side spawns. They made that early exchange, and it has not benefited them yet. But now we go towards a money hill. You already got Neptune laying down inside the point. The question is, could you lock it down? Because I see Pred, he's going on the flank, and he found the opening.
There it is. Sib helps him out with that first kill. He doesn't have to fire his gun, so he may go unaware, but Clayster sitting on the side of green there is going to find that one. keeping everything safe and sound right now for NYSL as they finally managed to get themselves a bit of that sweet hardpoint time. HyDra, he's up next on the defense. That's clean 2. Mack's up next. He's got him trailed in his sights, but good shots out of the young Mack. Melts, takes care of him. NYSL still with that hard point, but the numbers are starting to thin. Spawn still a little close. I've got to make a bit of a run across map. And Crimsix, who has been very quiet so far, 4 and 9 from him. On the other side of the board, it's 10 and 6 for Sib. We talked about the newcomers, the young guns popping off, and so far, so good.
And he's got that early rotation as well, right? Making sure that he can handle the cliffside spawn of the map. But gotta say, for New York, that was the hill that they needed. But this is sort of how that P3 to P4 exchange works. If you win P3, you have to imagine the opposite team is going to at least get that early rotation. So New York, the pressure still on. Need to find a break, and Sib, he needs to make sure he doesn't let anybody sneak by. Clay, well, there's the first. Gonna get his own trade. Sib is ready. Seattle, they're good to go.
There we go. Still trying to make that push happen. Sib on a 3. Looking to make it a 4, but it's a big old 1v1 right now. He's going to contend with Neptune there with the teamwork. HyDra now on the right-hand side of flank. Here comes the opening. One front closes, the other opens, and here's the push. HyDra brought down again, and look at that. Seattle Surge hold the line. They keep him tight. They don't let him get any closer. Crim with an awkward fight against Mack. Can't get the win, and once again, Seattle keep finding the kills. 30 seconds remaining on this point, and they have not let NYSL get close.
Oh, that's the nades, though. The nades are able to weaken a couple players up. Mack, though, able to pick up 2. And his team able to hold those spawns. It looks like New York not even going to try to fight for this scrap. So that is just that extra time going. Seattle, outside of one hill, they have been damn near perfect. But we go over towards P5. We saw this a lot with the LA Thieves. P5, maybe the actual true money hill on the map. But Neptune, he's got some pressure on. Sib, he's working his way on their back. He's on a 5 spree. And if he starts to pick up some of these kills, he'll get the squad spawns, but he cannot get them. And now you're stuck. Bottom left side of the map, trying to bully your way through the front is nearly impossible to do. And Clayster, the cutoff man, maybe trying to heat up a little bit. Maybe just openings all over. That is the first wave of gunfight. Seattle, they need 2 more.
Seattle managed to fight their way through the front 2 runners there from NYSL. Now the fight on the hard point. Top view now can show you Mack getting ever so close. Pred cut down. It's HyDra going big. Will they be able to identify where the play coming from Mack is? And yes, they do. Clay once again going big. Hardpoint's got 25 seconds left on it. With that time said, let's go for a quick listen in to Seattle Surge.
Nice. I came up the new.
Do 2. Yeah, go for it. I'm going top boat.
I'm pushing out. I'm looking at your deep left. 2-0. You ever reach there?
I got him both.
Nice. Look up for Clay and HyDra. Hold this 2. I'm not sure. Look my deep. Deep. One more deep on the pole. Dante.
I'm holding top right.
The pole dead. Nice. That's 4. I'm sitting around now. I'm sitting mid boat. Yeah, I'm waiting for their
bottom boat Neptune, but you can pinch our stairs, okay?
Wait, mid-tank. Put a point, one shot. Top green dead.
Where'd he go?
Let's go, boat. All spawn. Yeah, good job. I still have your help, Dante. I have your deep.
I have red tower. Look my short.
Okay.
Red tower Clay.
Okay.
Red tower Clay.
I have your short, Dante. Make a push. I'm on short.
Red tower.
On the boat. Behind the boat. Behind the tank. Nice. On the tank. Heard you.
I'll get top.
On the tank. Yeah, two coming up. Neptune hitting close. Play attack, guys. Play together. Other side. Watch your outer.
He's on me. You got me. Outer.
Top grade.
Outer, kill me. Punk. Outer.
It was Clay.
Some motor mouse on the side of Seattle and a little bit of dead space towards the end once they get 4 down, and now they are stuck in a bit of a spawn trap potentially. I mean, Seattle's over towards the boat, but they're getting flanked. They're getting shot from all angles. New York potentially able to turn this game around. And Neptune, if he can get some streaks and maybe try to get good use out of the glide bomb, at least for the information, I suppose, but more about just the hot hand. Another kill falling his way. There's the strafing run, and this is New York inside the hill, working away, trying to chip in that 40-point deficit. They actually haven't been getting any of this time. No one is actually trying to be the collector.
Yeah, no one's able to really get on that point. Neptune with a nice bit of play there. You saw him staying alive very well, providing information to the squad, and now it's over the hard point for the contest. Mack, though, feeling himself, and unfortunately, it's actually Crim's nade that gets the job done there. So once again, we're seeing a little bit of discord there from the side of the NYSL players. A few friendly fire incidents that have cost them, but they've still got that point. They bounce right back into the action, and they should be able to let themselves the next 20 seconds. Because again, scrap time's important in this game, but you have to play the rotations on the Mutineers.
And it is worth pointing out, I think that's about the 4th team kill that we have seen since the start of this game for New York. So certainly struggles in that department, but even still only down by 20, and we are getting ready to rotate towards the hill where New York has had the most success. I think they collected about 45 or 50 seconds last go around. And funnily enough, no one's there quite yet. Crimsix making that move. He will find his new home in the tank. You get boat control, P1 control, and even someone inside a radio. New York have all of their bases covered. Right now, Seattle, they are just so far away.
Here comes the hole from top. Neptune finding that first. The trade's there from Simp. Players now making their way forward, but you still have hardpoint time ticking away from New York. We may be able to see the lead change for the first time in the game here. Seattle have been in the driver's seat since we let this one rip. Clay holding the line down, 21-21 overall, and the kills are going well so far. A big shot on a Mack. A former NYSL player there brought to his knees as Clay, the old hands, they're starting to warm up indeed. Here comes Simp up the beach. Clay rips him. That's the third. Pred looking to reposition now and hopefully find a little bit of help somewhere else, but the rest of the squad's doing a great job. A chance. There we go. That's the lead change for NYSL.
It took them 7 minutes to make it happen, but New York has finally gotten that lead, but it is the exact same situation that we saw from the first set of rotations. New York just destroy them on the beach hill, but now we go over towards that tower, and once again, you see the setup. This time, Mack so much lower underneath the boat. He's basically got the entire cut of the map, and even number 6, accuracy in the back. He is watching for the left side push. Seattle, they got all their bases covered. They got Pred pushed out, slain for the kills. The lead is going to go back in their favor. In New York, they need to make sure that they do this quickly. They're taking their time, but 40 seconds, they cannot afford to give this away.
They're trying to find anything, and it's the guns now of Civ and accuracy watching that low side of the beach. They've got them almost completely covered there. That's it. Another 4 white. You're going to be looking at those NYSL players spawning up far now, so here comes the journey. Fred is going to make that journey that bit more painful as he pushes forward, finds himself 6. A strafing run now in the back pocket. Be able to call in the audience should he need it, but again, looking at the map spread right now, you have to be favoring the position Surger in. 215 and climbing. It's first to 250, and they're getting ever so close.
And look at that gunfight, though, from Crim right there. He was the only player to make that happen. That's one of those gunfights. It's a one-on-one. It could just buy them 12 seconds, and those Seattle players are spawning far away, so he found a very small opening that might have big impacts towards the late game, but at the same time, number 7, Mack at the minimap, it's the same situation we saw for the P5. You need to have this guy cause problems. He gets dealt with. Clay wins the one-on-one.
NYSL back towards the docks. It's not an easy hard point to break. It's a 4-man hit now from the Seattle Surge players making their way through both sides. HyDra tagged up heavily, has to back on up. Mack from up high. Here comes Pred. He finds 2 and he's managed to get himself through the back lines. That could be it. The pinch on the front, and they've done it. Seattle Surge have broken it. The spawns are still close for NYSL. This could get mixy real quick. Here comes Crimsix. He's now making his way forward. Neptune and HyDra now trying to make the flank through mid, opening up any kind of angle you've got. But chance the time is ticking. It is 20 now for the win.
You got to get him off the hill. You got to get him off the hill, and Neptune's finally there with the flank. Final 15 seconds should go their way as long as number 4, Crim, stays in the hill and doesn't challenge. And that is important time for them to get the lead back, but obviously in towards P1. Seattle, they got Civ and Mack inside the hill. HyDra trying to work his way up. There's the first. There's the second. New York, they're able to get in. Pred, the hero for the squad, needs to go big inside the hill, but he cannot. New York have taken it over.
New York have got the hard point now. They can get the win here. Seattle Surge, 1 more big hit's all you need. HyDra in the grass, finds 1. HyDra trying to find any more, slowing the players down on the beach. He's fought them on the beaches, he's fought them on the boat, he's fought them hard on Gavutu, and in 5 seconds time, we can call the win here in map number 1 for the New York Subliners. They get it done. That's what Clay's talking about. He's popping off HyDra. But a great run towards the end there. Crucial kills towards the end. Their chance slowing down the Surge hit. You've seen how decisive the breaks were. They did a great job towards the end.
And that is an impressive comeback as well. I mean, right from the jump, after the first 2 hills, New York is down by, what, 60, 70, 80 points, something along those lines. It took them an entire set of rotations and then some before they're able to get back at that lead. And then towards the end, putting in some serious work. And even just looking at the stats, there's nothing too crazy. That is all 4 players negative again for New York, but they still managed to get that win. And funnily enough, it's Neptune that has the 2 minutes inside the hill. You expect that man to be cracked out with his movement, but this is a game where he just simply did his job. Another one like that for the Subliners.
Yeah, good job from the Subliners. There's an ongoing conversation here about how important KDs are and how important kills are in this game in particular, and I'm sure we'll be talking about that all year long. The final 60 seconds of that Gavutu hard point now on your screen, and chance, look at the scoreline. Very, very close from New York Subliners. The second time they're ready to pull that lead back. HyDra, though, true heroics from him here. Pred, a dangerous man in a situation like this, but HyDra's got the read right off the rip. The teamwork from NYSL on point.
And I think, honestly, probably one of the biggest factors in a game like this with the squad spawns, with even on the big maps, there's times where things are incredibly hectic. It's the teams that are doing the little things right consistently over time. that's what's going to give you those extra points, right? It's even on the radio hill where Crim finds his way through and is just challenging the guys off hill just to buy your team again. That's 12 seconds that didn't go to Seattle and then goes to New York. That's about a 20-point swing just from little plays. They are making tons of these on the map non-stop. And again, 4 players outslayed, and you still get the win. New York, maybe this is the team that has the best understanding of Vanguard.
Yeah, whether it's Bukaj or whether it's Gavutu, we seem to see this squad manage to pull away the win without finding the kills. Much to be dissected there. I'm sure we'll see you on the flank chat about that one a bit later on, friends. Berlin, Search and Destroy, coming up next now. Chance, we talked about this before. The snipe-offs, the war of the scopes. What do you make of Berlin?
I want to see the counter snipes, especially so from Sib. It is very typical, the team on offense, you jump up on the trunk, you jump on the little windowsill, and you just check the cross over towards that A bomb site. I want to see Sib on the defensive side counter snipe that. You can do it from the pillar, and admittedly, you're playing with fire. You try to counter snipe Clay, he's been doing it for more than a decade. He wins those, but I want to see you take it to him. And if you ever force a situation where the guys on offense aren't watching the cross from certain locations, that just buys your team so much more pressure on defense and can be a difference maker. So that's what I want to see, but that is obviously wishful thinking.
Well, it's happened a few times this weekend. Ask and you shall receive. Some of the big old highlights from this play. Clay, he has some great 2-3 pieces, and again, the cut-off man indeed for NYSL. Same can be said for Pred. I mean, he had some great sprees. We saw some streaks come through. Not as impactful as they can be, and again, Gavutu, a very, very open map. That glide bomb, once it kind of gets patched, and once we kind of work this one out, it'll be better, but there we go. Looking at these boys from the LA Thieves, already on the Bluebird, showing some love for HyDra. Puckles, says Ken, and of course, Octane there with HyDra with the bailout. It was a bailout, man. He went huge at the end there. That 3 spree, and then lining the grass, cutting down Mack. That buys your team so much time, so many seconds there, and woof, what can I say? Big stuff there out of the New York Subliners. Map 1 goes their way. Berlin, no chance. Now Search and Destroy, the opportunity to bounce back for Surge. We've already seen how good they can be when it comes to the game mode. It's a solid looking squad. Them 3 young guns looking fine. Accuracy at the back, just making sure he's calling the shots and keeping them all in check.
And it's a very interesting team as well, right? After you beat Atlanta FaZe, you know, without question, you can beat anybody in the world, but it's also one of those things, you don't want to go in Sunday for the first time, especially not get 3-0, but if you take a loss there, there's room for at least a little bit of doubt. If you come out and take down some of the greatest players, or literally the greatest players of all time, there is no more room for doubt, and you can have all of the confidence in the world for the rest of the year, and anybody who's played Call of Duty, I mean, honestly, for even a day, knows that confidence is king. If you can go into it with a good mindset, that can absolutely just propel you to better wins and just, you know, keep the vibes flowing.
I think that's the most admirable thing about like what it's like to be a newcomer in the Call of Duty League, whether it's Pred, whether it's, you know, Sib, whether it's Capsidal. You have nothing but, you know, fans to win and everything to prove right now. So you may as well play like a maniac, you know, give it your all, go for broke and see what happens. And it's been happening so many times. The confidence from these young players is through the roof. It's their stories to write now, and we'll see if they can get it done. Mack bursting on through to the bomb site. Doesn't check his corners. There's a sneaky HyDra tucked away there by the radiator. Not staying warm. He's ice cold looking for those kills. Sib now able to possibly find something here. He smokes out the bomb site. That nade's there. Finds a HyDra. Whoa, HyDra. The teamwork from Accuracy saving the day. That almost got very hairy very quick.
Even still, though, that does leave you in a 3 versus 3, and I'm looking right now at Neptune on the minimap. He's going for the full flanks, but while that's happening, Crim does get caught, and that means so much more pressure on this bomb is going to get planted, and Clayster not going to be able to catch him in time. Sib, if he can stay alive, that is huge. He gets away, but now it is about that flank. Neptune, the guy that has to make the play.
There he goes. He's snuck by 1. He saw Accuracy.
His teammate did.
He saw him. Oh my god. Oh, gets the kill. Sib's lined up. Tags in. 25 seconds now on the clock. There's the first few kills. It's now 1v1. It's Pred. It's Neptune. He's on the bomb. And it's 15 seconds now. He's on it. The tags are there. Here comes the fight. Pred has time on his side. Neptune, not a chance. I mean, there was an opportunity there, mate. There was an opening. Neptune did have the time to get the full defuse, and I will say that Pred did not have eyes on it. It could have gone either way.
That's the mind games. That would have been spicy. If you stick that bomb defuse, I think you get in that situation because Pred, he did not jump after it, but that just means that he is ready for the game. And I mean, Neptune is a player. He has been grinding Search in this game. Even when the team may have taken a break, when HyDra went back to France, he was still grinding through all of the primes.
Neptune has that experience, but this is what I'm curious about, man. I would love to see a counter snipe. By the looks of it, it's not going to be happening at all. And this is actually hard to read. 3 towards B on the side of Seattle on defense. They're ready for this.
Here we go. Pred right through the window. Into the mailroom he goes. That was a lot of noise. And will he peek this door? Hello! Finds the first. In and out he goes. He's checking all the wrong corners, but the action is still raging. Mack's going to find a kill. Clay's got accuracy dead to rights right now. And there's that. It's a 2v3. Seattle with the numbers, but not for long. Here comes Pred once again. Finds his third. Clayster does manage to make it happen. Now it's a 1v1. It's Mack versus Clay. It's old teammates. Oh, Mack! Woo-hoo-hoo! A little bit of a long-winded fight. It took a little bit longer than I think we all expected, but hey, man, a win's a win.
I mean, the movement from Clay was clean. The gunning, maybe not quite on point in that situation, but Mack, obviously, the high ground is, you know, ever present in any shooter, real life or fake, you know?
Yeah, come on. The man had the high ground. He's going to be feeling good after that one. That's a big win. You feel the roar of the crowd there. That sends quite a shiver up your spine.
And also a good strat. I mean, I think almost every single team on defense is sending at least 2 or 3 players to A. You see even the same thing, too, for defense there. Is that even a snipe? I don't think accuracy is going to do it. I think he might have just beamed him. Here's the snipe. Neptune in sight, but he has gotten spotted. I don't know how much utility you have left with the nades and stuns. There's at least one nade going straight at Neptune. Misses. And it was only Sib that had it, but they know that he's here.
Sib's got his work cut out for him as well, though. I'm not sure if he's exposing himself to Neptune at this point, so if Nep peaks, it could be curtains for Sib, but Mack's got that bomb up close. Pred's here to back him up. Crim, cracking windows, forward he goes. There's Mack on the bomb site. Breach and clear, finds the kill. Here comes the plant, HyDra on the flank.
You got to do this so much faster. You can't really let them plant this bomb. At least you take down one. There's the first, but that bomb does get planted. 2 versus 3. HyDra, let's see what you got.
Here we go, HyDra. There we go, HyDra. It's a nice round out of him. The flank's paying off. Pred, though, in mid-map's going to make it that bit easier. It's all down to HyDra. Accuracy, he's got eyes on that bomb. HyDra's got to do something special here with a snipe. It may be possible to go untraded. Accuracy now, watching the back. 20 seconds on the bomb. Here comes Pred, but the shots from accuracy. Man was on the roof. Worthy effort. But Lamar, ice cold.
That's a smile from the Iceman. That is almost not
it's been years.
Not too typical, man.
It's been years since I've seen a smile from the Iceman.
But he will take it. That is obviously the clutch spot for when you get the bomb planted down on B. Well, not the clutch spot. One of 17 clutch spots you have towards the back side of the map. But just a solid round. That is a 3v4 that Seattle's able to pull off. And again, I think the most important thing is they had the information on Neptune. They make sure they send 2 to take him down. Here's the counter snipe. Clay, he's watching the cross. And he called out all 3.
We can hear that.
Saw them all.
We can hear that from up here. Clay screaming his lungs out. HyDra's got the back covered. They backed up. I love this out of NYSL. It's a fast decision to make their way over towards B right now. And Sib, he's got eyes on. Oh my God. The net.
He got
it's
spotted.
a tiny hole. Sib's been seen. That's the call though. Fast plant. Here come the attackers now from Seattle Surge. They're going to reposition on the defense. Sib definitely saw a few more coming, and here he goes. But still, who's on the flank once again? It's your boy, HyDra.
I mean, he could just win this round for his team right here. If he's able to even just spot him out, this is going to be huge. First kill on Pred. Now you have to go for the full flanks, but accuracy's so far away. He has to check everything in the world. Mack is now in between all of these players. Accuracy is able to find one. But Mack can't win the gunfight, and now you have 20 seconds, 3 players to kill. New York, I mean, they got that bomb down effectively for free. And HyDra making a nice lead, or a read for the flank in his zone. And that is a round for the New York Subliners.
Unfortunate for accuracy as well. He was on a 3 there. Could have played his life potentially and got away with that one. But HyDra, the man on the flank, a dangerous player in the best of situations. And when he's behind you, he's even more terrifying.
And I don't know exactly how many times we'll see something like throughout this year, but I feel like as soon as HyDra gets that first kill on Pred, almost just guarantees the round. Because now you are stuck in a pinch over towards the site. At the same time, you're having to clear out all those different clutch spots. Just a well-orchestrated strat from York, and it takes something like that just to get that first one on the board.
It's not easy to back out once you truly commit to a bomb site in this game. 3-man defense over towards B from NYSL. A's starting to get a bit mixy right now. Seattle have managed to overthrow. They're going to get that bomb one down. Howdy!
Good trades.
A miracle that Crim didn't get killed there, and HyDra might have taken a bit of friendly fire as well, but still. one half of our GOATs in this game stays alive. And here we go. Knock, knock. Do you have a moment to talk about your car insurance? And Mack's holding his breath, man. If he hears him, he's dead. 30 seconds on bomb. And Crim's checking every corner.
I mean, right now, Mack can hear when the bomb is getting defused, so this is just so much time wasted. He's able to strike for the first blood, or the next one at the very least. And you still have players so far away for these clutch spot. Preds wins the gunfight. Nowhere near the bomb. Mack able to flank, and Mack just secures this round for the team. New York spent so much time trying to look for these players. Seattle gives them nothing, so Seattle will take the round. Taking care of business and making it look easy. And I called it a trade, really just the first blood New York was able to get, but just does not make a single bit of difference. Just a little bit too slow. And Berlin is very much a map that both of these bomb sites, if you get it down on offense, even with a man disadvantage, you absolutely have a great amount of clutch potential. In Seattle, just on cruise control. And I was hoping for the counter snipes, haven't needed it.
Yeah, this is
Clayster's going up here, and he is spotting this information out.
All right, here we go. Oh!
Counter snipe or counter automaton? What's the difference?
There's a little doorbell on that door. I've never seen that before. That's great.
In 1944?
Ding dong. Here we go. Mack's on the outside. Maybe it's cold outside. 1:05 on the clock. HyDra's holding this one down. He's the inside of the mail room. And it is quiet.
And pressure, I think, is on Mack right now. They don't have to move too far, but Sib's got the cross to B. Accuracy has the crosses to A. So there's no pressure to go to a bomb site right now, but Mack right now is sort of in the thick of it.
Crim's trying to find anything right now. There's the noise. Mack heard him.
And I'm hearing the conversation. Clay's the loudest player in the league by a mile. They're trying to make the plays. Sib able to catch one. Clayster was trying to get this bomb rotated towards B. Sib is waiting. Now you got a 3v3, and there's only 30 seconds left.
Checking both bomb sites. Seattle Surge have got coverage, but here go NYSL. HyDra, you have to play a little faster. They still have to get the plan. Accuracy's watching the A-bomb. He's got enough information here, and he has a frag grenade to work with. He can cook it and get it in there and do at least the damage. There's the flank. Mack's trying to hit him. There he is. Mack strikes. 40 seconds now. The bomb did get planted. 3v2. NYSL do not have the man advantage. Neptune's trying to slowly but surely change that. Oh my God, the timing. Oh my God, the timing. Ow, big shots. Mack gets it. Accuracy's on the defuse. And Crim, can he check this one? Will he get there in time? He's looking to find anything there. No, and it's going to get done. They get the kill, but accuracy was on the bomb. Number advantage, they get the defuse, and Seattle are looking fantastic on Berlin.
At New York, they just cannot find a way to make anything happen. I mean, they had the first blood that round too, right? It's a 4 versus 3. It took them maybe 20, 25 seconds before they started to have any chatter about what direction they want to go. By the time they make the call, which, at least by the sounds of it, even though I'm 200 feet away from Clay, it sounds like he was trying to get it towards B, but Sib was there. I mean, even in a 3v4, just the patience from Seattle to understand how they need to play this map. And I think Sib might have just switched to the sniper. This is a quick hit over towards B. Neptune, though, he'll be here, ready to meet him.
Map point, Seattle Surge. There's Nep, finds his first, in and out he goes, but the trades once again from Mack. Oh, Mack gets 2 of them. He's got himself streaks now to work with as well. We're still going to commit to the bomb plant, and Sib yet to really show us too much goods with that snipe, but the opportunity now arises. There's that quick gunfire. Closes the door to the draft. He's got his teammates to back him up. HyDra through mid-map. Crim cutting his way through the middle as well, and again, it's going to be a bit of a battle here, and Crim's got to check every corner once again, and you know, among the pro community, we call it Top Lamar. Why? Because he's always up there. On any map, any situation, he's probably there. Mack with a covering fire. Whittling down the time. And here we go, the kills come through. 2v1, Mack's up, but the clock is not on their side. Crim 40 goes, tags are up, there's the kill, they're gonna get it. Beeline towards the bomb. Whoa, okay. That was a little awkward, we had the time. 2 seconds to spare there, but they do manage to get the defuse. Good round out of New York.
I mean, that is a phenomenal retake. It is incredibly difficult to pull something like that off in New York. That's the kind of plays that it is gonna take to get back in this game. They started out down 5-1. Such a long way to go, but maybe it might be like the Gavitu, right? It took them 7 minutes before they could start chipping away at that lead. I don't know if we're about 7 minutes right on the dot here in the S&D. Probably not.
Someone could tell us.
They're able to at least pull off one clutch.
Here we go. We saw OpTic Texas do it against the LA Thieves. Desert Siege. Accuracy with the first blood on Neptune. HyDra has managed to slither his way forward very quickly. Clay with the immediate pick up of that bomb. Keeping things mobile. A-bomb site left relatively open. Oh, hello. HyDra. Up top now, dealing the damage.
I like that from Pred, too. He doesn't immediately go for the challenge. They know where HyDra is. Maybe try to trap him in just a little bit. They have a triangle around the map. I don't know if Clayster spotted him. I don't know if Clayster and Mack know it's here. No, Clayster definitely didn't see him. Mack, his timing might work out perfectly.
He's hunting him.
And that's bomb down. That is bomb down. 45 seconds left. You get the kill. It's a 2v2, but that bomb is so far away.
Maybe the dagger. HyDra is on the bomb retrieval immediately. Crim's looking for the kills. Big brain plays. Will he be able to match it with his aim? And that is big from Crim. The trade comes through immediately. Pred now the 1v1 against HyDra. Two phenoms from other sides of the pond. And Zutelos! HyDra! Pred felt that one. He felt that one to his core. You're on the big stage now, son.
The freshman versus the sophomore. And funnily enough, man, HyDra was top third in fire. Pred was right behind him. Didn't want the chow then, and the chow he was forced to take did not go his way. 2 back-to-back clutch rounds for the New York Subliners. And those are both rounds where you were just put in a horrible spot. But as it goes, number 6, that's accuracy watching the cross. He spots him, but no one's able to get these kills. HyDra already back around the steps, too. And I was going to say, that's enough pressure. You get the sun in that location. If you're not there first, get out of dodge. But now it's Clayster watching the cross back. Spots both of them. And you see number 4, Crimsix, quickly rotating.
He's good. Eyes are on.
The other go.
Here we go, into the bomb site. Mack with the MP40. Curtains to Clay. Great job out of Mack. Accuracy finds it as well. That's the bomb down. That's huge. This could be the death knell for NYSL. It's over to the youngsters. It's HyDra and Neptune. What can they do in this 2v4?
This is completely impossible. Sid gets the first. This will be a 1v4 from HyDra. Look at what he has to deal with. There's a player over in fire that can watch the cross or go on flanks. You got players in the clutch spots. You got Mack that's roaming. The first gunfight's here. Mack takes him down. And Seattle Surge bounce back in the series.
I like the thought process. I like the last-ditch attempt with the streaks. I like it all. The numbers are there. It's always going to hurt, and he looks left when he should have looked right. I mean, that's what it comes down to a lot of the times at professional level Call of Duty. But hey, man, not a bad effort whatsoever from NYSL. They pulled that one back slowly. Sweet rounds, but we're tied up 1-1.
I disagree with saying it's a nice effort. They had 2 nice clutches, but that was like almost that was 7 out of 8 rounds for Seattle. Just get an advantage in it, or sorry, what would that be? 7 out of 9? Whatever the math is, Seattle almost just an easy game through and through. They gave up 2 clutches and still win 6-3. I mean, that is just too comfortable, and got to give credit to Mack, 12 in 5 as well, but I mean, just a well-calculated performance, right? Even when Pred's not getting the clutches, it is still a comfortable win. Seattle on Berlin, looking good.
Looking great indeed. That rebound for them is a wonderful thing to be had. Here we have a quick look at our highlights from that one, and there was a lot of good moments, man. With a tight 1v1 between, Pred and HyDra, that was an ideal moment. HyDra's flanks time after time was so good as well. Interesting that they just couldn't capitalize on that one. We saw this sweet snipe coming up here. Mack throws those shoulders, not quite nimble enough, and from start to finish, though, Seattle Surge truly drove that one home. Great stuff out of them in the Search and Destroy. Now, though, Control. Who hasn't dropped a single Control map all Kickoff Classic long? Your boys on Surge.
And it'll be a fun time to watch them play. We're going to Gavutu for the map 3, and obviously that map number 1 was what, a 16-point difference, 17-point difference. So close for these squads. Guns are hot across the board, but at this point, I don't even know what the predictions would be. Seattle have been on a tear through this tournament, but the exact same thing can be said for New York. Obviously, single limb. That's how it works.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Single limb's crazy. See a lot of back and forth on Twitter about that now. And the way COD is, yeah, it's hard. I mean, we ideally, every tournament's a double limb, but there's something so dramatic about a single limb, man.
Pressure's on.
The pressure is on. Every single map counts. Every single round is a must win, man. You can't be throwing anything away. But, well, we're going to take a very quick break while we get ready to get everyone into Gavutu for our next round of Control. Tied up 1-1. Who'd have thought it? A spicy series we promised you. We are delivering, friends. Don't go too far. Kickoff Classic comes right back after this.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
You don't wanna go to war, wanna go to war. Got that hammer, about to let go. One body, about to turn cold. Yeah, I get it, pop it, bread and butter. Let it go, I'm a pro. Temperature to change, wear your coat. We so cold, we ain't gotta glow. You gon' see it when it shows. Step up on the scene, play hard like a goat. Life with the fire, so you did it, yeah, I did it. Steady headed for the win. We be going in, yes again and again. With a green, staying hot, it's a 10. Attack, it's a wrap in the end. We will never win. Steady headed for the win. We be going in, yes again and again. Attack, it's a wrap in the end. We will never win. Steady headed for the win.
When you compete as long as I have, you learn a thing or two.
FaZe Clan for the first time.
Each year the game changes, but the grind, it stays the same.
Done it. Congratulations, Subliners.
Practice, scrim, compete, eat, sleep, repeat.
Dylan, attached, ready to rock.
You don't give up though. You don't stop. You don't quit till you're the best. I'm always searching for that next competitive edge.
Yo, Dylan, you good, bro?
I must have fell asleep. What's up, Eli?
Check what came to the office today.
Looks like my next edge found me. Visit Zenni.com/CDL to get a pair of Røkkr Zennis or any of your other favorite CDL teams today.
Welcome back, friends. The Kickoff Classic continues. Map number 3 is moments away while we deal with something very quickly on stage. But Chancellor, it's been a cool one, mate. It's been a lot of fun. That first Kavutu was a banger. Berlin Search and Destroy also very, very spicy indeed. And, you know, looking forward to that control map. It's going to be a lot of fun. And I don't have a clue what to expect. Like, we've been stunned, surprised, time after time here this weekend. It's been nuts.
Every single team that's not named Toronto Ultra that had a bye coming into this tournament got eliminated pretty much first thing. So if you're trying to predict anything that has been going on, I mean, best of luck. I don't know if anyone's been on top of the pick'ems 100% rate, but
aLLeY was
I
close.
definitely doubt it. No, she was great on day one, and they did. Okay, it's been a mix, but understandably, no one's going to be able to nail this one down. Day one, or first week, I should say, within Vanguard. Who knows what to expect?
Spicy as hell. Well, we got a lot of fun looks across social media. Everyone getting involved indeed. Tundra saying, Seattle Surge is looking godly. Big fan over there. Marshmallow says, Seattle Surge being super dominant this S&D. Love to see it with the OK emoji and the fire emoji. Don't forget to use that hashtag CDL2022 for a chance to have your tweets read on stream by maybe me or Chance. Who knows? Lano Study here as well. The Desk, they're all getting involved. We're having a lot of fun, but we're almost ready to get back into this one. If you have just joined us, we're tied up 1-1 in the series after a spectacular Berlin Search and Destroy performance from Seattle Surge. And I want to say some of it's up to this young man on your screen there, Pred, the newcomer, making his way all the way from Australia. We haven't seen a couple of you haven't seen players from that side of the world here in the professional league since what? You know, not last year, but the year before, first season actually, I think it was. But there we go. The times have changed indeed, and the same can be said for HyDra, the French phenom. Made a massive debut in his opening game against Atlanta FaZe, turning heads everywhere Chance. And I mean, there is a trend here. When you join the league and, you know, you're a newcomer, if your first match is against Atlanta FaZe and there's a lot of hype and expectations around you, you tend to deliver.
Apparently, man. I mean, that's one of those, like, baptism by fire kind of moments for HyDra, if you remember from Cold War. And I think I remember this right. Completely balled out in his first series he had against Atlanta, and that was the instant, oh, yeah, he is the real deal. Wasn't quite the first series, I don't think, for Pred, but as soon as you get through it, it was the exact same thing of, oh, he came here to play. He is absolutely the real deal, and even though for this match, right, HyDra's had the edge. He's won that 1v1, but that only means it's a tied-up series. And big plays from HyDra, by the way, in that map number 1, right? The 3-piece towards the end, walking in P1, making some big plays, but it has been Pred incredibly consistent throughout this tournament, and that is consistent dominance Maybe this will be the toughest matchup, though, that they have had so far, but it is fun to watch guys like this play.
Yeah, both of them very young, exciting players, and real dynamic stuff. And again, the idea that the both of them came to the scene and played Atlanta FaZe up first in their series, and both won them. Incredible. So shout out to Atlanta FaZe for showing the new guys, you know, what's what here in the league, and a mistake they don't make often. You know, they don't take teams lightly, but clearly when it comes to the new kids, they like to do that. But we're almost ready to go. If Pred can put his bloody headphones in, we can get things going. I don't think you can hear us right now. Clearly.
He can absolutely hear us.
Go on, mate. Get it on.
That's the second most Australian-looking person I've ever seen. Like,
who's number one?
Don't say Steve
Owen. Don't say Steve Owen. It's too soon. Just get the maps and modes up. I need a moment to compose myself. Here we go. Mack, the look of the series so far, GvU2 control. 2 doses of Tuscan, though, and we are going to get to see at least one of those in that hard point in this best of 5. Chance, Tuscan S&D. We should see some snipes. Clay hit that fantastic 2-piece that did the rounds on social media on day 1. I'm expecting to see something very similar today.
Yes, absolutely. And again, I think counter snipes, especially so on Tuscan, it's sort of like optional on Berlin, but if you know someone on Tuscan is going to be sniping that outer P1 side of the map, that is the only way to fight him back. Or you can just smoke it out and rush in towards you. I will say, though, it is just like comedy to me about all that chat about how OP the snipers are. And it's like, you know, on any given map, the most we've seen is like 3 kills with it for the entire thing. So clearly in a spot where they should be. Snipers are solid, not dominant.
We have seen the competitive Reddit also talking about this one. There's been a lot of like maths between, you know, average kills per series, who's doing the most hits, and Octane still seems to be the king of the long-range kills so far. He's got the most so far. He's got the most exciting highlight reels, and I mean, that's pretty much just where we're at now with snipers so far. Of course, very, very early in the life cycle of Vanguard. I mean, when I say very, very early, it's not actually that early, but it's early for us. Our very first event. Obviously, a lot of changes will be coming the way of the game, but it might change, Chance. I mean, you know, snipes, smokes, all these things. The automaton might get a nerf. Who knows? Like, nothing will look the same in 2 to 3 months' time.
I mean, we've been playing Control for like a grand total of like 2 or 3 weeks. So yeah, we are making adjustments on the fly. Again, I think Call of Duty pros adapt better than anyone else in esports, play a brand new game every year. And that's something that's impressive about guys like Clayster and Crim. Like, they have played CTF, Domination, Demolition, every game mode you could possibly imagine, and they've been the best for that long. There is never a game mode or situation that they are ever unaware of. They live and breathe Call of Duty.
They really do. Well, we're going to take another quick break while we fix something on stage. As you can see, Prestinni has got his headset on, so we're going to take a very quick break. We come back, map 3. Surprise, friends, we're ready to rock and roll. Here we go into GvU2 control. I can't help but make these things rhyme. Let's get it, friends! Map number 3 here in our first of 2 semi-finals today. Gavutu control chance. Here we go.
And again, refusing to make predictions. I think for the rest of the tournament, I will not try to even evaluate what's going on. It'll be very interesting to see these guys play again, though, right? Even just an extra 2 days of being able to scrim on land goes a long way for a game mode that is fairly fresh, at least this year in Vanguard, to some of these players. I think the story really of both of these maps, and maybe for Tuscan it's changed a bit, but defensive side is absolutely dominant. If you get a wave of kills on defense and set up for that sort of spawn control, you'll be good to go. But we'll see what New York has cooked up on offense. Off the rip, it's an A-hit.
End of the game, capture both zones or slay out your enemies and destroy their 30 lives. It could be a war of attrition or that of territorial gains. And here we go, Pred flying forward, managing to slowly but surely drain the segment that NYSL pushed through and dealt a lot of damage though. And as you can see, Crim on your screen, he's pushed over that halfway mark. He's starting to get some shots into the A zone, that big old boat. Starting to take a lot of hits, but they're red barrels. The red barrels, friends. You've all seen movies, I know it. A red barrel is one that explodes.
That is the absolute classic, but right now, New York, still a tick and a half of progression onto the A site. Automaton's trying to find kills. Clayster had to have done 99 damage to Mack, but he survives. And by the way, that is the 4-down moment. You get this once on defense, almost assuredly, you will be good to go. Sib able to find a couple kills in a row, and now you need to coordinate some nades and try to get out. Mack's not going to get tagged up. Neptune tries to cross, he's tagged, and it is just that line straight down the map for Seattle. And with one player falling, maybe you have to make some adjustments, but still, it is a hike and a half to get to either of these points.
Sib, nice 2. Finds himself 5 in a row. That's 6-2 overall. Gotta watch out, though. Playing these players around him. He's doing what he can to hold these players in their spawn. This is classic Call of Duty, trying to spawn trap them, trying to not let them get out there and deal the damage. And Manny's doing it just now. And whoa, we were close. But no cigar. And once again, the curse of Gavutu with the NYSL players. It is team kills. Chances, 15 seconds to go.
It was the opening break, I think, on the hard point where someone died to exploding barrels. Crim does the exact same thing. They had a couple team kills. Map number 1. Deja vu all over again, but this is just dominance on defense from Seattle again. You get one clean wipe, your life becomes easy. You got to imagine as well, just thinking about defense potentially for a round 5. It is settled in this game by kills, not by objective play. So any kills like that, any dominant round like that you can have, Seattle, they'll add that one to the bank. New York, they need a solid response. I'm always curious about these opening breaks. Seattle looks like that is just going to be full speed ahead straight towards this A site. Very similar to what we saw in round number 1.
Yeah, we'll see if Seattle surges.
Again! I think those were the nades, though, coming in from Seattle to destroy the barrels, but, that's just, uncanny.
It just doesn't count as a kill for you. It counts as a death for the other team. But, hey, well, that counts in the numbers. But we'll see if Seattle Surge can be as adept on offense now as they were on defense. HyDra, top deck, first kill. We go down low. Swabs the poop deck, poops on another, finds another kill. Helps his team get that second segment cleaned up, and here he goes forward. Trying again. Spy time, slow them down. But the Seattle Surge, they read that perfectly. They're not going to let him get out there. They're going to find that kill and let him dive into their guns.
This is what you need to do, by the way. If you get wiped off the board, you don't want to get wiped out a second time. You need these kills to go your way. That is something you have to factor in. So I like the patience from Seattle. Patience might not be something that can win you rounds on offense, but they might be trying to play the long game. The map has opened up a little bit. Pred able to take down one with them. Maybe accuracy opening up the cliff side of the map. This is going to be the slow game to try to get over towards A. Neptune, though, that is a big gunfight just to make sure that York can keep that extra man.
Still 2 segments gone on A. 1 to go. Sib can't get the kill with the pistol. Mack's right on it. Oh, good coverage there from HyDra. Crim was dead to rights. Still on that 3 spree. Clock ticking, though. You dive on the point, you stop the clock as the attackers. And Crim's going to do everything he can to body block this one. And let me tell you, Porterhouse, maybe does it better. Sib on the other side. Now Neptune trying to get involved upstairs. There's the clock stopped at 12 seconds. Oh, in and out we go, trying to find the kills, and Pred's picked a corner. Back and forth. Neptune, you've got to dive on this one, though. Seattle, you have to stop the clock. Time's ticking. Is anyone there? Yes, 2.7.
There, 2 bodies on point. New York, maybe one last-ditch effort to try to get there. I don't know if HyDra can even do it in time. Neptune slides in. He gets taken down. Add a minute to the clock, and at the very least, Seattle have already been on point. The life count is close. They're down by 1, but on offense, that is a happy place to be. Pred looking for some cutoff kills, does some damage, can't find anything just yet. But he's behind 2. Now he's behind them all.
He's prowling, he's hunting. Teammates are doing the job as well, but he's still remained undetected at this point. Accuracy through the beaches. Wins the first assault here.
There's Pred, by the way, making his first strike.
And again, look at where this is spawning the members of the New York Subliners. 25 seconds to work with here. Pred's got to hold HyDra at bay here. Let his boys get up the beach, let the reinforcements make their way onto the B zone, start to cap it. Pred will find the first. Still trying to contend with these players. Coming out spawn! What a kill for Pred. Massive. 14.5 on the clock, they've stopped it. You've finally got the capture started.
And this is the only way you can win the round. You get a guy on hill. Now, P1 is a problem for him. Neptune is up top, and that's where Mack is looking now. Pred still killing them off spawn. 4 in a row for him. And you got to solve the Pred problem. It takes 45 seconds for one player to cap this point. But if you get maybe 1 or 2 more kills from Pred, then you can just go and stack the hill. But right now, New York, they are just so far away. Pred is finally dealt with. But 2 ticks have gone through Seattle. It is a 5 versus 2. They might be able to pull this off. Now just a 1v4 from Crim, make it a 1v3. 10 seconds to go. Seattle, they got to fly.
Stay alive, Crim. Stay alive, Crim. You win the round. He's hurt. He's tagged up. 5 seconds. Here comes the kill squad. It's going to be Seattle Surge flying forward. 2 seconds. No. Surge, bring him down. Crim had to just stay alive. That's all he needed to do in that situation. Easier said than done. On Surge, they literally drowned him out.
And all of that is on Pred, by the way, right? It is effectively handing the spawn kills. You get the clock stopped once you get someone to the point. And then obviously it gets dicey towards the end because you're running out of time. And it is so tough to win these rounds, at least based on the objective. But for the TDM game, Seattle, they handled that incredibly well. And showing us a little bit of an indication of how you need to start playing some of these offensive rounds.
And Surge, whether it's offense or defense, they have a game plan and they are executing. First blood from Mack. Oh, hello. Simp and Accuracy get involved as well. Crim the furthest member forward now for NYSL. Playing it slow, waiting for the reinforcements to show up. And the reinforcements, they've got problems of their own. Crim brought down finally. It's 3 for Simp now in a row. Mack also finding himself a few more. As the foothold that NYSL had is slowly starting to get pushed back. Mack keeping up a bay here. That rock there. Power position indeed. Crim with a sweet nade, but Sib's got to check both sides. And hello, that's 3 members of the Subliners flying out. 1 gets taken down. The crossfire coming through. The Seattle Surge wring their necks.
And this is just so tough. You're stuck in the back, and Pred has been on point, and Sib has been slaying. Even in map number 1, slaying his heart out. Doing the exact same thing once again. Pred finally dealt with, but now it's just ARs posted up. Sib's on a 5. He's got 22 kills, double positive. Able to do just about whatever he wants. Finally, he gets dropped in York. Maybe that's an opening to at least get towards this boat, but you can already see less than 20 seconds. They have not touched the hill.
They've absolutely slaughtered them so far. Clay's managed to get top boat. That's as far forward as anyone here for NYSL has made it this round. Desperation sitting in. Less than 10 seconds. Has to go on to the point to stop it. Indeed we do. There we go. Finally. Oh no, an opportunity. No, it's gone. That's it. That's the round. That's control. And Seattle Surge, they take the lead in the series.
Sheer and outright dominance when it comes to the slang. And look, the slang wasn't enough to get in the win on map number 1, but for the control, it meant it was not even remotely close. I mean, a win on offense has not been the most typical thing. Not only do they get that, but on defense, I mean, that is as perfectly as you could possibly do it. Seattle taking a very strong advantage in this series, and it's kind of nutty, man. I mean, we've only seen it twice for the hard points, where a team that every single player goes negative, they get the win. But in terms of just pure gunny, Seattle has had their number in the past 2 maps, not even remotely close. Sib, man, 24 kills, 2,500 damage. He's able to rack it up, and I mean, just looking at from New York, that is just a tough-looking stat line.
What was the biggest concern about Sib coming into the league? He's quite young. He's a very arrogant player. He believes in himself, truly, as we all should do, you know, at some point in time. But there was a lot of concerns that maybe he was a bit too cocky. At 24 and 12 against some of the best to ever do it, I'd be cocky as well. Seattle Surge have turned heads all weekend long, and with damn good reason. This is a brilliant performance this early on in Vanguard for these young players. what kind of careers are they going to have if this is how it started off?
I mean, there's no telling, but even again, just the plays that Pred was making, right? Slang, obviously, they had that in spades, but the most impressive part of that game, obviously, is the play he made in the spawn of NYSL to actually get that round win on offense, and it was just nonstop, man. Pred put on an absolute show, so it's the rookie showing off the slang and the rookie showing off that they can make the big brain plays as well.
I mean, they've been given the greatest opportunity possible here in their careers to show what they've got against the big dogs of the Call of Duty League, and they are taking it with aplomb. And again, Kickoff Classic, it's an exhibition match, right? We're having fun here, we're trying things out, we're seeing how their game feels. There's a lot to learn here, and right now we're learning that Seattle Surge, they've come to play, and they certainly mean it here as these highlights continue. Whether it was the close plays on the Titan on the clock chance as well, like we saw some great moments. That last round from Crim, the round 2 win that Seattle Surge had, Crim almost managed to do it. This defensive round, though, from Seattle Surge was absolutely watertight. Nothing managed to make it through, and that 3-0 is incredibly, incredibly well-deserved. Looking at the rest of the series now, mate, Tusk and Hardpoint coming up next, and of course Tusk and Search and Destroy for Game 5. Where do you think we go?
Well, I don't even know if we get to a Game 5, to be perfectly honest with you, right? I mean, Seattle, again, the slang's been on point. Yes, they fall on map number 1, but we watched this team play against Atlanta FaZe just yesterday, and they took him down on Tuscan. That is where that series ended. And it's not like we've seen any real cracks in the armor on the side of Seattle. It's not like anyone's been underperforming at all. I mean, everyone's shown up the big plays. Accuracy right now has been Mr. Consistent. Obviously, we've been talking about Pred and Sid, but Mack has been right there with him. I mean, he was probably the shining star for Seattle in map number 1. I'm thinking this is just Seattle. I think I'm turning into a believer.
He's a believer. There we go. I must admit, when the predictions came through today, Breaking Point asked me who I thought was going to win it. I just sent him that little emoji of a wave because there was a classic meme, of course, for those of you who watched the debrief last season. But yeah, the wave. Seattle Surge, baby. They're looking fantastic. Quick look at the stats here from NYSL so far. Day 2 versus Røkkr, of course, outslayed, still managed to win. Today versus Surge Chance, outslayed, still managed to win.
Look, I'll keep it a buck, though. Like, it is cool and interesting that they've got those wins. It's certainly an indication that they have a very solid understanding of Vanguard so far. It's also not a good sign if you're getting outslayed by double digits consistently in hardpoint. Like, that will go away at a certain point. You can only have something like that happen so often. So that is a little bit concerning, as cool as it has been. But at the same time, if this is a team that starts picking up the slang, right? Think about the other bocage that New York had when they kept up in slang. Absolute blowout. They dominated the map, and it was the cleanest bocage we've seen. So they just need to pick it up in the slang category. But right now, it's just looking a little bit rough.
A clean bocage sounds like an oxymoron, but hey, it's quite early in the game. You never know. I also want to give shout-outs to the fans at the front for both sides of the teams for your puppet skills. I'm looking to see that evolve throughout the season. So eyes on you to improve that as and when it comes. So if you're on cam, I want to see your best the horse, like the talking horse thing. Give me the dogs, give me some birds, you name it. I want to see you step it up proud. Everyone needs to bring their A game, baby. Let's get it though. Tuscan Hardpoint. Map number 4. NYSL are staring down defeat. They have to win this one. Force that Game 5. Let's get it.
And I think the player for me to watch might honestly just be Sid from one side. On the flip, maybe this is Crimsix. His time to pop off for a game, or HyDra. I mean, you could take your pick. Opening breaks, obviously a big deal. New York, though, they have the advantage right just from the spawns. They get to the hill first and obviously taking full advantage. Seattle looks like they're trying to respond by going through the middle of the map. They found a bit of an opening until the nades come through. In New York, that is the start you'd like to see.
That's nice from Crim. Neptune with the MP40 up close. HyDra also dancing with death here, right front church. Can't quite get it all done against Mack. Finds 2. But Nep's there to pick up the pieces. Lovely work out of NYSL early on here. That's time and kills going their way. Surge, their second shot here on the hard point. And speaking of shots, Crim, that's 4 in a row. A lovely kill onto accuracy there. It's forcing the members of Surge now to rethink the push. Accuracy's going to spawn pretty much exactly where he dies. And Crim may put him back there again. So here we go. Seattle, they have not found anything on P1.
And that's great counting as well, right? Just for Crim to know that there is an extra player there here. Neptune going across the map, who also, by the way, started 4-0, but that is New York doing a fantastic job of keeping track of players. That is a 49-second P1 that they were able to get. And as far as the rotation goes, at least the back spawns they have. First, Clayster gets the guy out of the hill in Neptune. He's thinking about the hill. He's thinking about kill streaks. He's got them both.
You give Seattle 6 seconds, but right now, New York Subliners, no such thing. Big Nep, 7 in a row. Woo! Big save from Clay. Keeps the streak alive. Full streaks though, still. Things are looking up for the New York Subliners. A wonderful start here on Tuscan. Let's go for a quick listen in with NYSL.
Radio to hill. Oh, man. Radio to hill. Nice.
Jump down,
I'm rotating now.
Go down. Yeah, last kid Mack, we're missing
Oh,
Mack.
you two Mack. Nice, good job.
Pick up them right there. I'm putting my
Mack,
back.
just hold that shit right now. Hold it.
Gotcha.
I'm putting
They're
my
all S1, guys. They're all S1. Huge
field.
kills here, guys. This is where we blow the
yeah,
game
yeah.
out. Get kills.
Paco, just wait. Oh, he pushing maps.
Roof.
Yeah.
I just want deep cut.
Yeah, I'm shrinking. Paco, just stay alive.
Yeah, one is field. Yo, ignore the guy field. We all
Listen,
go left.
I'm shrinking. I'm gonna shrink right now.
No, wait.
I'll stay on top. Okay.
Mid alley, dude.
Okay, I'm coming top first. And I'll shrink.
Yeah. There you go. All right, I just want roof. I'm Nate Hill.
He's on the back, Heady.
Stun in Nate Hill.
Right on the back, Heady. One shot, Prim.
He's weak.
I'm shrinking. Wait.
Hit him.
Just hold.
Yeah,
Guys. Spawn back here.
Yeah,
Watch one roof.
Yeah.
Pred dead. I got him in the back, yo.
Nice. I'm Nate Hill.
I'm stunning
Nate
over.
Hill.
One shot. Back left. Secret
I got
corner.
one back. Yo,
Nice.
dead.
You can push out field if you want, Paco. Middle lane.
Mid.
Mid lane. I'm nading your arch.
Dead. Arch.
Back dead. I'm one shot. I'm going secret.
Yo, get up top.
No. Stay. I'm self spawn. Watch your arch.
Arch.
Fine.
Mid lane.
Push now.
What's mid lane?
Mid lane. I need help.
No, another one. I stunned him.
He's weak. He's waking up. Oh, good. Radio. On me back. Radio.
Where do you guys want?
Go PC.
I want grass. We flipped him.
Quarter, one pitch in the back. Yo, no.
Back door. Back door dead.
Yo, back. I'm picking him top.
There's gonna be a guy in the back for sure.
I gotta look grass.
Top dead.
In the back. No, in the back.
One shot, Mack. Back short. Then short and in hill. Back door. One shot. And in hill. There's two.
At times, KR, take the chance. I mean, you're hearing Clay, he tried to call the shots as best he possibly can. We see the break come through there from Surge. What did you make of the comp?
It was just very disjointed, right? I mean, you got Neptune just trying to call in the streaks, getting told, no, don't do it now. It took them 20 seconds before they even took a gunfight to try to get the old hill. Even towards the end, we're hearing callouts, we flipped it, but they haven't actually flipped the spawns just yet. It is tough to try to figure out what's going on right now on this map for NYSL. And at times, understandably so, but as good of a start as it was, just a couple of hills like that in Seattle, it's looking like they are right back into this game, dealing with the momentum that New York was starting to build, and now he got accuracy. He's on a 5. And he's dead.
And he's dead. There we go. But still, the hard point in the hands of Seattle Surge for now. Scrap's going to go their way. Next hard point. This is the one on screen now. The dreaded P5. Hello. Zip drops. Nice kill from Neptune. Turn and burn. Still fully streaked out. Not an easy one to stay alive in, and that's why. Here come the grenades, here come the stuns, here comes everything. It is not fun to be inside this hard point. Fred's going to do what he can, though. 13-8 so far. He's having a great game. Survival training, basically attack mask. It's going to slow him down when anyone hits him with a concussion grenade. And howdy doody. No, we will not be taking any visitors today. Thank you, we are closed, says Pred as he cleans up 2 downstairs.
They go to the window, they die. They go to the stairs, they die. Everyone falling on top of Pred. He's got to kill them all. They are spawning so close on the roof that the guys off spawn are back in the fight 2 seconds later. But the same can be said for Seattle. Trying to get these final 15 seconds, but this is what New York does. They have these gunfights right for the scrap time. Seattle leaves it, and it's just one of those situations. They win 1-1 on gunfight, and that is 15 seconds that goes to New York and takes them away for Seattle. I mean, again, that is a 30-point kind of swing play. That is why scrap time is so important. Those are the things that has been setting New York apart, but at the same time, slaying for Seattle. I mean, they kick it in. That is for their direction. Accuracy made of adamantium. He walks it off. Rub some dirt on it. You'll be fine.
Yeah, just walk it off, kid. You'll be good. It's only a glide path. HyDra now trying to break through the back. They've got the pinch on now. Accuracy's going to keep winning those fights. Your boys were in fort fight, clearly. Oh, there we go. Big shots once again. The hard point still in the hands of Seattle Surge. While they did not find any success whatsoever here in the first set, they're looking good now on P1. Believe in their hand. Fred on the hunt. Oh my god, finish your kill, son. He's absolutely twisted. Crim will finally bring him down.
I can't remember the last time. I mean, again, New York is making some decent plays on like the scrap time, right? But outside of that, they are struggling to be able to get inside the hill. 5 streak now for Simp. He's starting to heat up just a little bit. Another just wipe for Seattle. But they put the spawns, and they have no idea that New York was here. I don't know if someone was able to sneak through or if they just spawned up. I missed that one from the mini-map, but Seattle gets caught off guard. In a moment like that for New York, they're trying to find some of these kills towards the back. But even with that sort of like mishap, they still have these gunfights towards the back. Awkward timing. Neptune finds an opening, but now he's just going to get shot in the back. He doesn't even know where to look. This has been chaos for this P2.
Oh, Fred shoots his shot. The trades are good. You still got the spawners at the backside there for Seattle Surge, and now through Church, HyDra's in trouble. The pinch is, whoa, he's in trouble? I don't think so. HyDra nails that one. Simp back on point. Nice two-piece out of him, but HyDra's going to get the trade 5 there before he was brought down in the end. And Seattle Surge, slowly but surely, the absolute toil that both teams have had to hit now, trying to get time on this hard point, has been something special.
Clayster, he's thinking about it, right? Again, maybe the gunfights to try to get a guy a fill for the scrap. Instead, he's just going to be the cut-off man and gunned down by Pred. Takes care of business, and he actually goes back and tries to cut through mid. I was going to say, that might catch New York off guard because they have the pressure over towards the roof side. Neptune wins a massive one-on-one inside the hill. And now you get them spawning out all the way over towards P1. They clean up the final guy through P5, New York. Now they should know where all of this pressure is coming through. And they're actually pushing out this hill quite well. But the Kobe's take at least one player down. They've pushed up so far for New York. This is clinical right now on this new hardcore.
This is so hard. Neptune's got to do this alone right now. Here comes the other guns from NYSL. Clay coming in a little bit late. Crim's doing what he can from the back line as well now. This is not the perfect setup for NYSL, and they're doing what they can, but Mack just comes in. Drops a load on them both. Neptune coming in off spawn as well. HyDra there to back him up, just trying to fight, push those players back, get on the point. Anywhere, just breathing space. That's what NYSL are desperate for right now, and it is so hard from that aggression from Surge.
And nice kills by Clayster, right? That fountain doesn't actually exist. It blocks the visuals, doesn't block bullets at all. So Clayster taking him down. This has been the hill where New York has basically thrived and kept them in this game. HyDra literally shooting glide bombs out of his MP40. Does the same amount of damage, and now they're trying to break in through Church. Can't win that one, though. Gets taken care of. And inside Church, where Seattle have had the most success. Racking up a bit more time. Crim can't find one, and his teammates not quick enough to be there for the trades.
Okay.
HyDra, I mean, he ends up just walking straight in, so the trades are a little bit late, but they get him.
Okay, NYSL fighting tooth and nail here in the Church. HyDra, back door, covered, side door, all good. This is good work out of NYSL. Not an easy hard point to pick up time on. And you can see where Surge are, a bit of a split spawn from them. 2 coming from the left-hand side of the map, 2 from the bottom side now. And HyDra, kill number 5. Keeping this one all working out. Got a great amount of time here. This is beautiful stuff out of NYSL. And HyDra! 7 in a row.
This is why we hail him. Even for the final gunfight, though, again, that is one of those gunfights, right? That is 10 seconds that now goes to Seattle that doesn't go towards New York. A big one for Civ. Falls just shortly. And look at this actually glide bomb. They're set up on the flank as well. Obviously not going to kill him. It's just a glide bomb. Why would it do that? And now they're team killing. The flank is here for Clay. Ooh, he's finding at least one, and now he's actually spawning his team towards P5. He gets wiped out. Seattle, they're in the hill. They are 20 seconds away, and this series is theirs.
20 seconds away from eliminating the New York Subliners, the newcomers, the young guns, the underdogs in this tournament by quite a way. This organization has not had a lot of success in the last 2 years, and finally they're turning that frown upside down. 10 seconds for the win here. NYSL break on through. Accuracy, accuracy, trying to hold it down. He can honestly get the win here if he can find the kills. He does! The Iceman cometh! There's 5 seconds for the win, and that could be that. You name it. It all went wrong in the final moments. Seattle Surge. They're going to your grand finals.
Look, man, there is chatter from the scrims about how good this Seattle team was. Coaches were saying it, other teams were saying it, but even with that being set up, they have exceeded expectations, far exceeded them. Take down FaZe, take down a pair of goats, and now guaranteed top 2, they find themselves. As crazy it has been, a spot in the finals. Can this team be stopped?
It's so exciting, man. I mean, this is what an injection of new life here into the league. For the longest of times, it's always been like, you know, we know who the top dogs are going to be. There's basically like the power rankings. You know, there was talk about Seattle being a good team, quite exciting in scrims. 3-1 there in that series. And at times, incredibly dominant. At times, really special. Now, the greatest question again, kickoff is one thing. How long can a team like that go? We saw the devs talking about their ceiling. How high is it? How far can a team improve themselves on what has already been a great showing? The season will tell, but for now, loving what we're seeing.
And just to call out the top slayer, Pred, 31 and 21. Not quite top damage in the lobby. Mack actually gets him by a touch, but that is, again, just across the board. Effective work, accuracy, nearly 2 minutes inside of the hill. I think really outside of the Fountain Hill, Seattle played that game about as well as you possibly could. A solid win there, a dominant win in the search and destroy, and a dominant win in the control. And Tuscan, man, that's where they keep getting it done against these top dogs. Seattle, they have absolutely come to play. An impressive run they've had so far.
Look at the replays here, and I mean, there's a few moments in this game where things may go a little differently again. A glide bomb or two, quite literally, would probably change things a lot, but chance to be York Subliners, they started things off so strong. Look at that scoreline. We've seen big sprees out of Neptune, starting the game off so well. What did it go wrong for them?
Well, I mean, if nothing else, that just kind of shows about like the resilience as well. They're sort of being able to pull off whatever they need, right? Like, you fall short in a hard point where you outslay massively, instant bounce back, and they carry that through the series. And I think, honestly, it's really just the slang, again, that turned into the difference maker. I mean, you have Mack on a 4 spree. We saw accuracy going on 5s. I think Sid was almost a walking 5 spree. And obviously, Brett, again, led the lobby in slang. These guys came with the gunny this weekend. They have been delivering nonstop.
It's been very exciting indeed. And another conversation that's been coming up, you know, numerous times as well is you have to look at players like Sib, you have to look at players like Fred, the treasure trove that is the Call of Duty Challengers scene as well. These players were handpicked out of their respective regions, of course. It's not easy to get Pred here from Australia, from the APAC region. The bureaucracy of getting visas sorted, how difficult it can be to actually arrange all that is, I mean, let me tell you, mates, it's not easy to do whatsoever. So kudos to, again, to everyone involved in the organization of Seattle Surge to make that happen. Your boy's an absolute weapon. He's fully sick. Right, with that being said, the series is done. One of our teams is set to go to the grand finals. Let's start over to the stage now with Guy for our Game Fuel Victory Spotlight.
Thank you very much, Miles. Give it up for the Surge one more time, everybody. We got the Iceman on the main stage. Accuracy, you guys took down London, then took down Atlanta, and now New York. You find yourself in the grand finals once again since Modern Warfare. How you feeling this morning?
I feel great. You know, I'm very proud of my team. They're showing that all the work we're putting in the facility every day is working, and our formula is working. So, you know, we're starting off the season hot, and we want to maintain this momentum going forward.
Now, tell me a little bit about the formula, because I talked to Phoenix earlier. I had a few interviews with Pred up here on the main stage for the first time, but tell me about the formula of the squad, because I was watching you in that matchup, and you were slapping everybody on the flippy and Sib. Oh, my. He was playing off.
I mean, the formula is this, like, they're sponges. I tell them what to do. They learn how to do it, and they do it perfectly, and they shoot extremely, 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 extremely straight, and I cannot gas them up enough.
That's simple.
So I'm very proud of them, and they're honestly exceeding any expectation anyone had for them. So I'm just very, very, very proud of them.
Yeah, and you should be proud of them, okay? Because they are making all the Seattle Surge fans out there. And for you, you know, last season, we know that you got benched, but you're back in the grand finals. How do you feel?
You know, I feel great. When I got benched, everyone thought I was done, but it's my first tournament back on land in like 2 years, and I'm in the finals, so I feel pretty good.
All right, he in the finals, everybody. Give it up for the Iceman Accuracy. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Back to you guys.
Boy, oh boy, Seattle did it with the big victory over NYSL, and this team just keeps on going. They're like the Energizer Bunny, man. They just don't stop. The Nameless, man, with the crowd going crazy behind us, they're absolutely loving this. Coming to you right now, everything that Lamar just said.
Yeah.
People counted him out, and now
I mean, I was one of them, honestly. You know, I wasn't believing in the Seattle hype train. I thought it was some recency bias, but what I just saw was an excellent display of talent, and also they have learned this game ahead of most of the teams that we've seen here in the Kickoff Classic. Sib, unbelievable performance out of him. Mack, he's gotten so much better since last year. He's so comfortable in that SMG role. I love what I saw there, man. Like, these guys are firing on all cylinders. They're executing team pushes and breaks. They're nasty.
It's crazy, aLLeY. Imagine just chilling at home in Australia playing with kangaroos, right? Then you wake up and tell your mom one day, Mom, I want to play against Clay, Crim, you know, beat Atlanta FaZe. And Pred actually did it along with the rest of the team. They're incredible.
You know, I'd be mind-blown if his mom knew who Crim and Clay and them were. But, man, Seattle looks so good. Honestly, you could gas up every one of these players. Just like Sam Phoenix, their coach, said, they all are doing incredible across the board. But Mack, man, in that hard point, he was such a big player in that he went through the back of church there when they were down like 50 points. He gets 2 players in the Pac-Man, and that was a momentum flip. And then suddenly just started steamrolling, dude. I love it.
It was crazy. And also, man, what are your final takeaways, Slacked? I mean, that was an emotional roller coaster.
Shout out to Seattle management and their coaching staff, man. Seriously, they look so ahead of everyone out here. Every time I watch these guys, especially in control, they haven't lost a round yet. No. They're making crazy plays. I'm all a fan of this Seattle hype train, man.
And fans as well. That's it, Seattle Surge winning it all. I mean, this is crazy. You know what, Miles and Chance, I want to hear your thoughts right now. Yo, Miles, you got to be feeling good seeing imports pop off on that main stage, man. What's on your mind?
I'm all about the imports. Also, shout out to Benny Biscuits with the greatest profile picture on Twitter right now. Hey, that was a crazy series. And yeah, we've got nothing but love for the newcomers in the league. And we love it when they make a difference. You know, it's one thing about the old guard being the old guard and things being the way they always are in COD. But hey, last 2 years, we've seen newcomers come to the scene, shake things up in a great way. I love it.
Oh, yeah. Hey, yo, Chance. All right, NYSL, they're going to be going home, but look, the vets, man, they're looking good. But also, I want to talk about the young guys. HyDra and Neptune have so much promise in the CDL.
It's all four of them. I mean, you want to talk about the young guys, it is just they have the gunny. Obviously, we know this. It's expected. This is not a team, like they had a 3-week break. I was expecting them, honestly, to fall out of the tournament shorter, but this is not a team I will ever doubt looking forward. This is going to be a team, if you got Clay, if you got Crim, if you just have one of them, I'm expecting them to be a contender. They got both. They're going to bounce back at the first major in a very strong way.
This man's spinning right now. Thank you guys so much. An amazing commentary, by the way. I'll see you guys later. Get off my screen, man. But final thoughts on the desk, Nameless, man. Lay it all out on us.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, to wrap it up for New York, I think Neptune needs to bounce back a little bit stronger. There's just some plays that he's making where he doesn't seem like he's in the mix, a part of the trade process, and then on an individual performance as well, like not the best series out of him. So they're going to need more from him. And, you know, overall team performance, like the one shining light was HyDra. If it wasn't for him, they would have got 3-0'd and the maps would not have been close. Like HyDra was making huge plays. Even on that last map, Tuscan, he went huge inside of the Churchill, won some big gunfights on the rotation, and in doing so, like they almost won that game. So at least they got something to look forward to.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is the first matchup of the day. NYSL just got sent home by the Seattle Surge, and they are looking better than ever. If you have any questions about it, ask your boy Sam Phoenix. He'll be happy to tell you. But coming up next, we're going to have the Toronto Ultra facing off against the LA Thieves. I'm excited. I know you guys can't wait. We'll see you all on the other side of this break for some more CDL action.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL.
Wrong. No.
Come on, Jimmy, you can do this.
Action. No.
Look, Jamie, you're Scott's team of the year. All you gotta do is cross your arms. You got this.
Oh, that was perfect, Jamie. Well, we got someone on set in the background.
What the hell? What is going on there? What is this? I'm gonna really bad. Just gotta cross my arms, and I don't know what it is, man. I know. It's all good. I just wanna be on main stage.
Baby boy, stop your crying. You're gonna be on the main stage in just a minute, but welcome back to Championship Sunday here for the CDL Kickoff Classic presented by Zenni, and this is day 3. But here on the analyst desk, my name is Velli. I'm running the ship as a host. With me, we got Slack, Alley Cat, Nameless, and we're having a whole lot of damn fun here. But for this matchup right here, I mean, Nameless, this is going to be a big one. Winner goes on to the final game.
Yeah, I know. We finally, we get to see Toronto. We saw them yesterday versus the Florida Mutineers, and, they look like they're picking up right where they left off from last year. The control looked fantastic, but LA Thieves, what they showed us versus OpTic Texas was that they can contend with the best of them, and they're out here trying to get a championship. So this should be an absolute banger, Velli.
Yes, and what are going to be the game fuel keys to victory, Slack? Because yesterday, I think it's all about good vibes. You saw Kenny smiling when he was clapping up OpTic all day long.
Yeah, so for the LA Thieves victory, we need to see Envoy step it up. Yesterday, we saw in all the respawns, he started very slow, and he actually had a .89 overall KD. They did come up with the win, but when he's firing, they're going to be playing so much better. Then they need to figure out how to win control, right? We've seen the success it's brought for Seattle. We need to see them play way better in this mode, as they are 0-2 currently in maps this weekend, and they just need to continue to light it up, have some fun, right? We saw Kenny smiling, they're having a great time, and when you're vibing and frying on the main stage, there's no better feeling.
But they're going to need that. They're going to need unity of their team as well, because whenever aLLeY talks about Toronto Ultra, her face just lights up, right? She says, man, their teamwork is just impressive, right? It's incredible. aLLeY, when it comes to the Toronto Ultra as well, what would you like to see from them?
I would like them to see cleaning up S&D just a little bit more. On paper, to me, this looks like a really good S&D team, actually, but in the game fuel keys to victory, man, that S&D we saw yesterday against Florida was a little rough, and I actually saw the map counts, and it looks like we're going to be heading into Berlin once again, which they lost 2-6 to Florida yesterday. So I'm feeling a little iffy there, but just ride the momentum from yesterday, man, and I think they'll be golden.
Yo, and who's going to be the biggest X factor when you look at a player on this roster?
Yeah, I'm looking at CleanX once again. He had so many engagements. Okay, so here's the graphic. You can see it. Like, he had 186 engagements and still had the best KD on the team. In the control, he was frying just throughout the series. CleanX, that guy who's in your face. He's super annoying to deal with. And we saw him going up against the likes of Simp and aBeZy last year. He would frustrate them. He makes it hard to play against this squad. So he's the X factor for me. When he goes off, it's almost impossible to beat Toronto.
Right now, aLLeY, one more time when it comes to the game fuel keys victory for Toronto Ultra. Just talking about CleanX and whatnot. What is all that we need to see?
Like I said, they need to clean up in S&D.
Yeah.
I'm just going to be a broken record over here. And again, momentum from day one, as you see here on your screen. The entire team has a positive overall KD. There's not much you need to tell them to fix from that point on. They really have followed suit from last year to just being a dominant team.
Yeah, and in Search and Destroy yesterday, like Florida, they just love going A. They just rushed it over and over and over again, and it was annoying for Toronto. But remember what happened to Toronto last year. They would lose a Search and Destroy, they'd fix their strats, they'd go into it, and they would dominate going forward. Like, they were one of the best Search and Destroy teams. At one point, they were the best Search and Destroy team last year. So I fully expect this team to come out and look way stronger on Berlin today.
All right, Slacked, out of all the players in this lobby, who's going to be the biggest standout to you, man?
I'm looking at the likes of Cammy. I think last year we talked a lot about him. We gave him a lot of gas throughout that flex role, and he's got to shut down Octane and Kenny. Yesterday they were on fire versus OpTic Texas. If Toronto wants to find success in this series, I'm looking at him to step it up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time for predictions to be underway, and then let's go ahead and get this match started. And you guys already know the deal. I got my little Zenni things, the Zenni glasses. Between Toronto Ultra or the LA Thieves, I'm going to keep it real with you guys. I'm loving from what I see from Kenny and the boys.
Whoa. Belly, we saw what happened yesterday. You chose the opposite team of Seattle, And they ended up winning, man. I'm taking these Toronto boys all day long, man. I'm going 3-1 Toronto for sure.
All right, so LA Thieves, we got Toronto right here. The disrespect, man. Allie, who you rocking with, girl?
Okay, actually, all right, everybody, I want you to relax, sit back in your chair. We're going to have a little history lesson on the desk for a second here. Kleenex and Insight on the side of Toronto. So we just saw what Seattle did, right?
Okay.
Their coach, Sim Phoenix, coached Kleenex and Insight coming up from Singularity and Black Ops 4, and that's where they made their debut on the main stage and did a full sale in S&D against the likes of Team Envious. So I'm taking Toronto going into this, man. He's clearly making a statement for himself as a coach. Toronto, man, I got to do it.
All right, Nameless, who you got winning this matchup? Remember, winner goes to the big game, man.
Yeah, I got Toronto, man. They stay composed in these situations. Their search and destroy is going to be better today. This Toronto team, they just have such good teamwork. I think they're going to come out here and beat the LA Thieves.
The crowd is loving it. By the way, for the crowd right there, who do you guys want to win? You guys rocking with the LA Thieves or what?
They're loving it.
All right, now, one last one. Who here is rocking with Toronto Ultra? All right, they're rocking with the boys up north. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get this match underway. On the other side of this break, you guys are going to see who the second team will be going into the finals for the championship game. I can't wait. We'll see you guys for some more CDL action on the other side of this break.
All right, Call of Duty fans, it's time to do it again. We got another semifinals match coming up. Arlington, make some noise for yourselves. All right, we got one squad in the grand finals, and it's time to get another one. Coming up next is the Kings of the North. Make some noise for Toronto Ultra. We got Benz, Cammy, Kleenex, and Insight. Make some noise for the Ultra.
Coming from the 6, we got the Toronto Ultra. The boys in purple are looking so damn good.
Insight, man, he looks like he's ready to play. He's pumped up, he's got his arms up. He was being funny in the video earlier. I can't wait to get this one underway, Belly.
Hey, yo, players, I have a feeling that the other team you're about to announce are trying to steal this one away.
Yeah, Belly, you said it perfectly. They definitely trying to steal this one away, trying to snatch another bag from their opponents. I give to you the LA Thieves. Give it up for Envoy, Kenny, Draza, and Octane. The LA Thieves.
The boys are coming out flexing, smiles all around. When Kenny is looking happy, looks like this team just can't lose.
Man, I swear there's something different about Octane this year. You see when he's walking out, he looks super focused. We saw vintage Octane yesterday. We need to see it again today.
Octane, there's something different about him. But players, I feel like both of these teams are just built different entirely.
They are built different entirely, and this stage is ready to go. Only one more squad can join Seattle Surge in that grand finals, and we're about to find out now, Belly.
All right, so this is it. The winner goes on to the finals. They will face the Seattle Surge, and I can't wait. Let's send this over to Lando and Standy. Fellas, take it away.
Thank you so much, Billy. Yes, this is going to be a banger. We're super excited for this. Who's going to join the Seattle Surge in the finals? Well, we're about to find out. Lando and Study here on the cast to provide who will be that second team. And to be honest with you, Jay, coming into the Kickoff Classic, I kind of expected maybe a roster like Toronto Ultra to be here, but it's a pleasant surprise to see the Thieves on the other side of the stage.
100%, man, especially after the performance they put on yesterday versus OpTic Texas. That was an absolute banger of a series. They were able to win both hardpoints, and that was completely mind-blowing to me with Envoy having the series that he had. He had like a 0.8 throughout every single respawn. It wasn't his best performance, but they still were able to get the job done.
And I think that's the most impressive thing, right? The whole story was about Envoy trying to get his revenge, right, versus this OpTic Texas team, and the fact that he doesn't have a great series, which is somewhat unexpected given the circumstances, yet for the team to walk away with a victory 3-1 is nothing short of impressive. But again, both teams still early on in the season, still have a lot to learn from each other, but you can see it based on the stage, based on the fly-through. We're getting into the mix nice and early, Jay.
And this is going to be scary for me. This is scary for me for the Thieves because they're 4-0 so far in hardpoint, but they have only won Gavutsu and Tuscan. So now, with Kenny running that third sub, he's going to be the player that I'm looking to watch in this one.
I think it's fair to say you're looking out for somebody like Kenny. Also, from the Ultra side, it cannot be understated. The desk hit on it perfectly. Kleenex, 186 engagements in just 4 maps. Unbelievable stuff there from the Tissue, but he and Vance look to lead the SMG crew alongside what will be a very, very fun map of Hardpoint. As already off the rip, it's Ultra with the slight advantage, but LA Thieves clearing things out in the middle side of the map.
Able to find all 4 kills. You still have spawns coming in from the Ultra, back stables. Octane's going to be able to get away, but Kenny finds 2 in the feed. That's going to be a nice 4 dead. Last player is going to be Kleenex in towards Barn. He finds one onto Envoy, but now the rotation is going to be in for the Thieves. They're going to be early setup for this P2 hardpoint.
And already, off the rip, Kenny 4-1 start already from the skies. That's going to be 5 in a row. Does get taken down, but his presence toward the start has at least got to stun the Ultra boys, but Octane as well. We're talking about players on streak, Sam LaRue on 5 in a row. And having the proper attire for a map of this caliber. He's got the MP40 out, he puts the auto away, as that's going to be 6 in a row as Strafe earned as he gets taken down by the nade.
And so far, this has been a great hold from the Thieves, continuously holding this back spawn. 40 seconds remaining on this P2 hardpoint. They're forcing all of Ultra to continuously flood through that plat side. It's not working out for them as the Thieves are going to have 30 seconds here left. They have to start thinking about that rotation. You see Envoy in the middle of the map, already has a 2-piece thinking about that rotation. He's going to try to go for the huge gunfight onto Cammy, and he picks it up on a fire spree. Is going to be Envoy.
Finally gets taken down, but my goodness, the amount of sprees that we have seen already off the rip from the Thieves. Their guns are firing. As Octane putting in the damage toward the final few seconds, they will grab a majority of time at field as well. Last player inside of the hill is going to be Cammy, trying to contest, provide some fire, but now it's Dross's turn, it seems.
Now Ultra, they do have the back spawns for now. They do find 2 kills in the feed, but Kenny trying to cause problems from top. He's going to eventually get dropped. Now Envoy attacks from the left. He's able to find 2, trying to flip these spawns or at least set up the pinch for his team. Putting some shots through the back window. Octane able to break through the front, and that's going to be the Thieves breaking in. They just have to get a couple kills here, but that's going to be Kleenex finding 3 in the feed on a 5 spree.
The Engagement King already showing us why he deserves that title. Now make it 6 in a row. Clearing out kitchen, clearing out tools. The house belongs to the Tissue. As now let's go and toss it aside and go to a listening with the Ultra.
One, go up. Nice one, mid. Octane, mid. Alright, I think I'll take kitchen.
Yeah, nice.
Look at my main, I know what to do. You go left. Voice top, on, absolute nade top on. Top on, on. Trust deep left. He's kind of weak deep left.
Deep left, and then 1 down low right on the tank.
John's absolute, man. He's holding trench. John's holding trench on back car. I'm down on P3, honestly. Don't challenge that, he's not dead. Nice. M-boy, one shot, hold M-boy. He went back. Went time, I think. One's in hut.
I see him, bro.
Nice. Try to watch right. Back. One's running back. Nice, you fucking beast. I'm back. P2. Can you run that way? Give me 2 seconds.
That's alright.
Okay, one time. Back door. Yeah, 2. One truck. Both truck door. Johnson's still sound. I repeat. Johnson's out. Hold. Oh, sorry, no, P1, Francis, might be in May. Okay, wait, man, speak to me, left side, I got right. Yep. Was it hurt? He's gonna go up. Yeah, low. Envoy absolute low, literally so weak low. And one's in thin as well. They spawned in. One's not one. I don't know, man. It's push back. Yeah, I come back. P2, go, Johnson, P2, get that. Nice, good shot. One shot, back right here. I'm on the right at the moment. Yeah. I'm John there. I'm mid. Kenny's gone. Gate. Kenny's gate. Wait up. He's just on top gate. Can't pinch him, gate. It's Kenny. Yeah, Kenny. Let's go time. Nice. Watch every time. Yeah. I've got heart. I'm top. House cam. I'm watching the right push. You go. Yeah. Boys, go. Nice. Oh, you're trying to push? Yeah. Stepping down from. They could go low P3, I'm trying to watch it. Yeah, one's close gate. I got main, I think. Good, you go. Two. One more. Watch it. Last two. Let's go top again. Top week, give it the time. Hand the boat. Okay.
Well, it was LA Thieves with the hot start, but you see the score. Ultra, little by little, starting to catch on back in this game. But I gotta say, Jay, great small talk out of Toronto, really throughout that one. Not surprising, right, that this team is coming into year 2 as Kenny finds 3 in a row.
And that's going to be 4 dead now. Going back to the rotation on P1, you see Kenny trying to push out towards Kitchen, but eventually he's going to get taken down. But Ultra trying to work their way around gate. They do not want to flood through Kitchen. They do not want to flood through flats, because that's exactly how the Thieves are set up right now. As they find another 2 kills, still getting great time off of this P1 hardpoint. As Kenny able to find 1, and Drasa with the trade. This is still just a great hold from the Thieves overall.
Yeah, a great hold right now coming in from LAT. And again, the questions came as soon as we saw the vetoes. Based off of the scrims that we've been able to see, Thieves, not the greatest Bocage team. We like them on maps like Boots. We like them on maps like Berlin, but so far, they have come out of the gates and shown us why the scrims aren't necessarily to be counted. Everybody rocking MC in the chat. You can't be doing that, right? It's all for practice. The Thieves, a great beginning, up by 40 points. Rotation is nearly about to be inbound, but Kleenex finding the route, making the plays. He and Vance combined for 2. One more toward the backside as Octane able to stay up, and the squad spawn on top of him as well. Ultra trying to hold from the front, but the ARs continue to fry.
And that was a big kill from Octane. If he doesn't pick up that kill, his teammates do not spawn on him, and they do not keep control of this P2 hardpoint. But you see no hesitation coming in from Kenny. He's pushing out that flat side. He's trying to spawn all these people, all the players from Toronto Ultra towards back tower. Eventually, he's going to get taken down. So far, a 50-point lead for the Thieves, and climbing as the attack is starting to come through bottom barn. Octane is able to find 2, pulls out the pistol. He will get taken down. But with 30 seconds left, Ultra, you cannot give up this time. This is the Thieves. They are going to be focusing on a rotation. But you see number 1 in the top middle, which is going to be Band, still putting on pressure.
Yep, still putting on the pressure as Kenny now finding his 25th kill, leading the entire game in overall eliminations for the moment. Having a great Kickoff Classic so far. Sits at a 1.19 KD coming into this match. Kylo Ken doing everything he can to try to send this franchise, to send this organization to a final. Drasa, meanwhile, sitting on the flank. And you notice, trying to play this one carefully. House, it can be a very chaotic hill. Trying to make their way around the flank, but Ultra doing a great job at least taking them out from the back, and then applying the forces toward the front as Cammy now sits on 3 in a row. That's a full wipe of LAT.
Now it's going to be all 4 dead. You see number 1 in Vance. They get big pictures. Pushing out gate, able to find 1. As long as they take control of Kitchen, keep control of that A plat, they should be able to get this remaining time. But these are putting a lot of pressure there. Drasa and Envoy working their way throughout the back. Able to find 2 kills, and then Octane with the 3rd, able to break right on in. 175 to 115, already up 60 points. Thieves are getting closer and closer.
And a huge spawn comes in for the Ultra. You saw at the very end of that hill, LA Thieves checking the back tank, trying to make sure and see, have they got this team in a spawn trap? But when in reality, Ultra toward the back. So at the very least, if you are the Ultra down in this game, you don't get trapped in the back of your base. In fact, now you have a solid setup coming in toward this next hill. And Jay, it's fair to say they need a high majority of this time as kills continue to roll through. Toronto, first wave done, but Octane still alive.
Yeah, and this is the first hill on the P1 rotation where they just couldn't get in. Like, we were in a listening with the Ultra. They sounded real calm and collected, but they just could not break in this hard point because of the Thieves setup. And that's going to be 3 dead. They still have the spawns in the back if you're going to be Ultra, but that's 4 as they are going to be stacking this point, just putting on the pressure. All of Ultra spawning back stables. Right now, Thieves are finally going to break that 200-point mark, getting closer and closer to the finish line.
inching ever closer. If you're Ultra, you've got to break in. You cannot afford for this time to go the opposite way. And how about the teamwork out of LAT? We put question marks on a map like Bocage, and they're showing us and showing everybody why the doubts should not have existed in the first place. Final few seconds still contested for Ultra, needing every single second that they can accrue. Octane off of the rotation early, Insight trying to come in from the skies, but his teammates are watching his back. Now time for the streak. Who's got fortified? We're about to find out, and it looks like it's that guy.
226 to 124. The Thieves have such a great hold, but paying attention to number 2, which is going to be Cammy, slowly working his way around the back. Has potential to make a play here, but they are able to spot him. Still, they're getting closer and closer to the finish line. They have to get on this point. They have to try to break in, and that's going to be 2, make it 3, but Envoy finds another 2 of his own. Toronto, at least for the time being, have control.
It just feels as a matter of when. Again, if you're the Thieves, 12 seconds away. Yes, Octane hitting the shots, looking to clear out this water side for his squad mates. His Insight at least is able to have a lap for a moment. Vance gets taken down from the stairs. Insight still fighting. 8 seconds left here at P5, but third set of rotations are just a matter of moments away, and Thieves can smell victory. They can smell blood in the water. And Cleanx doing everything he can just to get Mixy, get involved in the fight, try to push these players out. And we know how difficult P1 can be to hold. As Octane finds a lane again, you just want to get some time. You want to try to exploit any opportunity that you can, inching ever closer, now 9 seconds away.
241 to 143, 40 seconds remaining on this P1 hardpoint. Here comes Draza in the point. Gonna be able to at least get a couple seconds. But the big picture is you do not want to flip these spawns. You can still win it here, as it's gonna be 3 dead. They get on the hill. Insight gonna be the last player at gate. 248, and that is gonna be the Thieves walking away with the first hardpoint. Wasn't expected because they've won Gavutu, they've won Tuscan. This is a map where Kenny had to run a 3rd sub, and they stepped up tremendously to take map 1.
And that has to hurt too, right? Because Ultra, we saw it in the vetoes, right? They wanted to get rid of Gavutu despite the solid victory they had versus the Florida Mutineers on it yesterday. They're aware of the Thieves. They try to get rid of their best map, but when in reality, it appears that Bocage very well could be an ace in their sleeve. 250 to 147. How about that consistency? 31 from Envoy, 32 from Kenny, 32 from Draza, and Sam LaRue leading the way at 34 and 23, 27 non-traded kills a game for the main AR.
They just did a great job at just holding down the P4 hardpoint, at least off of the first rotation of hardpoints. They were able to hold it for a full 60. And then off the rotation, you have players who are picking up streaks. Even though on the opposite side, Cleanx had streaks to work with, just that these are so much better at when they needed to get the trades in the hill. Even for P3, when they were flooding through Kitchen, they were able to get the job done. So now they find themselves up 1-0 in the series, but now they're going into a search and destroy, and it's not going to be Desert Siege where they are 2-0.
That's true. Yeah, that's a very fair point to bring up. Again, for this LA Thieves crew, it's been the same story. It's been, you know, solid victories and hard points and search and destroys, but it's been the same map. They show us that they're not just a one-trick pony. Gavutu to Bocage. An impressive performance across the board, but Jay, I know you talked about it a little bit. Really collective kills, great coordination in the tight spaces that Bocage can provide us with. Walk me through it. What'd you like especially from Thieves in the moments we have on our screen?
Right here, you see the Ultra. They're in. This is where they get a good hold. Cleanx was able to pick up some streaks. So now you're forcing Thieves off the rotation. And once we went into this listening, you see Ultra, they putting on pressure here, but eventually Thieves are able to find all the kills, get a majority of that time on that P4, and then hit a rotation and hold that front side of P5 while spawn trapping Ultra in the back. That was just great coordination from the Thieves from top to bottom, from the beginning to the end of this map to get the job done.
Yeah, great overall work from the Thieves. And like I said, you know, we watched quite a bit of scrimmages throughout the offseason, and every time we watched the Thieves, one player in particular was really struggling, to be honest with you, and it was Kenny. Kenny has totally turned the tide around, again, leading this team in KD coming into this. He's at a 1.19 coming into this match, and he has a phenomenal performance just across the board. The LA Thieves scream consistency as they'll walk away with Bocage hardpoint 250 to 147, and there you see it, right? The map vetoes, the map bans that we were discussing. Toronto Ultra very prone, very aware of what the Thieves have been able to do in their last 2 matches. They wipe away Gavutu, they still lose on Bocage. Now they got rid of Desert Siege, but you still have to worry about that Berlin Search and Destroy, which we talked about for LA Thieves. Right, they've only played Desert Siege. Problem for Ultra, they played this map yesterday, and they could not figure things out versus the Mutineers.
Yeah, that was huge, man, because versus the Mutineers, basically they went A every single offense. And the Ultra, usually when you're playing a map like Berlin, you're expecting a lot of teams to go B.
Yeah.
That's not what was the case, and now that's what caused them that loss on that map yesterday. But if you're the Thieves right now, up 1-0, keep in mind, Octane was sniping out of his mind yesterday versus OpTic. You're going to have to keep up that momentum because right now, it's in their side for them to go out and be up 2-0 in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know, man, what Sam LaRue can do with that sniper in his hands. I mean, we've seen the numerous highlights. Granted, it's been on Desert Siege. It's basically a playground for the car. But, again, he has been absolutely fire with this bad boy in his hands. And it's going to be a fun battle, right? Because we know Cammy back in MW, what he was able to do with the sniper, but it is not going to be easy, again, versus one of the best snipers that we've seen in COD history, and that man on your screen. Not just able to do it in Search and Destroy, but clearly, I don't know what it is. Like I said, it came to off-season scrimmages with this guy as well. He just knows how to play. He just knows how to play what is one of the most crazier maps. But as a main AR, he's just able to make it work.
He was 34 and 23 with almost 3 minutes in Hill.
That's crazy.
That's insane. You're allowing your submachine guns to just push out, slay, keep them spawning really far, and allowing Octane to just keep soaking up that time. It's just great work from him.
If you're a main AR, right, or if you're in Challengers, if you're just, a player who loves to play some good old Call of Duty, you gotta watch that guy in Vanguard. He is teaching out here already at the Kickoff Classic, but now it's time to focus in for some Search and Destroy, and we're going to Berlin.
This is going to be a good one. Obviously, I'm expecting Octane to snipe that cross, keep it consistent to allow your teammates to get that information of how many players are going towards A. Let's see the early pressure coming in from the Thieves at that B bomb. Vance is going to be that player that's pushing through low docks. So they're going to have 2 players from Ultra stacking at 8 point. Vance is going to have to try to go big in this situation.
Cammy, able to find Envoy, jumping off the tank. And Octane's there for the beams. No sniper, but he can make the automaton look like it. Again, bomb still in the hands. Octane trying to make his way to the site, but they've got to be thinking a player from Ultra has to be around this dock side. It would just be somewhat uncommon if that was the case. Kenny's able to read him, and now it's all on the Kleenex in the 1 versus 2. Bomb is going to be going to be planted, and we'll see what Toby can provide us with. A clutch here would be huge. And making his rounds through library.
35 seconds left. See Octane playing fairly close to the bomb, but they have a crossfire set up. Octane's watching the flank, Kenny's watching his flank. Octane's going to be able to set that up. Just a beautiful setup from the Thieves right there. One from a 3v2. They were able to both get a kill at the same exact time. Instant go for the plant, and they already have the setup that they wanted to put at the end of that round. Good round right there to the Thieves to go up 1-0.
Yeah, it just looked like a very well-prepared team who was aware of the timings. You saw Kenny turn on Vance, who was sitting inside of docks. Again, just aware of what the common spots are on this map. And again, we talked about Desert Siege removed from this particular map set, and Thieves said, hey, we want to play some Berlin. So that is something to keep in mind, Thieves. Maybe a map that they feel very comfortable with. And the guy that we talked about coming into this one, Octane, dropped the hat trick in that early round. Sits at 3-0.
And this play is going to be heavy on Envoy. He's going to be the only player at this site. See Kleenex used that smoke grenade to at least draw a couple players from the Thieves towards that B bomb. But it opens up A. Bomb is going to be planted. It's going to be a 4-4 retake as Kleenex is going to be able to take down Kenny. Draws it with the immediate trade. As Cammy takes down Envoy, down to 3v2.
And Draza has to be careful. They are going to need him for this retake. As Envoy falls, then the 1 versus 3, all on to the Alaskan Assassin. On the objective, is able to take down Vance. 1v2, 20 seconds left. They do have some visuals inside of the train station. A valid attempt, but overall numbers favoring the Ultra, and they rock with it.
It's all on Kleenex right there. He throws that smoke grenade towards that B bomb. He draws a couple players from the Thieves on that side, and then they get Envoy to back down from A. Once they get that free B bomb plant, you have multiple players who are watching flank, multiple players who are watching bottom mid, and eventually they slowly pick them apart. Great round right there to the Ultra to tie this up.
Yeah, solid stuff coming in from Toronto. And again, a big position there toward the stretch for Draza. Talked about how he could be the big difference maker, a big gunfight that goes down in middle. Could very well have changed the way the round looks, but back to the attack, and there's the bad boy we've been waiting for. Draza picked apart. Great shots for Vance to kick off this round number 3. Envoy looking to clear out that Doc's position while Cammy's there on the cross. A cook nade could be the end of Envoy's life here in round 3. Manages to stay alive, but again, Ultra, they're aware of the position. Envoy quickly goes for the play.
Showdown at 3v4. Bomb is going to be planted. You see number 4 on your minimap. Cleanex is trying to time this flank. Octane lines it up, able to hit the shot on the insight. Forces it to a 3v3. Envoy, he's making a play. He's making a play through low dots. He's able to take down the first. There's another player in sight. Unfortunately, that's going to be Cammy with the beatdown. Forces it to be a 2v2. Cleanex finds Kenny as well. So now it's on Octane with the sniper.
Sam LaRue, don't do it! They're going for the defuse. They throw down the smoke, and the defuse will be successful. How about the Ultra? The retake, it looked like that was not going to go their way whatsoever. The coordination in the clutch to toss out the smoke, to try and aggress Octane, and right when he tries to peek on the defuse, that's when the smoke is popped. Excellent plays right there out of Toronto.
And that was Cleanex as well. Like, Cleanex was the guys like, hey, we know Sam is going to be in this back boathouse. Let me throw this smoke so at least I can protect you if he kills me. And that was a beautiful heads-up play. That's how you know the teamwork is there for Toronto Ultra. This is basically what's been driving them for the last year since this team has been formed.
Okay, so it's not going to be Cammy with the sniper. Insight looks to give it a whirl. Is anybody home? Maybe. Potentially. Possibly. But coming in from the employee-only entrance, Envoy lasering a few shots, able to drop 1, but overall trades favoring Toronto as the bomb going to be planted.
And you see Cleanex, once again, he's going on that late flank, able to take down Octane. Now it's a 1v3 for Kenny. The bomb is going to be planted at A, but he knows that Cleanex is still going to be behind him. I get bad timing here, and Cleanex, just another great round out of the young man. Just being the playmaker for this Toronto Ultra team, going for the late flanks, making sure he has the smoke grenade in his back pocket to use whenever he needs it for a situation. This is just great work, great adjustments coming in from the Toronto Ultra.
That's what we expect to see out of a team who was, what, like top 3 in Search and Destroy last year based off of Røkkr, or at least around that region. A team that can make adjustments, learn on the fly, and again, they were taught quite a few strategies yesterday versus the Mutineers. Again, we've talked about it, the constant A hits weren't able to work it out, and taking a page out of the Mutineers book. But big round already for the Thieves. They'll once more take on the role of attack. Envoy with the bomb on his back as Cleanex looks to sit inside a small. 7 out of the 8 players sit in some form or fashion around the train station. Only player on the outskirts is going to be Cammy, but the action's going down inside. A great first blood there for Draza.
And now they can work this bomb plan, but here comes Spans. He's able to at least even up the numbers for the time being. Octane with the trade. But look at where Cammy's going. Cammy might have gotten the greatest timing on the flank. Inside's able to take down 1. Now it's on Cammy into 1v2. He spots both players. Able to take down the first. He knows he's back alley.
He thought he was?
But now, he's going to wrap it around. Bomb is going to be down. Draza working his way through train. He's going to come towards back alley. Cammy spots him. 30 seconds left. Draza's trying to make him work for this. Draza's trying to make him work.
How about the plays from Draza? 20 seconds. Does he think he's going to be here? He checks it! You've heard the Alaskan Assassin. How about the Frigid Freak? Cold-blooded kills. Woo!
And right there, Cammy was in a great position. He had the bomb down. So many things. There's so many different ways you can play that round. But with Draza, he's going to be a confident player. He just completely wraps the entire bomb site and catches Cammy sitting in that corner to get back into this game for the Thieves. Now down 3-2. On the defensive side, you see Ultra trying to take this bomb once again towards B. As Draza's going to be the player that's calling out the cross. Pants already makes it, though. Able to get the first blood on the Cleanex. Now you just want to play your life.
Great shots out of Draza, my goodness. Now sitting on 3 in a row. Octane, great visuals there from top fire as they'll look to put as much pressure onto this side as they can. Again, nobody directly inside of the docks, and it has to provide a little bit of stress if you're on Cammy's spot, but has the right angle to look. The smoke tossed. And Cammy can't allow for this bomb to go unnoticed, has to push on through. Meanwhile, Insight doing everything he can to watch over him. Envoy finds 2, and now it's all on to Cammy. He sneaks on in. They're trying to go for the defuse. He's going to find the second one. Somebody's stuck in a wall, it looks like. But Kenny will escape. I don't know what was happening at the time. Looks like a timeout will be requested, but at the very least, if you're the LA Thieves, you do win the round. We'll figure out what's exactly going on, but for a moment, I thought that player was just mindless. I was like, what the heck are they trying to do right now?
I don't know if
I thought we were playing hide and seek.
Yeah, I don't know if he liked the wallpaper on the wall or something like that.
Your
kind of got scary.
With walls, right?
Yeah.
Maybe that style play.
It's okay. It's okay. They still get the job done. It was a kind of a scary 1v3, but Kenny was able to get the kill and eventually work the defuse. The timeout does come in, though, so we are tied at 3 apiece. So far, this has been a great search and destroy map between both of these teams. A lot of clutches from both of these rosters. But going into these later rounds, I think for me, it's going to be all on who's going to be that playmaker. Because we've seen CleanX early into this, but Envoy, he has to step up at least when it goes to those late flanks. You got to open up at that first blood. And so far, a majority of these round wins have come off that first blood.
Yeah, that's a great call. Like I said, when we talk about a map like Berlin, you're going to see that sniper out a very solid amount of the time. But we've seen some good variation right on this map. You've seen some A hits, you've seen some slow B routes as well, the smokes, the snipers, everything really and truly being utilized here in this game number 2. But as we said, Search and Destroy tied 3-3. If you're just joining us, wondering why we've decided to pause ourselves in the middle of this Search and Destroy, well, you know, just a minor tech issue. I think somebody gets stuck to the wall. Was it Kenny?
No, it was Octane.
Was it Octane?
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't
really
sure. Kenny was laughing as per usual, so I wasn't 100% sure if it was him or maybe if it was Sam LaRue. Maybe the sniper got caught in the wall?
Probably.
Maybe
Probably.
the AR?
Yep.
It's the, what is it, the Anastasia sniper barrel?
Yeah.
A little long.
On the automaton.
Yeah.
It's really long, but it's a great weapon.
It is. It is quite long. We'll move on from that.
Yeah, we'll move on.
It'd probably be best if we do.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
But as you said, playmakers, right? Talking about the remainder of this Search and Destroy. Who'd you call out for Ultra? Was it
CleanX.
How about for Thieves?
Envoy.
Envoy.
Because Envoy, you know what he's capable of. He's usually the guy that's going to go for the late flanks because I'm pretty sure that bomb carrier is going to be Draza. So as long as that one-on-one battle between those two players, they don't really have to meet up, but they just have to continuously put on that pressure towards the middle of the map. You cannot give that up. You have to always force at least one player from each team to make sure that they're watching that late flank.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. Like with this Ultra roster, the one thing that they were so good at last year, even when they faced off against OpTic Chicago, right? Envoy a part of that team. Oftentimes he would get thwarted on the flank. Yeah. Oftentimes he would get called out, or they would just know the timings. And Ultra have already put that on display so far throughout this season. Obviously, we know it from Cold War, but just the awareness of this team. I mean, really playing control against this roster has got to be so difficult just because they're calling out pretty much everything that's going on. So, like we said, we talked about different players that can make a difference. Envoy will do his best throughout the remainder of the Search and Destroy to try and provide some pressure on Toronto, but it is not going to be an easy task by any stretch of the imagination. I know we've talked about it for Thieves. Have been great so far in Search and Destroy. We'll see if they can keep that record hot as we are back into this bad boy. Berlin will resume.
And this is where Envoy has the potential to be that playmaker. All the attack is going to come in from the Thieves at that B-bomb. As you're going to see Draza putting down shots to at least one player into the middle. Band's able to open up that first spot on the Octane with that MP40. Great shots across the map. Just pay attention to the mini-map. Envoy makes his way through fire. He's going to take the long way around street. All out pressure coming in from Toronto towards the middle of the map. Bands takes out the second, so now it's going to be a 4v2. Envoy might not even impact this round right here.
Kenny has got to find a pick. He's got to provide some support. A nice play from Cammy, at least to stay alive. Finds the kill as well, and by the time that Envoy's finally arrived at the party, all of his friends have gone home. So now it's somewhat of an awkward situation where you're thinking, do I stay? Do I leave? And the door slammed right in his face. Doesn't matter. 4-3, Ultra.
Yeah, that's just truly unfortunate if you're Envoy. You were in a great position.
He worked so hard.
But Toronto Ultra, they just took mid-map control. They put the pressure on, made sure that they attacked through bottom P2, took top middle broken, and once they opened up that first spot on the Octane, you just slowly start picking them apart, and that was just a great round from the Ultra.
Yeah, quite a few hits going down toward that dock side as of late. We'll see if any more A attacks will be in our future. And it appears that that very well could be the case. Toronto, at least off the rip, going to focus some attention toward that back A alley. Insight, few missed sniper shots, but Kenny's holding the angle. He's going to be ready for this, fires his weapon, another player enters his line of sight. And a great crossfire setup as Envoy and Kenny take down half of Ultra in a matter of seconds, all up to Cammy and Insight.
And Envoy pushes all the way through. With the repositioning, Insight's going to be camping in the back of their spawn building. As Cammy's slowly trying to work through A, trying to get a pick. Insight probably going to be able to spot him. He takes him down, and Cammy also finds a second. So what went from a 4v2 is now going to be a 2v2 with 45 seconds left. Draza and Octane working through middle, but here comes Cammy. Right in fire. Going to work his way around P3. Eventually, we have to try to get this bomb plant, but Insight.
Oh, just toward his right. Just toward his right. Insight's able to find one, and he'll also find the second. The 2v4 out of Ultra. It looked like LA Thieves had the perfect setup.
That was a 4v2. That was a 4v2. They just got that done. They got an early 2-piece on the Thieves side. Envoy and Kenny both get equal 2-piece easily kills. But then they just slowly got picked apart, one by one. Once Envoy tries to make that play through the back of the spawn, you give that kill to Insight. Cammy wins a huge one-on-one. And then I know you run around as a pair of two, but Insight with the great awareness was able to snap onto both of them. Ultra up 5-3 at game point. Next, Octane is going to be looking over this A-bomb. Not able to spot anything, but it's looking like the Thieves are going to commit towards this site.
I thought Octane was 0-2. I was like, what in the world has he been doing? I forgot that, of course, he probably resets to get back in the lobby. So any stats, got to keep that in mind. Vance, much like we talked about, players similar to Envoy, always on the flank, always being pesky inside of your base, as that's 2 dropped early from the Thieves. And it's going to be up to Octane and Envoy to try to send us as far as they can. Envoy finding the pick on the Kleenex, sees the glint from the sniper, and quickly has to reference back around. There's Vance for another. And it's all on to the Dark Prince. What can he provide us with? Can he send us to another round, a 1v3? Sees Vance with the diffuser, somebody right to his side. Can he find the second? No, not gonna be the case. Toronto responding after dropping this map yesterday versus the Mutineers. Come back and have polished their setups. 6-3 here on Berlin.
Just to go back to that round 8, that was the biggest round of the game. Like the fact that they had a 4v2 advantage. Usually when you're up 4-3 in the search and destroy, that is the make or break round. To tie it up at least 4-4 for the Thieves side. But once they got 2v4 clutched on, that's just unacceptable. You have to make sure that you're teaming up with each other, playing the trades, or at least running around as a unit, not allowing these guys to slowly pick you guys apart. Fortunately for Octane, when he spawns back in, 0-3, I know he didn't have a donut, but now the series is going to be tied at 1 apiece.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and that's exactly what you were talking about coming into the Search and Destroy, was the adjustments that this Ultra team can make. Again, one of 3 rosters coming in to, into Vanguard who don't make a roster change. Obviously, having the year that they had, you wouldn't expect them to, but this is the reason why, right? This team, the ability for that in-game communication, their ability to make adjustments. They looked a little bit flat yesterday versus the Mutineers, but they perfect those strategies, and they learn quite well. It's fair to say. There's a reason why these 4 guys are together.
100%, man. Like, their teamwork is out of this world ever since last year. That is what got them through a lot of series. But like you said, man, the adjustments from yesterday to today versus Florida, they just simply could not stop the A plant. Every time that the Thieves were trying to attack that bomb site, they always had a setup to at least set up on the late flank, go all the way around the backside, through middle broken. They had a counter every single time. So that means that they went back home yesterday and they studied up to be focused for today.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to take a look at some highlights throughout this Search and Destroy. And again, a totally different situation than what we saw them with here yesterday versus the Mutineers. Again, a roster that can turn things around incredibly quickly, but like we said, just in general, it's been a phenomenal series up to this point. LA Thieves respond, and that opening bocage, Search and Destroy there from Ultra now to bring us to a 1-1 scoreline. Jay, we thought it would be a close series, and so far, through our first 2 maps, it's living up to the hype.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. But the only thing that scares me now is this next game mode.
Yeah.
This was Toronto Ultra's best game mode last year towards the end. The only team that was able to beat Atlanta FaZe in that mode. And now for the opposite side for the Thieves, they're currently 0-2 on it. Yeah. Yesterday they lost it versus OpTic Texas, and then previously in their last series they lost it as well. So they just have to make sure that their teamwork is here, because you have to make sure you just let go of the Search and Destroy to bounce back in this one.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You gotta have that short-term memory, right? That's exactly what you gotta have. Much like me, whenever we're casting Hardpoint, it's just I don't know who has spawns, to be honest with you, but no, like I said, 1-1 right now in this series. Who will take the advantage? As when we come back after the break, we are headed to some control.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back to the Call of Duty League Kickoff Classic 2022. It's the first one of the season, and we got to take a look back at that search and destroy. Jay, give us a little bit of a refresher. Let the fans know who just happened to tune in at the right time what they just missed.
It was back and forth, at least early into this game, but the really crucial round had to be round 8. In that 2v4 situation, you just cannot allow that to happen if you're the Thieves. You do not have to push up, be super aggressive. They have to work the bomb plan because they're on offense. You allow 2 players to eventually find 1v1 gunfights. They take them down, and then as they were rotating to at least go towards that A bomb, Insight puts himself in a great position to win that round, puts them up 5-3, which is such a crucial round, man. It's the make or break round usually in search and destroy, that 4-3 round. And the fact that they were able to take that in a 2v4 situation and then eventually the following round win it, that was a great adjustments from the Ultra. Like we said yesterday, it wasn't the best performance on that map like Berlin, but today to get the job done.
Right, exactly, right. The 2v4 just kind of catapults them into the advantage, and they're able to ride that to some victory there in the search and destroy. And now, right, off of that clutch and off of that sequence, it now puts the LA Thieves right with their backs against the wall. They've yet to win at Control so far, 0-2. What, I believe they lost that Tuscan Control versus OpTic yesterday, 3-1. Then they lose versus Paris in a round 5 on Gavutu. So they've had experience on both, haven't seen a whole lot of success. And the problem for them as well is that Kenny, the only player that sits above a 1 KD so far throughout their 2 times being on this map, rather in this mode. The other 3 players, Jay, 0.87 or lower. They're going to need some more team consistency here at LAT.
And off the rip, that's going to be Insight finding 2. LA Thieves responding with 2 of their own. This is just great early pressure from the Ultra to not give up A point early. Yesterday we saw OpTic. They were able to take B for the very first time that we've seen all year long. Advance, hitting down shots. That's going to be 2. Trying to go for the 3rd, but Insight trades with the nade. So now Ultra take control of A. Now the tick progression is going to be done.
Okay.
Each side as Cammy finds another 2.
Great work coming through from Ultra, and they're also going to read this rotation, right? Draza trying to cause some noise over at B, but Cammy aware of it, at least somewhat, gets some bad timing, and so with that, it will cause a few of the forces from Toronto to distance themselves off of A and focus now toward the B side. Envoy trying to sneak around toward top church. Kleenex sniffs him out, and Draza as well. He will get taken down. So I thought for a moment we'd see LAT right force the issue at B and then overall attack A, but that is not at all the case. They've got players lingering through middle and nobody can seem to get much map positioning.
And Insight is going huge at that A point. There's going to be 30 seconds remaining. Finally able to stop that time. As the first stick of progression is going to come in for A. You see number 2 on the mini-map though. Cammy's not going to try to get this up. Slowly working his way around the flank. Envoy potentially has a good read. Does Cammy check the corner? He does not. He's going to drop. So that's going to be 3 dead. Make it all 4 for the side of Ultra. A should be completed. And the Thieves are going to be able to extend this time by a minute.
Yeah, and that's just the strength, right, of that A point there for the attacking side. Some great plays from Toronto for the most part. And that one sequence goes awry, and that's where the Thieves look to exploit it. Insight having to distance back. Join arm in arm with his good old squad mates. Thieves on the attack as Octane will start things off in this team fight with the pistol kill. Whoops it out versus Kleenex, and now Bance sitting in somewhat of a power position as we rock to a stalemate. Both teams looking for the pick, and they'll both get their wish.
They're trying to attack through plat right now if you're the Thieves. And that's going to be an easy 2-piece coming in from Envoy. Kenny finds the 3rd. Nice, these players starting to push up. You see Envoy pushing through back alley. He's eventually going to get taken down, but now this allows your teammates to stay pushed up, stay slaying. But Bance is going to answer with 2 of his own to shut down that push from the Thieves.
Now back to the drawing board they go. Keep in mind, Kenny, a long route through field. So while these fights are going on, there is somebody who's trying to make the play toward the stretch. 35 seconds and 8-8 life count for both. So Kenny's found his way back, Church. You see a few of the arrows for Toronto just constantly looking back, and they know they've got to be spawning field. So with that, Ultra are going to have a good idea of where these players are coming in from. And Kenny, the long route, eventually gets taken down. Obviously, he sets his teammates up for squad spawn, so the life was not all for naught. Cammy's able to rip one apart. That's overall the trade that favors Toronto. And with that, Octane, he gets beamed as well. Nice shots coming through from the Cam man. Thieves now sit on 0 respawns, 4 total lives left, and time's gonna run on out. Solid plays from Toronto. Really a rotation that never came to fruition.
Yeah, that stalemate was basically the deciding factor of the round. Even though the Thieves were able to find 3 kills, when Bance was able to fly back in and shut down that push, getting that 2-piece before he got team-nated, that spawns all of these to spawn out back fountain because they still had a player inside P5. So with 30 seconds left, you have to take a super long route to try to get to the back. Kenny tries to make the play, but loses that huge one-on-one to Cammy to eventually solidify the round for Ultra.
And he still liked the very start of the round as well for Toronto. I mean,
yeah.
given how the play works out, it's just a matter of applying forces toward either side of the map. Well-controlled defense despite losing that A point, which you're going to see, what, 99% of the time it feels like on Tuscan, as no Ultra will give it their best. Player 7 and draws up, tosses out the nade, gets the kill, and also will find a second one for his efforts. Last player on the point is going to be Insight, and really, as a defense, it's a matter of when, really once they get that A point, but holding them off for as long as possible is always going to be the objective. Draza once more, finding 4. A great start here for Thieves, despite the 1 tick that Toronto has been able to grab.
24-24, Toronto right back on this 8 point. But you see they're also working B. You see Insight all the way across, so now Envoy, he has to put the focus on him to not allow that first 6 progression to come in. Insight sets up beautifully, not to be able to take him down until now. But all of his teammates drop at that 8 point. Cammy's able to find 2 across the map. They have to complete that 8 point because it's only a matter of time before Insight drops. With a minute left, Ultra down by 2 lives.
I like the play from Toronto as well, right? Just put 1 player on the point, just continue to send the rest of your teammates elsewhere. You know you've got that 1 in the bag. As Cleanex does get taken down through middle, that'll be nice for Thieves. And really so far, here on defense, they like to play this one aggressive. They like to push up in your base, and that is exactly the words that Benjamin Vance loves to hear. They're playing aggressive. I can flank around. I love that. And with that, it is the 3-for-1 trade, and Vance finds the lane. Again, some of that aggression not working out for Thieves. In a corner, not expecting it. There goes Kenny as well. 16-14 in the lives. Ultra getting ever closer as Vance now finds himself on 2, slides his way in for the 3rd. Octane with the nade, says a prayer, because that's what they're going to need. Toronto continue to keep that point moving.
The second tick of progression was almost in, but Kenny was able to hit great shots onto Insight. So eventually the Thieves take down 3 players. Last player in their spawn is going to be Bance.
I don't think they know.
Are they going to be aware of it though? As Bance picks up another kill, he's just playing his life, trying to finesse it, trying to allow his teams to push through mid-map. Cleanex takes down Kenny. So now it's all on if you're the Thieves. You have to locate Bance. Octane does. They take him down. Now down by 1 life with the Thieves. They have to hold for another 115 if they want to win this defense. Great 2-piece. Great 2-piece coming in out of Envoy.
Great plays coming through from Dylan Envoy. Eventually gets picked, but again, that 2-piece finally settles the board, and it solidifies to everybody on the map. The map positioning does belong to the Thieves, but less than a minute on the clock. And based off of lives, you got 2 good pushes, 2 good looks at this if you're Toronto. But that nice shot from range comes in from Octane and allows for things to settle, but once more, Bance, he sneaks through the setup. This could be horrible for the Thieves. They're thankfully able to rebound it off of a 2-piece from Draza. All is well for the time, 5-8. Right now for lives, Ultra have got to be careful with what they've got. Cammy just trying to stay alive, cannot afford to fall at this moment as they look to set up a team push around the backside. It's Cammy and it's Bance. Looking to find the entry as Octane once more finds one off the rip. Trades back and forth, but that's a big kill coming in from Cleanex. 10 seconds left. Somebody has got to get on the point. They've got to make some noise, and they've got to stop this clock from moving as Envoy's able to find another one, trying to cut down these players inside of the patio, and it will be successful. LAT hold.
It's a great defensive hold out of the Thieves, man. They kept control of Plat. That was such a big job from Envoy to just consistently put himself in that corner, win the one-on-one, and play his life beautifully. You also had the crossfire coming in from Octane standing on the back of their spawn on top of the truck to just help them out and even out the lives count to eventually get it closer for them to win the defensive round, as the game is going to be tied at 1 apiece. You saw what Ultra were able to do in their first defense, was to at least contest this 8 point for a little bit. But instead of Insight getting 2-piece, that's going to be Kenny opening up with that kill.
Good start for Kenny. Meanwhile, on the other side, Cleanex now 9-18. Again, he's going to be getting a majority of these gunfights. You have to see him walk away with them. At least be even, and he was definitely more than even yesterday. Ultra a solid, or rather, excuse me, Thieves a solid start here over at this A point, and Draza gets the call, says, hey, fly on forward, young man. Time to fly and fry, and he's doing exactly that.
On a 5 spree. 2 kills away from picking up that glide bomb. A is going to be completed. Now they have 2 minutes and 20 seconds to work this B point, up by 5 lives currently. Draza trying to finesse his way through the back. He knows that this one player in the back is going to be inside. The great movement coming in from Draza. Blasted assassin. Come on! Able to find 2. And then Octane from the back, able to take down the 3rd. Now you see Bance still sitting at plat. They're picking up every single kill. Bance has to try to be the playmaker here for the Ultra.
He's just trying to stay alive. I don't know that he's there. He's still up, but Draza now finding himself on 8 in a row. Bance being so careful. He has not moved from this position, but his teammates continue to get picked. They continue to get dropped. That's the 4th kill finally from the Ultra. Bance reveals his position, but to no avail. The damage that Draza does is already felt from Toronto, and this can really be a waiting game for the Thieves. Obviously, you can play through the objective, but for the most part, kills is what can be the primary objective now. One player manages to sneak through, but you do not want to see Draza right now on your screen.
Up by 12 lives are going to be the Thieves. Draza works his way around the back, takes down the inside off plat. Keep in mind, he still has those streaks to work with, but you do not want to invest it here when you have such a big margin in the kill column. So he at least gets a team kill onto Bance. Kenny takes down another 20-8 with a minute left. See Kleenex trying to hold down P5, but number 8 in the back of their spawn is going to be Octane. Do Toronto know his position?
Russ has got the comms. Wants to solidify this round. And Draza is feeling himself. He's 25-15. Again, it's 18-5 in live. So while this time is ticking away, Ultra, they've got to play patient. They've got to play corners. But also at the same time, trying to gain some map presence. There goes Kleenex. He gets wiped away. Bance, meanwhile, was at least able to drop 1, but it's a 3 versus 17. Draza is 27-15. A 3 spree right now for the Alaskan Assassin. The Frigid Freak, whatever you like to call him. He's cold-blooded. And he's showing him what it's like to live in this kind of climate.
That was complete domination from the Thieves. Once they captured that 8 point, I'm pretty sure the entire kill feed was all white for at least 30 seconds. They were like 27-19 at a point, and eventually it got to 26-13. They were just completely outslaying them on that round. Thieves up 2-1 on the defensive side. Draza potentially working towards some more kill streaks in his back pocket. As you see the early attack once again coming in from Ultra on that 8 point. Envoy with the great shots onto Bance. Octane and Kenny are going to be here, so that's going to be 3 dead. And you see what Draza's doing right up the middle alley. Unfortunately, he's going to get taken down. But this allows his teammates to get pushed up on A. Cammy takes down 1. The pinch is going to be here for Bance. This should allow Toronto to eventually get on the point, but great shots coming in from Draza.
Draza once more there to save the day. Again, trying to contest the point, trying to keep Ultra off of this for as long as they can. As we continue to talk about on Tuscan, again, A pretty much guaranteed. It's just a matter of when. And Envoy gets picked apart as well, but you see the Thieves, they're not giving this one away easily. They're trying to contest this. They're trying to get right up in the face of Toronto, make them work for it, make them strive for every single portion of map control as Draza called upon once more. 3 down from Ultra, but they may have found the lane into B. Just as Bance jumps out, he gets picked apart. 30 seconds left and nothing objective-wise to show for this round.
Here comes Draza on the flank. Right to the top fire. He's able to find another 2. 33-17, already on another 3 spree. He's thinking about spawn kills. He's allowing his teammates to just focus on these players at B. He gets another one in the back of their spawn. One more player is going to be Cammy. Takes down Envoy. But with 20 seconds left, Ultra needs to capture a point.
Okay, Draza. I like the call. Calls in the streak. It's finally, for a moment, Ultra some control over at this B point, but once more the life count instantly becoming a factor. In fact, it's really the time that seems to be the primary issue. So many players to look at in so little time. Vance will at least pause the clock for now. At that A point, and Thieves, they will look to aggress this. They will look to challenge, and they have every right to do so.
7 seconds left. All you have to do is take him off this point, but Vance is able to find the opening kill. Finds the second as well onto Envoy. Just pay attention to the minimap. Look at number 7, Draza, going on the route. Trying to wait for the last second. Insight's gonna be right around the corner. Fortunately, he's gonna shoot, give up his positioning, and the A point is gonna be captured. So now 12-8 with 1 minute left. Thieves are leading by 4 kills. Draza staying alive, finds another. But you see the pressure starting to come through the back. LA Thieves, they're holding for now.
Holding for the moment. Octane's aware of at least one player that's made it all the way around the back. It's gonna be Vance, and it's gonna be Kleenex. Your 2 SMGs that are gonna have to lead the way. A nice kill there on the Kenny. As Vance looks to jump on in, it's Envoy who ultimately is gonna go for the trade. Of course, it's Draza as well. Getting into the mix now, a 4 versus 8. Ultra cannot afford to lose another member as Cammy drops. Octane's pulled out the SMG. There goes Kleenex. All on to Vance and Insight. There goes the one more. It's all up to Insight by himself, and he'll get picked apart too. LA Thieves. They've yet to win a control, and they just found it versus one of the best teams in the game at it last season.
They get the job done in the game mode, but it all comes back to that offensive win that they got. They had such a dominant start to the round, finding at least 6 to 7 kills uncontested, untraded, and it eventually just maneuvered, hit the rotation towards that B point, and continued on the spree. Draza had himself a map.
Yeah, we got to see the score.
He's unbelievable, man. He's unbelievable. And on the opposite side, I'm pretty sure Kleenex was sitting at about 16 and 32.
Yeah.
We watched him yesterday. He had the most engagements for this Ultra roster. He had a 1.14 KD with the most engagements, but he's not having this series right now. He needs to turn up if they want to fight back into this one.
Yeah, he's going to absolutely have to do that. Take a look at that. 38 and 20 from Draza. 4,100 damage in 4 rounds. Unbelievable work coming through from this guy. I mean, that's a great story about this guy as well, right? He comes from Alaska. He tries to play in challengers just to even get an opportunity to see the stage one day. He has been, on the bench for the last 2 years. He did it with OGLA toward the end of the season. He's on the bench. He's off the bench. He's in the starting lineup for LA Thieves last year, and he finally gets his opportunity to start the year off. And boy, has he taken this opportunity and ran with it. Like I said, there's questions on him. There was questions on if he could run this SMG role, if he could be a primary player. And it's great to see, man.
He's getting the job done, man. 38 and 20 with 27 non-traded kills. Keep in mind that we were watching Draza run around the entire middle of the map. He knows the spawns. He knows the timings. The guy's been putting in work, and it's been showing. Now, going into this next hard point, so far the Thieves this weekend are 2-0 in Tuscan.
Yeah.
And it's just been a great performance from them overall. But the confidence has to be through the roof that they finally were able to win this control here.
Yeah, and it's also going to be a little bit weird if you're Toronto as well. Like, given last year, you're used to winning controls. You're obviously used to winning search and destroys. So far, the strategy for them, at least versus the Mutineers yesterday, was win respawns.
Yeah.
They have not been able to do that so far. So again, this team is going to really have to rebound coming up on this next Tuscan hard point. But we'll stay on Tuscan for now and take a look at the highlights. Shot out of a cannon with Draza from the very early stages. He was going off and making plays for the team, Jay.
Yeah, Draza literally took over this map. And if you're in the Ultra, it's on Kleenex. Kleenex is the guy that needs to step up. He has to try to counter Draza because once they were able to walk away with the very first defensive win, but you saw the pressure that they had during their offense. They were able to get, like I said, at least 6 to 7 kills uncontested. Draza was able to pick up some streaks. And usually when you're flowing like that, being such a young player, you can just tell the confidence is through the roof with this guy, making plays, hitting routes, just getting the job done for his team.
Yeah, excellent plays coming through from Draza. And as you called it, you just kind of look at the scorecard throughout this game. Kleenex, 9 and 19. The game progresses, just really does not seem to be able to apply the pressure that was necessary.
Still 27. They still haven't died. It was 27 to 17. They only died 3 times. They got 13 uncontested kills. That's unbelievable work from the Thieves right there to close that one out.
Yeah, they've been working. They have been working in that scrim room, I guess maybe all night. Who knows? Maybe they've been here since the morning has started. They have been grinding, and it's paying off. walking away with that Bocage hardpoint, 250 to 147, and now in the second respawn, they will control it as well. A great 3-1 victory. As we said, so far at Kickoff Classic, they were 0-2 coming into this match, and they're able to take it versus Toronto. But what a game out of Draza. I'm sure you've seen it on your timeline. You're probably tuning in and saying, what just happened? Yeah, it was a 38-20 game, 27 non-traded kills, and over 4K damage. Again, from the guy who was in question. He was talked about, can he run an SMG? How is he really going to work as pretty much the third AR, the second SMG on this roster? And again, he continues to prove himself, honestly, when he shouldn't have to.
He really shouldn't, because he was able to be, he was that player for this roster last year, and now he's not missing a beat. Comes into this year with that SMG, doesn't matter if it's an SMG or an AR, he will get the job done because he's such a young player. And usually when you have teammates left, when you're looking left and right, you have teammates like you have, you're gonna be confident. All you have to do is focus on your job, and he is doing that to the best of his ability right now.
Yeah, you know the Battle of the North?
Yep.
Draza's like, I'm from Alaska, for God's sake. I'm pretty far up there. But we'll see if he can help lead this team to a victory, if he can get this roster to the finals here at the Kickoff Classic. LA Thieves up 2-1. But Toronto Ultra, a group of guys who know each other well. They've been in this position many times. And we'll see how they can look to rebound. But Jay, it's undoubtedly the focus is going to be on Toby. It's going to be on the Great Dane Kleenex to try and slow down this SMG pressure and send us to a Game 5.
Here we go. Backs against the wall. Envoy's able to open up the first 2 kills. Insight fights 2 of his own, so now it's going to be a 1v1. Insight versus Octane. But if there's going to be enough Toronto players for the time being to at least keep control of that P1 hardpoint. 30 seconds left. You still want to contest this if you're the Thieves, but you want to make sure you hold these backspawns for that P2.
You got to be incredibly careful just to make sure that nobody is able to sneak through. Vance will come off spawn. We'll see what his route looks like as he'll run right back to the objective once more. Draza dropping in toward the front, 27-2. A great start here on P1, but Kenny is going to make him have to work for it, going to make him pay for the positions that they were holding 3 in a row as Kylo Ken gets sent back to the respawn screen. It will be the Thieves set up and prepared. Now a call.
Now Draza trying to hold this P5 push through. All the Ultra players trying to attack through bottom middle. Octane able to find 3 in the feed. Envoy with the trade, but Octane's still in a great position to take down Insight. That's going to be a 5-3 for Octane. Just keep in mind, spawns are still coming in for the Thieves from the back, but now all-out pressure from Ultra coming in from plat side.
Pulls out the SMG, but ends up getting picked apart. Toronto eventually make their way on through, and now Cammy playing ring around the rosy. No, somebody has to be back here, but how about Envoy from the skies? As that'll be 2 for him, making a 3rd one in stride. Excellent plays from the Dark Prince, and you already see he's thinking about spawns. He's thinking about next, trying to provide some extra support with his teammates, and they've read Toronto are still spawning at Church. A huge push, as you see. They're putting so much focus to the middle side of the map. They cannot afford to lose spawns here at Fountain. They're able to stay alive, take down Envoy, and at the very least, they are set up early for the money hill.
And now Envoy's going to be a player back roofs. I don't know if Cammy's going to be able to spot him, but he's going to be able to work his way through the backs. Actually going to get good timing. He takes the player off the point for the time being. But this is going to allow for the pinch to come in. Young Kleenex on a 3 spree, trying to make it 4.
Goodness.
This is where you need this guy to get activated. He is your fastest player on your team. He can potentially pick up some streaks here. He can be huge on a 5 spree. He knows where they're coming from, but Octane eventually shuts him down. Ultra have a 5-point lead.
That's just great work from Kleenex, although player 7 breaks on through. That's going to be Draza. He's able to jump on in, and that will actually flip the spawns with 20 seconds left. So really, if you're LA Thieves thinking about Church, but at the same time, you're thinking, hey, if we get 30 seconds, 25 seconds, we'll absolutely take it at the Fountain. As they'll hold on to the lead and grab a few extra seconds on top of it. Going to sit around 81 as we head in toward Church. Toronto once more set up off the break. Cammy looking to rejoin alongside the teammates. What do the Thieves do? How do they look to take this? And in fact, it's going to be 3 all through bottom Church. No one's going to read it. They run right on through into the point, and they take it for themselves. Draza once more on the flank. Some clever movement to try and stay alive. They'll also secure spawns. In the meantime, the man can do pretty much everything. Finally gets picked apart as Thieves look for a new angle inside of the hill.
Now it's time to attack it from top Church and side door. You see Octane trying to work his way through back alley. But eventually, Kenny and Draza are able to find 2. Vance with the trade. 1v1, and Draza's going to be able to win it. So now Thieves have control. It's all out flood through the front door. But Insight and CleanX are able to find 2. 20 seconds left. Thieves have to start thinking about that rotation. Ultra will be able to take the lead here.
Yes, big time for Toronto. Already seeing constant lead changes. And shout out to Hot Hands Lounge trying to catch every single flank, every single long route. This CleanX did eventually get found out, was trying to flank over here toward that roof side, but does get handled. And now, really for the first time in the last 3 hills, Thieves will be at the new hill early. Again, quite a back and forth game, but we know this hill quite well. Chances laid it out pretty much perfect for us. No trophy systems. It's all going to be about the nades as Thieves looking to break on in. Cammy's turn, and he'll pull up the SMG. Called the flex for a reason. Has one more in his sights. Not able to take it. A back and forth affair as we continue to battle.
Trades going back and forth, but Thieves take the lead. Pay attention to number 1, though, which is going to be Vance working his way to the bottom. Big win coming in from Envoy. So now it's time to push out church side. You see number 7. He actually pushes out plat, which is going to be Draza. Great position. Gets the first. Challenging for the second. Octane's going to be there to help him. But this final 20 should go in favor of the Thieves. You see number 1 off the rotation already. He's going to be Vance.
Thieves look good at the final few seconds. They will have the advantage after our first set of rotations. Again, really a first set of rotations that was incredibly back and forth. A great start right now for Octane, sitting at 12-9, and really that's pretty much the only standout performance outside of Insight. So the AR is having quite a solid performance as the flanks continue to get dealt with. Both sides incredibly aware of each other and what they like to do. Kenny hitting quite a few nice shots from range, but only able to get 1 to go. Toronto holding, and Thieves, as per usual, not trying to give up spawns, but Kenny cannot miss right now.
Toronto so far have a great setup on this. 30 seconds left. Once again, the Thieves do not want to give up all this time. This will be a full 60 on P1, but Draza and Envoy find 2. So now they do have the numbers advantage. They're able to take down all 4. They keep spawns for that church side. You see the all-out pressure they're starting to put out towards P3. Draza, unfortunately, is going to get taken down by Cammy, but off the rotation is going to be Envoy doing the fundamentals, making sure his team is ahead of the game.
And you see what Toronto's going to do, right? They send all 4 at old. They're going to try to make this a field push. And they're not just thinking about the hill, they're thinking about spawns for the hill, and Octane's going to have his hands full, able to get through with 1. Vance aware of his position, goes for the challenge, but how about the teamwork from Kenny? Watching over his good old buddy Octane as Cammy and Insight makes somewhat of a dent, but they overall get traded out. LAT still with spawns, but Toronto not giving this one up. A scrappy game already. As from the top side, Toronto eventually make the dent, and they will now have spawns. A flip for the Ultra, and 30 very valuable points still left on the board as Envoy looks to make the play.
Yeah, and if you're the Thieves, you know you have the spawns for at least to that P3 hard point. But you don't want to give up this time as Draza is able to take down Vance off that point. Kenny wins a huge 2-piece to at least stop it for the time being. Gonna lead that junk time. At least he's gonna get it now. But Octane off the rotation. This spot back here is pretty much impossible to take someone off. I call it the Godheady every time I spawn into the map, but Thieves are going to be set up early off the rotation for P3.
And that's going to be one of the more terrifying players to try and take out off of rotation. You think about a number of different guys who are going to be rotating early for their teams. Somebody who has a shot like Octane is never going to be easy to take on down. So Octane does his work from the back, Envoy doing his job from the front, and now Octane called upon to pretty much try to hold off one of the primary lanes, looking to lock down fire. Successful at doing that as 3 make it 4 down from Toronto. Envoy frying from afar as well.
And Envoy being pushed out so far towards P1 is what's spawning all of Ultra basically at church. 25 seconds remaining on this P3 hardpoint. If you're Ultra, you have to rotate. You cannot push this and then flip the spawns. As Envoy and Kenny are able to pick up 2 in the feed, Octane with the 3rd, and you already see number 5, which is going to be Envoy, working for those rotations.
And that's exactly why they want to have a guy like this on their team. Full 60 at old, and he's or rather at the primary hill, and he's already trying to make plays at the next hard point. Eventually gets found out, but at the very least, it makes Ultra somewhat frustrated, trying to focus on so many things at once as Vance getting some shots onto 1, Insight holding a corner. That's going to be 3 down off the rip for Thieves. And based off of that score, down by 50 points, Toronto are going to have to hold this one. They cannot afford to lose what is, at times, a money hill on this map. Going hunting is Vance. finally cuts down Envoy 185 to 222. Toronto a good first half of this hardpoint hold, but Thieves still looking to try to provide some pressure. Draws to the last player alive, and it's Kleenex left to do the dirty work.
Now all of Thieves going to be spawning out towards the middle of the map. Sheet number 8, it's going to be Octane. He's thinking about the big picture. We have to think about the rotation. Great shots coming in from Kenny. But this final 10 is going to go in favor of the Ultra. LA Thieves still have the lead, but they have the rotation. It's going to be a huge one-on-one for Octane if he can pick up this kill. This player on plat. As he's in a great corner here. 225 in climbing. Able to take down the first. Eventually Kami with the trade, but that's going to be 3 down in the feed. Now Ultra. Spawn's coming in from roof. Kenny has it cut off, and this can be bad. Vance has to try to go big. It's only 10 seconds until Thieves are able to close this one out.
Only 10 more points. Toronto, they have to break on in. They have to try and contest this at the very least. Vance, says a prayer, jumps on in. He gets taken down as well. But solid plays from Octane, waiting for his teammates to come off the spawn. He wants to try and have a better engagement overall, but it's 3 down. Draza, as he try to make the play, he gets cut down as well. And this is gonna put Toronto pretty much in a tie game if they hold every single second left. Thieves can still win it here, but Kami is trying to prevent it the best way that he can, as that'll be 4 in a row for him. It's gonna be a race. It's gonna be a race now over toward P1. We've got ourselves a neck-and-neck game, and Vance, he gets picked apart. Great teamwork already from the LA Thieves. 5 more points from the LA Thieves. Can they lock it up here? Toronto, can they get to the hill in time? They jump in at just the right time possible. It's a 7-point game. Kenny trying to stay alive. Toronto, they're staying up. They're staying up. Kami, he'll win the final fight in the hill, but he doesn't want to try to give up any map control. He has to push forward. Will we see a game 5? It's tied. It's a 2-point game. LAT look to break on through, but Ultra will hold.
What a crazy ending to that game. Ultra get back into this hardpoint with a great hold on P5. And then off the rotation, Thieves were able to find 3 kills. But Kleenex being the last player alive, he takes down 2 players, and he was able to push out that point. I thought I was questioning it for a second. I wanted Kleenex to hop that point, but obviously he's a better player than I am. He pushes out the cut, he allows his teammates to get on the point, eventually win a majority of those trades, and now we're going to a game 5. Unbelievable, man.
I feel like I'm gonna pass out.
Yeah.
I almost passed out on the stage. My face was bright red.
That was an insane hardpoint, man.
Oh my goodness. I mean, just taking a look throughout the scores here. I mean, we were talking a lot about Kleenex, 26 and 31, a ton of engagements for him. Oh, okay, I'm good. 29 and 24 from Kami, 28, 22 from Insight. I mean, my goodness, just the definition of a back and forth game. We'll take a look at the final minute of what we got to witness. Jay, I mean, talk us through it again. I apologize, lack of oxygen to the brain, but 7 points. LA Thieves were 7 points away, 243 to 216. How did Toronto bring this one back?
So right here, there's only 25 seconds. They're able to find all 3 kills of those players trying to attack it through that church side. And now with 20 seconds left, this is where if you're the Thieves, you give it one more push. You could still win it here, because everybody on Toronto is going to start thinking about that rotation. But Kami goes so huge right here to pick up all 3 kills, and it eventually find that kill. Bottom steps onto Kenny. Now look at the rotation though. This is where they try to go big. Thieves do such a great job as Envoy with the great shots onto Vance. Octane wins the gunfight onto Kleenex. Then here comes Kami. He gets traded. They need 3 seconds to close this one out. Insight takes the guy off the point. And then this is where the flood comes in from the Ultra. They had the man advantage, but Kleenex goes huge to find 3 to eventually close it out. The trade comes in from Kami, and then you just hold it. You hold it. You allow your teammates to to respawn, and then come into the hard point. You take control of the middle of the map, and that was just in back and forth hard point. But with the hold that Ultra were able to get in towards the final seconds, I'm at a loss for breath, man. That was an unbelievable hard one from both teams. Now we got a game 5.
I mean, it's wild, right? I mean, the discipline that you have to have if you're Toronto to literally see that score, say 248, and to just have that moment to pause, the moment to pause where they're going to trust Insight to find that opening kill. And there's a moment, too, where Vance, he runs right through the center of the hardpoint to take the player off the opposite side, HyDra. Incredible, incredible work from Toronto Ultra to keep themselves alive in this series. One of the better ones that we have had so far here at the Kickoff Classic. Let's see how socials react to this one. Coming in from Sean Collins, that Ultra versus Thieves Hardpoint rivals the excitement of the Ultra versus Empire Hardpoint from Champs last year. Obnoxiously fun. Hashtag CDL 2022. I could not agree more with my good old buddy, Sean Collins. Like I said, one of the crazier hardpoints that we have seen, not just this year, because of course it's just the Kickoff Classic.
Yeah, just started.
But in CDL history, in Call of Duty history, absolutely wild stuff. But again, you got to give all the props to Toronto there.
Yeah, 100%. The only thing that Thieves could have done better on that at the very end of that game is like the person on the hill, instead of playing for the gunfight, sit on the backside. Yeah. Make Inside overextend to try to pick up that
it's
kill.
So easy to say at this
point.
So
easy to say. Right. But once Inside picks up that kill, there was no one to fill that gap to try to get on the point, and that's what eventually allowed Ultra to flood, win a majority of the gunfights, and close out the map.
Yeah, and that's going to provide you with quite a bit of momentum coming into this Game 5, which we know is going to be an absolute banger. If you have not already, make sure to use that hashtag. Again, you could possibly pop up on stream if you'd like. Hashtag CDL 2022. What have you thought so far about this series, and who do you think is going to walk away with this Game 5? Who is going to meet the Seattle Surge in the finals for our first event of the year? Will it be the Toronto Ultra, or can it be the LA Thieves? Make sure and stay with us, as it's going to be a fun one. Bocage, Search and Destroy, when we come back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty League Kickoff Classic presented by Zenni Gaming. The crowd is getting loud. We're getting hyped because it is Game 5 time. Who is going to the finals along with the Seattle Surge? We have got a great map to find out on. It is the Toronto Ultra taking on the LA Thieves. If you've just joined us, we're gonna look at that final map that we just witnessed here in just a few moments. Again, Jay, a crazy end to that Tuscan hardpoint. We'll see how socials reacted really quick before we got those on screen for you. You see Alicia coming through. Oh my God, Cammy, that comeback from Ultra. Oh my God, that was our reactions as well. Again, I nearly passed out on stage. Jay, you were losing your mind. I think we saw a few people in the crowd really fall out of their seats. A wild, wild run from Toronto. What was it again? It was like 215 to like 247. It was wild.
And they were able to hold a great P5 hold, but if Cammy doesn't get that 3-piece, it's probably a different story. He gets a huge 3-piece there, and then even off the rotation, the Thieves are able to find 3 kills. But once Inside finds that first blood, all of Ultra just went in there, flying with their guns up, just trying to get kills to eliminate these guys out of the point. And then CleanX, he goes huge at the very end, finding 3 kills. Eventually, Cammy gets the trade, allows his teammates to get back into that point to force this Game 5. And this is going to be the first time all weekend that we get to see Bocage S&D between 2 phenomenal teams. I don't know how this one's gonna go, but usually the way you want to play this map is all about the A push. We're gonna have Toronto Ultra on the offense. See them slowly working up plat side. You're gonna have Draza watching low. Envoy opens up with the first blood with the nade.
Great first kill coming through from Envoy, and as you said, first time seeing Bocage search and destroy. You never know what to expect with a map of this caliber as Cammy will look to level the score, now at 3-3 in terms of lives. We started with Bocage and we'll end with it. And how about the nice angle there from CleanX, hops up on the gate, now positions himself quite well, now toward the attic. Toronto finally gets some clearance, but that's right when Envoy can strike. 2 for 2 in terms of kills as LA Thieves look to group up with numbers, but that's when Toby is there as well. The Great Dane from the top side. Cammy can look to exploit things. Nearly has getting turned on him, but stays alive. A 1 versus 1. CleanX
spots him
versus Draza, but Draza, he's the player with the smoke. He tosses it out, and now it's time for the pistol. Draza continues to deliver.
What a great round out of the Thieves right there. They get the early first blood, but then they make the adjustments. They do not sit in the back of the spawn when it's a 3v3. They push through tank side. Trades go back and forth, but then Draza, such a heads-up play to get the immediate trade on the first guy, spots the second, throws the smoke at his feet, hits him with a couple of shots, then pulls out the rat to eventually close out the round. Up 1-0 are going to be the Thieves.
And how about the awareness too, right? To know that you had the smoke in that minute moment.
That's such a small centimeter of time where you have to make that decision. And he got the job done there.
Big brain plays from the Alaskan assassin. Draza, he and Envoy complete the ace. As now they'll look to try and attack this one. Nice shots from Bance. Gets a little dusty on the floor, but he'll wipe himself off. It's all good. That first blood, but first engagement rather is Cammy. Able to find that one there on to Kenny. And Draza not ultimately comfortable with that plant. Obviously has Octane toward his side, but again, this is quite a big house. Grandma's got herself a good pad.
45 seconds left. We're trying to just play a pick. Octane was able to at least spot a player in towards second story Grandma's. But Cammy with some great shots, able to take down Draza. Now Octane in the 1v3. Bomb's gonna be down towards the middle of the map. He's gonna get dropped. And just as quick as the Thieves were able to take the first round, Ultra respond, tied at 1 apiece.
And that's the ever-evolving story with this A site, right? You want to try to break on it. It's about these fast hits, but still, the defense, you never know where they can be hiding. A great and early kill there from Bance. Just to slow down the push, and really from there, Thieves, they don't have numbers. They don't feel confident about the plant. Why? Because they can come around and just wipe you off the plant at any moment. Good plays there from Benjamin. Now to bring us to 1-1. Cammy starting things off at 4-1.
So far, Cammy has been their island player. Just working through low water side. And it's going to be their bomb carrier, slowly pushing through A plat. No one trying to give up anything. No first bloods coming in with a nade this time. As Bance is going to creak his way through the front door. Raza's ready for it. He spots him, backs him down. But they still have a player in his bomb site. aBeZy is going to give us positioning as he opens that window. 50 seconds left. All-out attack should come in towards A.
Medraza right at the call, is able to find the first, but quickly gets traded out. It's on to Kleenex, as he'll be responsible for 2 of his own. Kenny and Octane down a man, but we'll finally see the plant go on through the smoke just to cover. Cammy in a great position toward the top. Kenny ends up getting taken down on the bomb site, and Cammy having himself a start to this Bocage. 6-1, continuing to take down the Thieves. Great work on the bomb site.
Pretty sure that was Kleenex. He actually picks up the ace on the round. So this is a good bounce back from Kleenex, man. To keep up that pressure in towards bottom middle, he goes for the immediate trade bottom grandmas, gets both, and then goes for the instant plant. So now on a 4 spree, he's going to be Kleenex. Him and Cammy so far starting off this game 5 well. On a 5 spree, 1 kill off of a strafing run. You see Thieves back on the offensive attack. Trying to push straight through middle gate. Kleenex is going to be here. He's going to get stunned. Spots the first, able to take down Draza, earns that strafing run. But now Kenny with the trade. It's time to get out with your life. You want to play for this glide bomb if you're Kleenex.
You absolutely do. Insight jumps on out. Ends up getting traded, but overall ends that objective, and Octane pistol out. Also gets found. But again, it really comes back to that play from inside. He jumps onto the bomb at just the right time. Great awareness there from Toronto, and nice plays from Kleenex. And as you said, he keeps that streak alive moving forward.
And now he has the glide bomb. He has a strafing run to work with. So now if you're Ultra, you have the ability to take this bomb over towards that B bomb. Because once you use that glide bomb, you're going to make everyone back up. Sit inside Grandma, sit inside Tower. So that can open up that B site. It could be a 4v4 retake for the Thieves. They can execute it.
We'll see how many forces the Thieves will look to establish at B. So not as much house control. You saw the Thieves, they're probably aware, right, of that streak. They want to try to play nice and early, not give up the site that you'd like to think Toronto would try and push, given the streak that they've got. Medraza again in the close quarters, trying to utilize the walls to his advantage, but he runs right into the jaws of Bance. Kleenex still on the spree. Again, going to continue to be the story of this round. A current 3 versus 3 as Envoy looks to reposition. And Bance, he'll just get the bomb down in time.
Now Kenny's going to go in for the immediate trade, so now it's going to be a 3v2. Kleenex is still alive. You see him slowly starting to work his way around Grandma's. Took him behind one player, takes down Kenny. Now it's going to be a 2v2. One player going to be top Barney, spots him, gives the kill, gives the call out to Insight. Now in the 2v1 is going to be Envoy. He knows the positioning of Insight, able to take him down. 1v1 versus Kleenex, and he's able to win it. Kleenex did not have the best game 3. He did not have the best game 4, but this game 5, he has taken over.
He is now sits at 10-1. A great game for the Great Dane up to this moment. Had a phenomenal series yesterday versus the Mutineers. We talked about 186 engagements. The guy likes to be involved in the fight, and oftentimes he's winning majority of those fights. So far in the Search Destroy, he has been close to flawless. Now on the 9 spree. As we said, Toronto, they're going to be sitting on streaks. And now already Thieves put in a precarious situation. Draza, smoke tossed. Runs right into the line of sight of Bance. The SMG has continued to be a problem. In the bottom side, Kleenex finally gets wiped away. Nice plays coming in from Envoy. Is not just the 2 kills, but he'll also lay the objective. Riding his signature here on this round number 6, but Cammy able to take him down. Nearly has the shots on the Kenny as well. Up to Insight. Now in the 1 versus 2. Looking through the windows, and Kenny most likely hears this.
And that's going to be the Thieves walking away with the round. Just great jobs coming in from Envoy. That was a great setup from the Ultra, though. They had both Kleenex and Bance sitting bottom grandmas waiting for that push to come from Kitchen. Bance gets the first kill, but then Envoy goes for the immediate trade. He knew that Kleenex was around the corner, gets the second, and goes for the instant plant. Great work from the Thieves to just take that round to him on the offensive attack, now down 4-2.
Yeah, I mean, you called it. I mean, Toronto had a great setup established inside of the bottom house. I mean, Kleenex and Bance so good at working off of each other. But Envoy just too strong. A round that they had to win, all things considered. You cannot go down 5-1 versus this Toronto crew. back on the attack. Go with the boys in purple. A little bit of a slower start. Aiming to find the pick, and again, Thieves consistently aware of when that streak could come in. They'll want to rocket at B, as you talked about, Jay, but here it comes. Now's the time for the glide bomb. No damage done. But at least it gains some information and allows for Bance to at least think about the plant. Hops off on it, and we'll give it another go. Meanwhile, Kenny makes his way through the field.
So the bomb's gonna go down. Octane's able to open up the first blood, so now it's gonna be a 4v3. Just pay attention to the mini-map. Cleanex waiting in bottom. Grandma's Envoy able to come up behind a player, able to take down Insight. So now it's gonna be a 4v2. They're on to defuse. Kenny able to take down Cleanex all on Cammy in a 1v3. Takes down the first, but that's gonna be a successful retake from the Thieves on the A point. Usually do not see that happen, but once Octanes opens up with that first blood on a player on bomb site, it opens it wide up. You know that there's not going to be a single other player in towards Grandma's. They stick to defuse, they get the kills, now down 4-3.
And they also, like you said, avoid the streak as well. So that was a huge play that we were waiting for. Again, they utilize it for that information. The Thieves pretty much hide out, and they're able to escape with it. Because now we'll head in to our 8th. 4 rounds to 3. Thieves clawing their way back. Some great plays as of late being made from Envoy. He's got something brewing, potentially toward the backside of field. The only player who could even see this is if Insight goes for the rotation, but Octane takes down Cammy for the first blood, and as we said, nobody's back here.
And look at Envoy. He's gonna know that there's a player inside tower. Makes it a 4v2. Great plays from him. You see the bomb starting to rotate towards that B site. Cleanex almost picks up the kill. But number 1 on your mini-map, which is going to be Bance, slowly working his way through bottom mid, able to take down the first in Kenny. But now they have control of their spawn, the Thieves. 3v2, 35 seconds left.
And Envoy able to wipe away the final one. LA Thieves down 4-1 and now have made it an even game. But we got to talk about the continuous routes, right? Octane finds the first pick again, and Envoy being a problem on the flank. That has got to put, in the rest of this game, that has to put so much worry in Toronto Ultra's mind, knowing that he could be flanking you at any moment. He just knows where to find the lane. He knows where to find that opportunity. A great search and destroy player, and showing it early on here in Vanguard. As here we go, 4-4 Thieves. Now bring it toward a tie game. And Toronto not messing around. They'll plant this one down nice and early, but here comes Envoy again. Bomb does get planted, and Envoy wins another! Nearly finds the third, but his presence is felt without a doubt. And he's left the Thieves with the overall man count advantage. He's on the defuse right now. Ultra, they'll come around the corner. Cammy's there to read him. Can't find the other. As that'll be Candy to pick him off. Now up to Insight. A 1 versus 2. Now make it a 1v1. Insight, the number 1 player in KD last year in Search and Destroy, but it's a different title, Kenny says. 12 seconds left. He'll hop on it. Insight. He's gotta go. Is he gonna come here in time? He knows he has to be on the defuse. Can he get here around the corner? Can he find it? And he does! Insight makes the clutch.
Just a great round from Ultra. The instant A plan. They knew that had to be a 4v4 retake. Trades were going back and forth, but Insight, with the repositioning to back up to the back tank, get the kill on the Octane, and he plays the clock beautifully. Kenny was so close to getting that defuse, but Ultra were able to walk away with the round in the nick of time. Now at game point, Thieves, the tournament lives on the line. All out attack through the middle of the map. Bance is able to get the first blood.
That's also going to be bombed down. Off the back of draws, that one lays to the center of the map. The crowd rooting on the Thieves. Again, they drop for the first blood. Envoy is going to rock dead silence. Again, making his way on the flank. Cleanex, he doesn't spot him, but he's got some teammate support. In fact, he does. I thought for a moment that Toby didn't even see him, but he does. A 2 versus 4, Kenny and Octane. Longtime friends. And now in the biggest of situations, Cleanex from range. As now it's all going to be on the Octane, and he falls as well. Toronto will hold on. Up 4-1, the Thieves make it competitive. But the chemistry will win out today.
Ultra are never out of any series. They fight back in the game 4 to force it to the game 5. They're up 4-1 and starters getting scary as the Thieves were starting to bring it back. But the final 2 rounds was a 1v2 clutch coming in from inside. And in that very final round, I thought that Envoy was in a great position to pick up that kill on the CleanX, but Cammy was gonna save his life, turns it into a 4v2, which eventually turns into a 4v1, all left up to Octane. Just great work from the Ultra. They come out in this series winning both Search and Destroys, winning that game 4 to close it out. If you're the Thieves, there's only one thing you basically need to focus on when you get home, is your Search and Destroy. Their respawns are looking amazing. Hardpoint 5-1 throughout the weekend. They win a control today. Just the chemistry from the Ultra really stood out here.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And again, a new LA Thieves roster coming into this year. But we'll take a look again here at this Game 5. A wild one, to put it lightly. We cannot forget about the clutch that Draza makes there to kick things off. A number of different highlight moments, but really the early phases of the game, Jay, it was all on CleanX.
Yeah, man, this guy opened up with an early 3-piece into 1 round. And then the following round, he picked up the ace, which eventually earned him some streaks. He ended on a 9 spree before he was eventually taken down. But then slowly but surely, Thieves started fighting back. They started to get the streaks to get invested on the side of the Ultra. Then they were tied at 4 apiece. That 1v2, they probably could have played a little bit different. Both players play by bomb. One guy hops it. You just force Insight to play closer towards that bomb. But once he takes down that kill on the Octane, Kenny commits towards the gunfight. It's too late for him to try to get that defuse. But just a back and forth game between both of these teams, man. I cannot wait to see what these teams look like going down the rest of the season.
Oh yeah, you have got to give a lot of props to both of these teams. LA Thieves, again, a new roster coming into this season. I mean, in terms of coming into the Kickoff Classic, not a lot of people rating them highly. The fact that they're able to get past OpTic Texas yesterday and now sending the Toronto Ultra to a Game 5. I mean, 2 seconds away from beating the Ultra in this series. There's a lot to be excited about if you are an LA Thieves fan, but Toronto showing us yet again, despite maybe the lack of practice that they had versus the top teams in the CDL, they are still a solid roster, to put it lightly. A great, great win here for Toronto. But oh boy, what a game it was. Ultra are able to escape, and now they will have a date with the Seattle Surge. That's going to be it for myself and Study, as now we'll toss it over to Veli in the desk to break down the game.
Thank you so much, Study and Lando, baby. But ladies and gentlemen, our finals are finally set, but let's talk about Toronto Ultra for just a minute. Nameless, man, you was loving Toronto when it came to the respawn game modes.
I mean, well, when it came to the Search and Destroys, yeah, they were absolutely insane. You know, they capitalized on a lot of the mistakes, and even in that Game 5 Search and Destroy, they were able to get that A bomb down like 4 different times, get away, and secure the round. It was great plays by them. CleanX really stepping it up in that Game 5, pushing up early to pick up those streaks. He was going off, man.
Yeah, definitely. Man, Search and Destroy, my bad. Yo, aLLeY, this is it. The Thieves are finally going home, and Toronto, they moved up.
I mean, we got to talk about CleanX, man, especially in that final S&D, and even then, he's negative. His KD is negative right now, which is crazy. I knew this series would go the distance, man, but I also want to bring up that Cammy really went off, especially in that control, man, that 4-piece on that final hill, when Thieves made the decision to try and get that scrap time to close out the map, and getting that 4-piece, it was a momentum flip at that point forward.
Definitely.
Yeah, and Veli, like I was saying before the series started, right? This is going to be a hard, drawn-out series, and we saw Toronto. I think it's just more of the chemistry and just seeing how longevity of this roster has been together. I loved what I was seeing, but I think as a Thieves fan, it's super promising. They looked really good going against the second-best team in the entire game right now. I can't wait for this finals, though, Veli.
Right now, speaking of the finals, Nameless, they're going to be going against the Seattle Surge, who is a team that is fuming right now. This team just feels unstoppable. There's no pressure on them, and Toronto, they're kind of expected to be here. What type of finals matchup are you really looking forward to?
Man, I think it's going to come down to the control. I mean, Seattle's just been absolutely insane in control, 3-0 in that game mode. Pred is getting up close and personal. He's being super annoying, and Sib is really starting to get comfortable as well. These young rookies, man, they're absolutely taking over these games. Like, they're going to have to figure out a way to shut them down.
All right, Steady and Lando, I know you guys are still up there right now. You won't be casting on the finals, but I'm going to have to ask you both. Who do you think is going to win this finals matchup?
I think it's going to be an absolute battle between both of these teams, but for me, I think I'm going Seattle.
Okay.
I really am, because their respawn so far throughout this weekend is unbelievable. They're 9-0 in control, And I feel like they're going to be able to walk away with this one.
Yeah, I agree with you. The reason why I looked at you and said, okay, because I thought you were going to go Toronto, but I'm going to make the same pick. I'd love to pick Ultra in this series, but I just feel like the way that Seattle have been looking, as Study said, that 9-0 record right now in the control rounds is nothing to scoff at. And I think based off of that first hard point, to me, that's gonna say a lot. And I just like the Seattle Surge right now, Vel.
Right, Study. So talking about the LA Thieves just for a second, I mean, this team, they shouldn't be going home with their heads down.
No.
They came out into this event and they all popped off like crazy. And losing to Toronto, I mean, they shouldn't be upset, right?
Definitely not, because I'm pretty sure before we even started this weekend, they were ranked pretty low throughout the coaches, throughout the players. So the fact that they were able to come here, win 2 matches, a match versus OpTic Texas that was amazing, and then to push all the way a team like Toronto Ultra all the way to a Game 5, they were a brand new roster, man. You can just tell that this team has high promise, like Slack said, and I can't wait to see what they look like down the line.
All right, Lando, any final thoughts, baby? Lay it on us.
I tell you what, man, the crowd here at Esports Stadium in Arlington, Texas has been beautiful.
Yes.
We absolutely love you guys. It has been a wonderful event so far here at the Kickoff Classic, and obviously that'll be it for myself and Jay here to kick off the very first event of Vanguard, but it's been a blast, and we can't wait for the finals.
Well, thank you guys so much, and we'll see you guys in the back room, but back to the desk for a second. Nameless, this is finally it. So many teams came in, the best Call of Duty players in the world came to the CDL Kickoff Classic to compete in. Now it has only come down to 2.
I know. Who would have expected Seattle to be in this position, right? Like maybe Sam Phoenix and the guys on the team, but nobody else. They've exceeded all expectations. They've taken out the world champs that we have in Atlanta FaZe, and the young rookies are lighting it up in every single map that they play. And then this is like Accuracy's bounce back tournament. Obviously, his name has been getting dragged through the mud. We talked about that the last 2 days, and he's here showing people like why he deserves to still be a leader on these teams. So shout out to him, and I hope he continues to do well.
The crowd is loving that right there. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket to see how both of these teams have wound up in the finals, and it has been a tough journey, but for Seattle, this was expected on their end. They 3-0'd the London Ravens. They win against the Atlanta FaZe, caused the biggest upset of the event with a 3-1 victory, beat NYSL, and now they're going against Toronto. Toronto on the other end, CDL's second best team, aLLeY, and now they're trying to prove that they are the best here today.
I completely agree, and it's going to be kind of the same deal for me. It feels like Seattle's going to have to shut down the likes of Cammy and Kleenex, but I look at the side of Seattle Surge, man, and it's really promising with Mack and Pred frying the way that they have been. We are going to be in for a very longevity of a match.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about time we take a small break, but after that, we have a lot more CDL action. This whole weekend comes down to this one last game. The Seattle Surge and the Young Guns facing against Toronto Ultra in their ultimate experience. I can't wait. We'll see you guys more for the grand finale of this event.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
When you compete as long as I have, you learn a thing or two.
FaZe Clan for the first time!
Each year the game changes, but the grind, it stays the same.
Have done it. Congratulations, Subliners.
Practice, scrim, compete, eat, sleep, repeat.
Dylan, attached, ready to rock.
You don't give up though. You don't stop. You don't quit till you're the best. I'm always searching for that next competitive edge.
Yo, Dylan, you good, bro?
I must have fell asleep. What's up, Eli?
Check what came to the office today.
Looks like my next edge found me. Visit Zenni.com/CDL to get a pair of Røkkr Zennies or any of your other favorite CDL teams today.
So the Kickoff Classic means a lot for us as a team. We've been working really hard the last few months, and it's going to give us an opportunity to showcase all our practice and hard work.
For us to prove to everyone, not just everyone but ourselves as well, that we're a team that can actually be a contender to be the best team in the game.
Really, we were just playing a lot of Vanguard. Just playing. Really like making sure that we're like consciously working to improve not only as individuals, but as a team as well.
Every team is pretty good, so I don't think we should take any other team more or less as a threat. I think everyone is the same.
My biggest challenge last year was getting benched.
It's very crucial to be open with each other and discuss things that if anyone has an issue or a problem or whatnot, that just helps our chemistry so much, and it improves literally everything, not just in game and out of game.
The biggest threat right now, the defending champs FaZe. Usually in practice we match up pretty well against them, and it's always like a grueler, like we're fighting, going super hard, and it's always a good scrim. I'm looking forward to the battles we're going to have with FaZe this year.
I feel like I'm the new one that's come into the league. I think people are coming to realize that I'm just not some Australian kid that God blessed to be here.
Shout out God, shout out my mom, shout out Surge fans, and shout out my teammates. You know what I mean? I couldn't be here without them.
We want to let you guys know that we're here to make you proud this season.
The Kickoff Classic, I'd say, is more just like a little confidence boost and a bit of an insight on how the game's played in like a tournament environment, and we'll just, you know, a bit of practice going into the actual majors.
I'm a very competitive person, so no matter what I do, I always want to be the best at it.
Ever since we came back to Toronto, because obviously being back in Europe, it was strictly business hours since then, and we've been just straight at it.
Literally no days off, just trying to lock ourselves in for that tournament, you know, getting ready for the year to start.
Yeah, if we can be like we were last year and build on that this year, we'll definitely be a force to be reckoned with.
Now we've fully experienced the highs and lows of a team, I think we've got all the experience we need to obviously take us through.
Welcome back to the Kickoff Classic Finals presented by Zenni, and of course your Game Fuel marquee match. 12 teams walked into Arlington, Texas, looking to take that main stage and walk away with the prize. But right now, we only have 2 teams remaining, and it was not what we expected at all. The Seattle Surge facing off against the Toronto Ultra. But right here on the CDL Analyst Desk, I'm running the ship. I'm your boy Velly, breaking things down with Slack, Alley Cat, and Nameless. This is where Seattle could really make some noise.
Yeah, I mean, there's some crazy storylines in this one. Toronto in their last 2 finals, they've lost. They were part of the Minnesota Miracle where they got reverse swept in that one. So, you know, in finals, like, they want to get this W so bad. And then for Pred and Simp, how many rookies make it to the finals in their first pro tournament?
Yeah.
It doesn't happen too often. This is going to be lit.
It's crazy. Slack, man. How are the nerves on Seattle right now? I mean, they're going against Toronto Ultra. Toronto is a proven team now, but Seattle, they have so much to prove.
I'll be honest with you, Velly. I think there's no nerves. After talking with St. Phoenix earlier, he was telling me that it's just another match, right? They've already got this far. They beat the fan favorite in Atlanta FaZe. I'm not worried at all if I'm the Seattle fan.
They got to be nervous, man. I remember my first
I don't buy that.
Nervous, yeah. They have to be. When you're a young rookie player coming in, going up against a team that was dominating last year, I think that there's a little bit of nerves, but it could channel it in a good way.
All right, now when it comes to the game fuel keys of victory, aLLeY, queen on the desk. Go ahead and lay it on down for us.
I mean, I guess for Seattle Surge, I got to open with the obvious one, right? Keep winning control. This falls into the next one as well, as they are so good at S&D Valley. They're so good at it, and control, obviously. So take the map one early. Take the first hard point. Take control of the series, and beyond that, they could easily have a 3-0 here. And then, you know, Mack continued to be a playmaker and a nuisance in S&D. Mack really stepped it up in that last series. So as long as he continues that momentum, he really started shining to make big plays, and they can run away with it.
No, big time. Nameless, talking about them being 9-0 in control, that's absolutely insane, but there's something that a player like Pred does where he just gets loose and people just can't seem to catch him.
Yeah, people really haven't figured them out yet when it comes to control. He gets up close and personal. He plays these awkward spots. We were watching him on Gavutu, and he's so good at finessing like bottom tower. He gets into your spawn top cliff. Like, the guy is just annoying on the map. He plays sort of like Bance did last year, except he has a little bit better of a gunny than Bance. No slight to him. It's just Pred is different, man.
Yeah, Pred is definitely different, and he is our game fuel featured player in Slack. Looking at a rookie going on that main stage right now, he's going to have a lot of responsibilities on his shoulder.
Yeah, and like I was saying, when I talked to Sam Phoenix earlier, he just kept saying, I'm not going to let it get to his head, right? He's been getting a lot of gas this weekend, and it's well-deserved. But, you know, we're going to see what he can do against the likes of Toronto. This is a really good team. They've been together a long time, and he needs to continue this dominant performance that he's been providing for us all weekend.
And back at you, man. Now, when it comes to Toronto, we're going to flip the script just a little bit. If they want to come back and beat this Surge team, they are absolutely insane. What are going to be the Toronto game fuel keys to victory?
So for Toronto, in my personal opinion, I think they just need to take the hot seat, right? I've competed in a lot of tournaments in my day, and whenever you get to play on that stage, the match before Finals Valley, and then you hop right back on that main stage, there's no better momentum. I promise you, it is super important for them to just come out hot and take that map one, and that leads right into it. With Seattle's strength and control, they need to take one of these first two maps. Like I was saying, when you play back-to-back matchups, you must come out strong. Seattle's been sitting in the back. They have no one to scrim against. They must come out with guns all blazing, and then obviously the last one, lean on your finals experience. Like what Nameless was saying, they've been to 3 straight appearances dating back to the last Major 5, but they haven't won any of them. I'm looking for them to come out hot and hopefully take this one home.
All right, so let's go ahead and start off with predictions. Usually we start off with you, Slack, Nameless. I'm going to start at the end right now. Who do you have winning the finals?
I got Toronto, man. They're so resilient. Like, they were getting ready to lose that hard point, and then they ended up rotating and clutching up and winning that. Like, these guys are disgusting, dude. They have so much composure, so much teamwork, and they haven't even had that much practice. They're going to come in, they're going to take this 3-2.
aLLeY, hearing the way you talk about both of these teams, I mean, you love them, right? You love what Seattle's doing. You love what Toronto did last year. This is going to be a hard one for you.
You remember that history lesson I gave you earlier?
Yes.
This is a storyline on the stage right now. Coach Sam Phoenix is going against a team that he helped get to the main stage in the first place in Insight and Kleenex. So that's a little bit of a storyline there. So maybe a little fire under all of them. But man, Seattle's just looking too good for me. And Kleenex and Kami, I thought they were unbeatable, right? And now in that LA Thieves match, clearly they can get somebody to rival up against them. So I think Seattle will take this.
All right, Slacked. It's all on you. Who you rocking with, baby?
I think I got to go Toronto Ultra here. I think Marky B's been sitting in the back. I think he's been doing his research. I think we're going to see some different maps in this series, hopefully. I got Toronto Ultra winning this 3-1. There's no way they're losing another finals.
All right, I got 2 friends that are sitting upstairs. One of them have a beautiful accent. His name is going to be Miles, and he's rocking with my man Chance, one of the smartest people in Call of Duty. Now, when it comes to predictions for both of you guys as well, Chance, starting with you, man. You seem to know it all, and you're good at it. Who do you think is going to walk away with the big dub?
Dude, I've been watching Toronto. They have been elite since stage 2 last year. On the flip side, Seattle, they've been elite this weekend. So I've seen way more positive Toronto. I got to stick with Ultra.
Yo, you just broke aLLeY's heart, man. Miles, you're going to be the one that fixes that, or are you going to agree with Chance?
I've always been more of a Loki than a Thor. I'm going to have to stick it out and go with Ultra, baby. I've been riding that train since again stage 2. They're a very well put together team, but it's not to discount the current form that the boys of Seattle are in. They nasty.
All right, fellas, thank you so much. And let's bring it back to the desk. So, final thoughts right now, Nameless, for the people at home that are looking forward to this match, and even the newer viewers out there, how would you describe it?
It's just going to be a battle of these young rookies going up against the SMGs on the side of Toronto. Like, you saw what Kleenex was just able to do. If you watch that match, you see he plays at a lightning speed, always has a crazy amount of engagements. Well, Pred, he's going to have to match that pressure. So that's the matchup that I'm looking out for in this finals.
Yes, and aLLeY, if there was a player to watch now, who is ultimately going to be the biggest standout in the lobby in your eyes?
Honestly, I'm going to take kind of a wild card here. I think it's going to be accuracy.
I
was really questioning his ceiling going into this, and I know a lot of the devs disagreed with me when I said maybe he could break it with this roster, but here they are in the finals on Championship Sunday, and if he can continue the route that he's been taking so far.
You know what, it's too damn quiet in this building. Ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are ready for the finals right now, I'm gonna need you to liven it up a little bit. Go ahead and make some noise.
That's what we like to hear.
I love it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, we are gonna have the Kickoff Classic final presented by Zenni, and of course, the Game Field marquee match. Baby, it's a Toronto Ultra facing off against the Seattle Surge. We'll see you on the other side of this break for the grand finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise, because the Call of Duty Kickoff Classic Final is about to start now. This weekend, we had 12 of the best Call of Duty teams battling out to make it to this moment here. And we only got 2 squads left. With that being said, it's time to get this grand final started. Bringing out the first squad, I give to you, Toronto Ultra! And it's the first player coming out, the king himself. Give it up for Benz. Coming out next, he is so ultra. Give it up for Cammy Clutch. You blink and you might miss him, but I'm gonna give you a good look at him. Coming out is Inside. And looking to wipe the competition, last but not least, make some noise for Kleenex. Give it up for Toronto Ultra.
And there goes your boys from Toronto and aLLeY. Looking at Banston, man, looks dialed in. He's about to have a big game right here.
Absolutely. I've been saying this all weekend. It is all business on that stage. And Cammy there, he looked calm, he looked comfortable, ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, Blaze, this team is full of all that great chemistry, but there's some individuals that they should be definitely worried about.
Yeah, they should be worried about this next squad because they have survived every storm thus far. And they got one more team to drown out. Make some noise for the Seattle Surge! Coming out first is Pretty Boy Brett!
Crowd's behind.
Yeah.
He always got your back. Make some noise because it's Mack! Coming up next, it's the Iceman himself. Make some noise for Accuracy! Oh.
4
And coming out final, this man is ready for any challenge. Make some noise for Simp! Give it up one more last time for the Seattle Surge.
All right, there goes the Seattle Surge, ready to lock right in. But nameless, there's one guy in this game that is gonna pop off like he did last series. I'm looking forward to it. Simp had an incredible series last time.
He's the guy I'm looking at as well in this match. He's a special talent. I think he's gonna pop off. And I can only imagine the hype-up speech that Phoenix just gave them in the back.
Hey, yo, players, get the crowd ready, man. I'm ready for the grand finals to start now.
I am ready. Arlington, make some noise! It all comes down to this. The lights are bright and the stage is set. Your Game Fuel marquee matchup starts now. The Seattle Surge!
Can he come around the corner in time? And you got it!
This should be a free goodness now as well. Yeah, one player that I really want to pay attention to in this map is going to be aBeZy. Pred is going to open up with the first. It's going to be a third Atlanta player. He's going to be able to get him as well.
Are FaZe going to go down once more to the Surge? And that will be Seattle! There is something about this stadium.
Great way to play it as well, right? Insight staying safe away from the nade.
He should have get the defuse. Kevin!
Remain, but you gotta get to the point. Only 2 seconds.
Right, so like they're trying to do weak catch. Cabby the trace. Cabby finds another one. Cabby.
Clean extra move the top. And between one.
For the goal, my word!
Insight soaking his time up. There's one.
Toronto Ultra. Oh my God, what a series. And here we go. It is finally time to get this underway, our grand finals. Toronto Ultra, Seattle Surge, for not only our Game Fuel marquee match, but our grand finals here of the Kickoff Classic, thanks to our lovely friends at Zenni. Chance, what the hell have we seen this weekend?
Dude, I have no idea. This is the most interesting way to start the year. We have Seattle, who made not only their first appearance basically on a Sunday to the grand finals with a brand new roster with 2 rookies, and Lamar Accuracy, he's the only real vet on the team. Mack Meltz is fairly fresh as well, so they have an interesting dynamic. And of course, on the flip side for the Canadians, I mean, how many grand finals? This is 3 in a row for these guys. They have been elite. It is going to be such a fun time, and what a way to kick off Vanguard.
It's an incredible way to kick off Vanguard. I actually have a crazy stat as well, which a dear friend of mine sent, of course, shout out to Chaos Knight. He sent the craziest stat. This is the 3rd time in CDL history that these teams have met up. First time was launch weekend back in MW, Stage 5 Week 2 in Cold War, and now here, a Kickoff Classic. Insane. We're going to see them go at each other for the 3rd time, and what a time it's going to be, mate. Can't wait to get this one underway. Maps and modes now on your screen. Bocage, Hardpoint, Double Dose of Tuscan, Berlin, Bocage, Chance. What do you make of the bans?
Well, we'll get there in a second. For what it's worth, just by the way, obviously Seattle has not beaten Toronto in the past 2 years.
Yep.
I know it's only 2, but Toronto has had their number. But the Bocage is interesting just because, well, for the flip side of Seattle, I mean, every time they play on it, they get the dub. For the Bocage, S&D, obviously Toronto just played on that map for the Game 5, so it's a little bit of the run it back. And even earlier, the hard point for the Berlin. Again, we've seen these squads. It's only been a few times, but it is going to be the matchup. And you got to imagine it as well, right? The only map Seattle have been losing, it's been the game number 1. Slack mentioned it on the death. Toronto just played their match. You can easily carry that hot hand into the fresh series. In my mind, Ultra, this is a must-win map 1. You need to come out strong.
Come out strong indeed. We'll find out. For Surge, what an incredible weekend this has been for them, the Kickoff Classic. They have gone through every possible sort of permutation of situation a Call of Duty team can go through. They've been down, they've managed to make comebacks, they've found themselves now in a grand final. What a fantastic way to start their season off, win, lose, or whatever. But let's get into this one. Map 1, we're going back to Bocage for the hard point, and we're going to start things off with a big old nade from inside. And this is, again, one of the craziest hard points in COD history. Expect a lot of engagements, expect little time to be garnered. But hey, crazier things have happened this weekend.
Well, funnily enough, actually, we've talked about how difficult it can be to stay alive inside this hill, but Seattle, they had a series where they turned this into a money hill, so make no mistake, both of these teams can take full advantage, but as it stands, no one able to collect a great deal of time right now, though Seattle, of course, with those better spawns, they'll be happy to set up for P2, as it has just been a bloodbath around around the hard point.
Yeah, still Cammy finding kills on the inside of Barn here, being very, very annoying indeed. Good read out of Mack there to find the kills. 10 seconds remaining on gate. As you can see, no one really got a whole lot out of this one. And this has been an exciting matchup. We've seen the devastating performances out of Seattle Surge, when it comes to those submachine gun players. And Toronto Ultra, Clayster been having one hell of a day himself. We'll see what they can bring now going into the second hardpoint tanks. Much easier to garner time here, but we'll see what happens.
Nades coming through is ready, right? You got those better spawns. Mack already on point. And this is a lot of pressure actually dealing with the middle of the map. For Seattle, I mean, they were just tucked away towards the back, giving up Barn, and if you don't have Barn control, it is tough to stay alive, but they are finding the kills. The flank taken care of, but Gammy wins another big one. Toronto fighting from the front.
Still flying forward in this hard point, not an easy one to get done. Bance with the nades once again. Over to our Game Fuel featured player, Pred. And what a weekend he has had. Fans indeed in the venue, been loving what he's been putting up. But so far, 3 and 7, a little slow for him. Uncharacteristic when it comes to the start of these matchups, but hey, Røkkr is a cruel mistress and anything can happen and will. 15 seconds remaining here as we go over towards Grannies, and as you can see, Seattle Surge already in position.
And this is the dream, right? You got Sid posted up on, well, Lamar's tank effectually toward the back, and Pred, you are effectively anchoring these spawns from this top position for this new hill. As long as you have top control, which, well, Pred might need to rotate and get a couple kills, but you force those ultra spawns out just a little bit further. So this is the power position, your Game Fuel player trying to make sure he can lock it down. Sid loses the one to Cammy. Actually, that might be the white. Pred, the last one left, can only take down one. The break is in. Toronto making it happen.
It's a clean break from Ultra now. Set up for the push. Here comes Seattle though from the outside. It was going to be a 2-2 split, but that's going to change things there with a big kill. Number 5 trying to make the first entry. Close squad spawns, of course, making this a little bit easier for these players to get into the fight. Cammy keeps the backside locked down, and Pred making a slow and steady approach. Cammy to get eyes on here. Should be able to clean him up, but the hard point is going to change hands only for a second, and here comes those back spawns. This is huge now for Toronto Ultra. The timing on that may have been fantastic. Kills coming through. The time has been stopped, but as you can see, Ultra score pretty nice.
I mean, this might be them carrying the momentum from the previous series, right? That is 2 hills back to back where they don't get that early rotation, they don't get those spawns, but they break through very quickly. 50-point lead they're going to have going in towards New, and look who's there for Toronto Ultra. They got the setup. 2 players pushed into Grandma's, both sides covered, no real openings. Accuracy trying to open up this field side of the map, and he's starting to make his move. Bance, though, there to chop him down. Ultra, first 15 seconds go their way.
Set up at the barn, doing the hard work already. Bance, he's going to play a finer corner, pick a corner, any corner. There's tons of ways into this hard point, and it's not an easy thing to break either. Accuracy, he's coming in. Bance lines him up, tags in. Can't get Mack as well. Trades are on point. The old bait and switch works out. Cleaners gets dropped as well, and it's absolute chaos on this hard point. Mack, again, you guess wrong at this hard point, you die. Sib only managed to find one before going down. Over to Bance again. He died a second ago, straight back into the action, and it is a mosh pit here in Barn.
Even when it becomes scrappy, though, it's Ultra that come out on top. Now, you still want to try to collect these final few seconds. Insight picking up 2, at least is going to buy you the final 10, but now we go into what might be the actual true this P2 money hill in the game. Seattle here first. They are down by a ton. They need to pick up a good chunk of time. At least 45 seconds is what you want. Mack going to deliver the first few. And already see Sid, by the way, that back tank position gets taken care of by Insight. Insight causing problems through the tunnel. Toronto, they're looking good for the break.
Great coverage there from Mack. What a shot. He might have had some help from accuracy, but now you have Seattle Surge with hardpoint control. We've got a decent setup right now. You can see accuracy on that mound of dirt just to the left side of Mack right now. Big coverage. Sibs chilling out behind background Mars, enjoying the smell of those fresh baked cookies. And here we go. Insight can't get anything going as he makes his way forward as Ultra, they've been stunned on this point. A true money hill indeed. It could be a full 60 for Surge.
I mean, Cammy trying to cause problems again. He's the man on the full flank, and the pressure's also coming through on the front. They're timing it out well. You take care of accuracy, but even still, it might just have one player left inside the point. Pred gets 3 along the way. Number 4, he delivers. 5 spree for him to collect some of this scrap time. And look, you can pop a 3-piece, and at times it only buys you 3 seconds. And well, that's actually the case there. He doesn't even want to collect those final few because they're making sure they keep those left side spawns. But that is the money hill that Seattle needed.
Pred finally gets dropped down. The spree comes to an end. Back towards the center of the map we go. P1 once again, second set. And as you can see, the scoreline still relatively close, and a lot can change here on Røkkr as the rage in the cage will continue. Still open hard point for now. Second hard point, top tanks. That's what you want to be keeping an eye on here. So balancing plates right now. We're spinning them. You need to make sure you keep the presence on the hard point in the middle. You still have to worry about the top side of the map, and that is exactly what Seattle is going for right now. Pred's 2-piece in the middle is great, but you see the players now flooding through, trying to find those kills. And back over to your boy. the game fuel featured player. He's not having a bad game so far, Chance, but I must admit, it's a little slow for what we expect from Surge.
I mean, slow for him, sure, but he started to heat up very, very quickly. Ultra now, they got 3 players around the hill, still holding those back spawns, and now it's about control, right? You have players cutting over down by River. You got number 4, Kleenex. He's pushed up towards Grandma's. These roaming Slayers are the guys that might be able to cause the problems, but as those spawns flip up, Vance has to go all the way towards the back. He's able to pick up 1. Pred shuts him down for the second, and Seattle at the start will have the slightly better spawns.
Slightly better spawns for now. You still got a hard point control over by Tank. Seattle Surge now fighting to try to get the breaks. Oh, and the big kills coming through from accuracy. This would be a great time now to go for a listen-in with Seattle Surge.
Nice, jumping up.
I jumped in the barn. Tin tag, he's tag. Gonna watch him across from trip or something. Nice. Tin is weak. What about? One barn and 2.
Weak inside.
Nice, last guy 10. I spawned all the way out.
Tin one shot.
Hit Nate. Push out, I think you push out. Two's dead.
Nice.
I needed him on time. T1. Yeah, T1 came in. T1 go ahead.
T1 dead.
Nice.
I don't see T3 bands in the barrel. T3 bands in the barrel.
I'm just holding left right now.
One's on me, water, clean it.
Over here, water.
Low out. That's it.
One shot, man, tell me. One shot, you in toes. No, one more in toes. One's front out. Heard you. Phoenix. He's top gate. He's going in front door.
He's tool side time.
Toes, one shot. Nice. I'm getting your 8 plat. One could be wrong. I'll left tools. I need 8 plat. I'll left tools for a second. I'll get tools. I'm at front door. He's gonna be top on me. I have your tools. Just aim top from time. Back door dead.
One's top, I think, bro.
I'm at the top. You could be back window.
Top stairs, on the stairs.
No, he's
One shot. He's on the stairs, one shot. He ran away.
He ran up. Back on top window. Flood the window. He's back window. No, they spawn. Flip. Muscle.
Tower.
Tower.
Back window, guys. Back window.
Vance was spawn. Hitting front. Nice.
Camo to low tool.
I got one. Toes dead. Nice. Push off. Push out the lobby. No, they're spawned out.
Okay. Go. I'll bump down.
One top. Front door gate. Gate tag and one top barn.
Back. Weak, edge corner.
Tools. Back door.
Edge corner.
I went through barn. I feel like you tools maybe. That one back barn. I'm running around 10.
I'm going
to L.
Subdued comms, Chance, but a decent hold indeed. The lead is still looking a bit mixy though, even with Mack finding kills like that.
Mack trying to pick it up though just a little bit, right? Nice little 3 spree from him, but I think at least specific to the comms, that's just what Bokash is going to sound like from time to time. And even still over towards Barn, it's just always someone from either team causing problems. Seattle, a bit of clearance. They are working at a 50-point deficit to try to get back in this game. The team kill is not going to help. They're winning the gunfights down low. Simp finding his second on this life. Players trying to get up top. Shot. Simp is there. Insight, the next one to make a move. Is he going to be able to find this timing? Sid just around this corner. This is a lot of barn time right now that Seattle's been able to get.
He's almost giving it up, but again, Kleenex and Co, they're trying to play this one for next. Like, the kills here are important, but trying to play for that time indeed. Back over to Pred, Game Fuel featured player, looking to find something here towards the backside as, again, Barn coming to a close in 10 seconds. Looking to deal some damage, to get a bit of time here in Pred. I mean, he's all over the place. He's spread too thin right now, and Ultra, this is a seasoned team. They've been together for almost, over a year now. Surge, they don't have the same kind of experience, and it is showing now in the score.
This is the
hold on.
This is where Seattle started to get back in. You got accuracy on a 4, you get the setup, and you got Sib watching over them. This is where Seattle can get right back in this game. And for Ultra, if they get this break, we'll be in a much better spot. 3 players right now from Riverside, and they win the gunfights straight away. Sib got cleared out, accuracy fell, the break is in.
Breaks in, Cammy trying to hold it down. Pred, tip of the spear, flying forward now, looking to find anything here. Bans the second, and he is moving across the map like rolling thunder. 30 seconds remaining on this point. Sib's got mid-map covered, and that was a big win. Ultra have been wiped off the map. Decent time going the way of Surge now, and drip by drip, they're making this one work. Still, less than 20 now to be had here by River. We go back to the gate.
This might be a play though, Bance. There's actually 2 people here for Seattle, but he's trying to make a play for this strat time. Takes out 1, ready for the second, can't get it done, so only able to strip away 2 more seconds. And of course now Mack on the flip side, he's found every single player he gets dealt with. Toronto making sure no one able to slip through. But now this is a 2-part game for Seattle, right? You have a little bit of pressure towards the middle map and accuracy. If he can get it, he wants to try to flip these spawns. He hasn't done it yet. He needs to win a couple more. There's the first. Toronto, though, those squad spawns, man, will be super tight. But Seattle, they're about to tie this game.
About to tie the game up. And don't forget to keep an eye on that in-game clock as well. When someone's in the hard point contesting it or outside of the hard point, if it's completely empty, that game clock will tick down. Symptomatic here of Bocage. We see some games go to the wire. Simp on a 2-spree right now, 38 kills to his name. They're gonna find another. Big 3-spree now for him, in behind Ultra. He's just mopping them up. Kleenex now gonna go toe-to-toe with Simp. Good tags, manages to get away with his life, and it's now 200 points for Ultra. 15 remaining on gate chance, and with those kills, you should see Ultra have to battle towards the top side of the map again.
This is it for Seattle, though. They at least have those spawns for P2, one of the money hills of the game, effectively a tied-up game, as close as it could be going to do. And you see Simp roaming Slayer looking for the kills. There's the next one, 42 kills he has in the first map of his grand finals. Seattle have the lead in P2, and they've got all the cuts.
We go over towards tanks. 210 and climbing. We're in the business end of this game. There is 45 seconds left on the in-game clock. Insight can't find the entry. Cammy's trying to get it done as well. Open hard point for now. Game clock resumes. To Pred now. Game fuel featured player trying to cut down the spawners. Over towards the hard point, he's looking as well, but he's balancing these guys back. No reinforcements from Ultra are really able to get forward. Kleenex goes down as well with a team kill. So you've still got the hard point in the hands of Surge.
Toronto's got to fight for this time, right? Vance is coming in through Barn, trying to make something happen. Mack, he's getting shot at by 3 different people. Nate's coming through as well, but so far he's alive. Pred has the cuts in Seattle, ran it up on this P2 hill, and they have such a good lead. They're going to be all of 5 seconds away from game number 1 on this new hill. Toronto, though, they are there first.
Here comes Pred still. Hipfire works out. Can he get any more? Yeah, he can. It's 5. As he is rolling through, there it is. Late game heroics from the Thunder from down under. And that's how you start a grand finals.
The only 2 hardpoint losses Seattle have had this weekend came in game number 1s. Toronto just played a series moments ago. You thought they'd have the hot hand, and for the first half of the game, they definitely did, but that slow climb, that resilience, and oh my God, that slang. I mean, Simp lighting up the feed the entire game. He finishes with 46, and Pred starting to catch up to him. 40 bombs for both the rookies in their first grand final.
That's not a bad way to start things off. And again, you've got to look at Ultra. The massive lead they had to start things off. They had a huge climb ahead of them. Surge, slowly but surely, kill by kill, trying to play mistake-free Call of Duty. I mean, what can you put this down to? Is it fatigue for Ultra? No, they've only played 1 series. Yeah, it was a game 5 tight one against a great team, but they've been in this situation time and time again. Like, this is no stranger for Ultra. For Seattle Surge, let alone being in the grand finals, being on Sunday, having all these wins under their belt, having fans behind him. This is all new territory for Seattle Surge.
I mean, these guys have to be playing with all the confidence in the world, right? And just the climb of it, right? Day 1, take care of business. Great job they came to play. Day 2, Atlanta FaZe taking down the best in the game. Well, maybe Seattle is now the best this year. And of course, after that, taking down some GOATs in the final boss in the grand finals. I mean, again, you got 2 rooks on the team. It's their first one, and it is 40 bombs for the pair. They have to have all the confidence in the world, and honestly, no reason not to. Like, Pred, he has an experience loss. He's coming from dominating the APAC region. He doesn't know what it is to take an L, and Civ, honestly, not too far from the truth either. He's one of those guys running NA challengers. These guys simply, I mean, it has not been proven that they can be stopped.
They know no fear, they know not pain. All they know is how to bring it, and so far, so good. These highlights, it was a good run. We saw accuracy with some fine kills, that tight little angle to work with, and Pred, he's your game fuel featured player for a reason. He's been playing so hot, and these were the final few seconds. See that in-game clock? I mean, he is running bottom grandmas, and he is on a spree. Like, he was up out of his seat before the match was even over. And there we go. First map done. Tuscan now. To Search and Destroy we go. A little slower, a little more subdued, a little bit of maybe a nicer part of the world, you know? Tuscan is a lovely place. We're going to stay there for a little bit with Control coming up after that.
That Tuscan S&D, though, I'm thinking about this from Seattle's perspective, right? They played against Atlanta FaZe. It went all the way to a round 11, and they clutched up. They go down in the bocage. They clutch up. They have the ice. They have the composure, and that's where the credit to, I think, accuracy has to come through. We're watching this man just chew on his gum, hanging out, having a grand old time in the grand finals. First LAN in 2 years he was talking about earlier. Now that he's back at home.
I've seen a lot of tweets on the timeline, a lot of former pros coming into this saying, like, hey man, actually pros, current pros saying, put some respect on accuracy's name. He's
you have
the greatest in-game leaders COD has had for a real long time. And now he is surrounded by this sublime talent. As long as the coaching staff and everyone else keeps pulling their weight, this team has got every single piece it needs to find that successful formula. We will see, though, again. It's as much fun as we're having in this grand final. It's a long season ahead of them. The last 2 matches, again, for these teams. Pred with a 1.18 dominate in his debut against Atlanta FaZe. And you see Mack with that 1.34, that big one versus NYSL, got up against his former team. Is it personal chance or is it strictly business?
I mean, look at him on stage. This looks like strictly business to me. Shout out Fizz, may he rest in peace. And keep in mind, like, dude, the slang has been ever present. Some of those stats are getting run up just off the back of the control where they have not dropped a single round. But I think when you're looking at it, even from Sib's perspective, I think he started out this tournament maybe with a slow map or two. Since then, he has been on fire. People call him a hot head. Well, maybe it's hot hands instead. Ripping it up on the sticks. And then, of course, Pred. I mean, has the guy had a bad map this entire weekend? It seems like every time we watch him, he is lighting up the feed. But back to Tuscan we go. We know Sib will occasionally pull out the sniper. Always something to watch. We know they went to round 11 and took FaZe down. And even just looking at that round win percentage, 60%, that is absurdly high. It might not seem too crazy, but trust me, that is towards the very top of whatever year you'd see in Call of Duty. If you're at 60%, you are having a grand old time.
Even in a single limb tournament over a single weekend, I mean, keeping that win percentage high is not an easy thing. Here we go. First up, Seattle Surge on offense, bomb in hand, and they've already made it to B. They're there, man, and there is no one home. Ultra, they've let them in. The lethals are going to go out because, again, you have to worry about it. Here comes the fast rotate from the Ultra boys. Cleanex, check this angle out, kids. We'll see you in rank play soon. Doesn't land anything, but he's going to try to find something here. And still, the bomb gets planted real fast. Cammy with a rat finds that first blood.
Pred gets caught, and now you actually have the flank to worry about. And the snipes as well. Hit marker on his chest, but now the flank got dealt with. Cleanex with the reads. It is now a 4v2. The read takes a hit. Cleanex finds the next insight there. They gave up that bomb plant for free, and you know why? Because they trust their retakes. That was done so quickly, so easily. They just handled everything as well. Shout out to Cleanex. I think he found at least 2 along the way. Ultra putting in work to bounce back from game number 1.
A decisive round indeed. Proof that it doesn't really matter if the whole team's there. The retake was so on point, and nice to see Cammy with that snipe. Now, no chance you've been talking about this before, but there's a little bit of back and forth between who snipes in the Ultra Cam.
This is one of those, well, yes, actually. I can't remember who it is. Cammy and Insight, they go back and forth. Cammy gets one map, Insight gets the rest.
Cammy gets Tuscan, surely.
Looks like he gets Tuscan. And this is map, by the way, where you might have the sniper battle. He's going mid, but Simp is out there. Simp finds the pick. Cammy responds. Now go battle. Battle to get on one side.
Wait a minute.
Straights his own trades. Pred there to shut him down. In the sniper battle, Sib has rotated towards mid. And he can't hear this bomb getting planted. It's going to go down 2 versus 2. The Rooks.
Bang! Cammy finds another. Pred now in the 1v2. 35 on the clock. Playing this one slow. He has Deady activated. Oh, you sneaky devil. They've put themselves in the corner. There's one. Oh my god! Pred with the snapper, but Cammy. What a spot to be in.
And I think that is either maybe a good read by Pred, but that looked like good comms to me. Is that, hey, if he's in that corner, they're going to be in the other one. That's going to be the setup. So that was a fantastic attempt, but Mr. McGilligan, it's been a long time since you see that man with the sniper. You know when he has it, he is lethal. 3 kills he was able to collect in that round. Ultra up 2-0.
Don't discount the rat as well. Pistols in this game. You're going to see some ish all year long, friends. Oh, my God. Cammy with 3 in a row. Over to Mack now, and he is flying through mid. That's a fast plant if ever I've seen one. Ultra got no idea this is going down. They should be able to spot something soon, and they're going to spot that the bomb's been planted. Here we go. 4v4 retake. 40 seconds to get it done. No kills on either side. Cammy checking them corners, and here we go once again. Cameron McGilligan with that snipe. Going to find much. Cleanex gets a hit marker with his lethals. Mack finds the first. Sib gets another one. The defense holds. Whoa, baby! Flying through inside. Last play left up, and it is absolute chaos. That was fast.
And that is perfect patience from Seattle, right? All what Cammy is waiting for at that moment is just for someone to peek some top broken, because that's where you have to check that bomb from. But you had a player towards the middle of the Mack, and Mack is just saying, they're not on it yet, they're not on it yet, no reason to peek. So everyone else gets forced to make that first move, and well, the trap was just set, the setup too clean. No one on Seattle that round making any sort of mistake, but go again.
See, that central square will become a kill box many times this year. Snipes back up, over to Cammy. Smoke to obscure the approach, but here comes the MP40s. Submachine guns ringing out. Pred finds the first, inside with a nade now. 3v3. And back over to Cammy at the long range. Sib down range, may be able to find something here. And Cleanix, great timing. The first, the second. Accuracy, 1v3.
If he can catch someone off bomb, that could be the play. Planting in the safe spot. His teammate's gonna call that one out. He finds the bomb planter, but can't finish the kill. And the trade's too quick. Ultra not letting anything go. A clean round from them, and honestly, just playing around that information, right? The smoke comes through, stun comes out, he's calling out, hey, they're gonna hit this site. Cleanix, again, the timing perfect to go on that flank through you. Business as usual for Ultra.
Not to mention the man advantage they've got. Pure numbers all over the site. It'd have been very, very difficult for actually to pull that one off. 3-1 now.
And they've done this before. Ultra, they just completely gave up that B plant round number 1 because their retake was perfect. It is the exact same setup. Now Ultra, they're here a little bit quicker. Accuracy is going to be thinking about the late flank again. It's the exact same setup. This time Seattle gets the kills first. Cammy responds. 2 versus 2, they have the bomb down.
Taking faces. A little bit of damage there with the shots, and again, accuracy on the side of the map. He does manage to find a kill on a Cammy, so now it's a 2v1. Insight now in a very tough spot. Sib and accuracy on the hunt. Insight shows his cards, knows the jig's up, the fights are on. Accuracy with a reposition, he catches. Oh my god, Sib with the shots. The damage could have been potential there, but here we go. Insight pokes out, finds the kill with a rat. 1v1.
One of the best AR players of last year. Insight, the rookie of the year. Going against the Iceman in the clutch. Accuracy knows the bomb is clear. He has found his spot.
Sets it up. Now Insight checks it. It's a clean dispatch from Accuracy. The trap was set, no sweat.
And that is fantastic adjustments from Seattle. Again, the start of it was the exact same strat that hit over towards B. But what do they do this time? Wait for the kills. They're picking up the kills radio. And most importantly, the adjustment Toronto made, they left Insight deep in the spawn, worried about that late flank from Accuracy. Well, Seattle used that, just wrap back over towards A. They knew that Insight would be out of the fight. And even a nice little adjustment on that post-plant position. Instead of going for top broke and doing the usual thing, Accuracy found his spot.
Oh my god, they might have hit each other. They just exchanged blows.
That's a tie.
That's a tie, we'll take that. Backing on up. Bounce here to get a kill, bomb in hand. Cleanix now is going to run into a little bit of trouble. Oh, Mack skins him alive. That's a huge kill. Cammy though, still making his way forward. Sib, the timing might be bad. Here it is. Cammy strikes, finds the kill, levels it up, 3-3. Pred now looking to get Mixy, and he will. Whoa! No way, Cammy! I need a replay. I need a replay. We'll get it. I hope. 2v2. Here we go.
Hey, you got a guy coming through broken. They're just trying to deal with Cammy. Cammy's ready for it. He's got the MP40, the reposition, but he gets gunned. Last player alive is banned. His first kill he gets now, a 1v1 time is on his side.
It's an important kill at that. Mack's trying to make the run around. He's popped dead silence.
Oh, he's done
Both his players silent, and that's the time. It is on Vance's side, and Cammy, what in the name of all things Scotland did he do over by Fountain?
Someone somewhere is just playing that bagpipe proud. Disgusting shot. I mean, on the slide, he's probably pre-aim in top church, and it just falls into his lap. The flashy plays from Cammy and Ultra again find another round. Vance is able to get on board as well. I mean, they're winning and Vance is on a donut. Now that he finds that opening, Ultra back at it.
Ooh. Here we go. Back to bomb, back at it. Gets stunned up this time. You should still get the fast plant. 2-2 split now for Ultra. Sib 5-5, he's had some sweet shots. Pred gets traded out. It's a nice first blood, but still, that means the action over towards that B side of the map is now done. But there's a lot of players here still. Cammy gets a little bit ambitious, and Mack now finds himself on a 5. 2v3.
Vance right now is the interesting player. He might have just found a bit of an opening, but the problem is you got to clear out so many things before we can get this bomb defused, and this is what Accuracy is playing for. One trade is going to be there, but it's a player top church. It's a player top broken. Vance, I think he might know it. This is almost an unwinnable situation. Just looking for the kills if he can find them. Accuracy knows that bomb is clear, just not enough time. And that's a cool round. Look, every single time Seattle on these attacks, they have been hyper-aggressive with these bomb plants. They have attacked both these sites. And obviously Ultra have had success on a couple of these retakes, but Seattle, they have been adjusting as this game has gone on, trying to creep their way back into it.
You need a budget, 20 to 30 seconds to check every single possible situation you've got there when it comes to defusing on A. Like, it's so hard to hit that spot.
It's incredibly difficult, but I'm very curious as to whether or not Sid keeps the sniper out, right? Cammy's been putting in some serious work. He's had that edge over towards the outer of the map. And this is 4 players for Seattle all through mid.
Yep, they're going. Or are they? They pump the brakes. Park the bus for a moment. Maybe thinking about something towards B, but nah, we're going to slow this one down.
And this is what aBeZy with the snipe on outer, right? You just get the free bomb plant, you get that outer control, but that's because right now Seattle trying to retake the mid.
Here comes the push through the smoke. They're flying forward. Kleenex gets 2. That's huge. Slows them down indeed. The battle's still racing. They're still in church. They're still trying to make their way out. Sib's got mid-map now. He's made his way through. Accuracy blinds Cammy with a poke to the eyes. Less than 30 seconds now for the bomb. Insight's trying to hold them back. They know he's going to be up there. Kleenex now trying to flood those players out in mid. Already on top of the bomb. Accuracy with the good shots. Oh my word. Kleenex. Kleenex. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Executes perfectly.
Hey, let me get an ace for the kid. Kleenex opening the rounds up. And again, that is the value of the sniper. Even if they don't attack the outer side of the map, well, Kleenex, he's playing in the pit. He's ready for that mid-map pressure to come through. And because Cammy wins that sniper battle, it makes Ultra's lives that much easier. And of course, Kleenex, when he gets hot, he can just dominate the rounds. I'm pretty sure that's his 2nd ace on the day. He is on a mission. 5-3 lead from the Ultra, 1 round away. This game is there. Seattle aggressive again. Everybody through the middle of the map. No time wasted. Bomb planner once again. Look at Toronto. Everybody's there.
Here they come. Toronto going for the old human centipede strategy. They're flying together, and it is not entirely worked out just yet. Trades are abound. Accuracy manages to slow that and stop it entirely. And now it's a 3v2. Bance and Insight lick the wounds, get on out, but hello, here's Pred. Oh, some uncharacteristically missed shots, but that's going to split now our defenders. One towards A, one towards B. Bance loses it. Surge, surely win the round now, surely. There's no way Insight wins the 1v3 now with the bomb planted.
This man can clutch. No mistakes. You got the information. You know where he is. Now set the trap. Pred's got the back. That's where the next fight is coming through. One of the best headies in the game. Pred is there.
Oh. You have to hit what? 2 headshots, 3 headshots? I mean, it's so hard to kill that player.
It's absurd. And Pred, by the way, the information he's able to get from the back tank feeds it to his teammates. Says, hey, Bance made it out towards that bomb site. Be ready for a gunfight. If he didn't get that call out, Bance is almost assuredly taking 1 to the grave with him, if not just picking up 2, because that time he'd have been right behind him. So Pred gets the intel, Pred gets the final kill. Seattle again, mixing those strats up. 5-4 lead, still for Toronto. On offense, looking towards that.
That point. Oh, Cammy, a little slow. He let accuracy get through, and that makes this fight very different. Backs on up.
Nice nades. The coordination coming out to get a few. Sid, you're dealing with the sniper. You got to be careful.
I don't think he's seen the glint yet. He's making his way forward, and Cammy, hesitation. He's going to let go of that line of sight. Now Pred, oh dear, he's going to eat him alive. We're looking at 5-5 unless something special happens. Cammy and Kleenex now looking to make it go.
And Kleenex is shot. They know what it is, but Cammy, how does he do it?
What?
And Kleenex on the flank?
What is this? Simp now, all alone. 1v1. Cammy lost up. And he rat-a-tat-a-tats. Cammy with another sensational search and destroy performance. And we've given him snipes this year. That's bad news for a lot of teams.
Cammy, the bailout with the sniper, I mean, 2 of those kills he had at different times.
Yeah, what the hell?
And also, Kleenex, by the way, he was bottom church. He fired his gun and gave that intel away, but he's still able to get that flank off because of the aggression he plays with. Toronto bouncing back in game number 2, and Cammy, I mean, that's the best sniper performance we have seen all weekend long, and obviously Kleenex cleaning house. He gets an ace. He gets the final kills. He's got the clutches. Toronto Ultra, I mean, for what seems like every single search and destroy they play, when they need to clutch, they deliver.
That's 1-1 in the series, and Oh, I'm crossing my fingers for the chance. There is a slight chance that we do have those Cammy snipes. We'll find out. 10-7, 12-7 for those guys respectively. Brilliant stuff out of Cammy and Cleanix. The rest of the team, I mean, they pulled that one together. That was great search and destroy from both squads though. Aside from the 2v4 in that final round there, I think Surge played that relatively well.
I mean, making adjustments the entire time, but honestly, it is the sniper show, right? This is why you're forcing them to make the adjustments, finding a couple kills, finding a couple hit markers, but it is just fantastic work. He was able to get through. And again, even just that Cleanix Cammy combo along the way, playing off each other, giving that intel. I think it's the next round. I hope we have it, Miles. That's all.
If we don't, it's okay. We'll just make it up in our heads. It was disgusting, but we did see some great shots out of Cammy. The Cammy Civ sort of rivaling those snipes. There were some really nice shots and brilliant timing either side from either player, and you can see how impactful a snipe can be. And these situations, man, as soon as you take care of that snipe player, it opens up the map in a huge way.
And it's also the value of having the better sniper, right? Cammy just wins that battle early on versus the adjustment. And Cammy lives for it. Add that one to the resume. His is extensive, but there you go. Tied up series in the grand finals. And to that Tuscan where we are headed, Seattle Surge, they have not lost a round. Can Ultra be the team to maybe just take one off of them, let alone win the entire thing?
I mean, taking a round is one thing, but yeah, keep your shoes on, friends. We're staying here on Tuscan. Control coming up next. And yeah, that's been the story of the entire weekend, is that Seattle Surge have somehow managed to crack the code on Control so early on. They're playing it better than everyone in the league, bar none. Only team that even comes close is Toronto.
And I will say Toronto, also one of the very few teams that's had a great deal of success over towards B on offense for Tuscan. So, you know, this is a team that will be wheeling and dealing, but there's some S&D stats, 3 first bloods, 10-7. And again, you lock it down with the sniper. That means your entire team is going to have a much easier go-around. Cammy, what a performance in map number 2 to get his team back in it.
I'll be for a very exciting and electric season for this young man with that sniper in hand. We're going to throw to a very quick commercial break. When we come back, the grand finals continues here at the Kickoff Classic, brought to you by Zenni Gaming. Tuscan Control up next.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Again, we're almost ready to roll into this one, and Tuscan's going to be a lot of fun. We saw that Search and Destroy, snipes the bound, and you know what, mate? I'm waiting for a chance. Someone's going to do it. Someone's going to snipe at a respawn this year, and we're all going to have a great time.
Ooh, that's actually a great question. I'm trying to think of a circumstance. Maybe on...
Why not?
No.
Why not?
The only way I see it is maybe on Tuscan in like the same sort of situation. It's not like, I'm going to keep it honest, it's not likely. Like,
no, give the people what I want.
You could do it for the opening. Sniping is not that good in this game to what we're going to be doing in respawn. Not even remotely close. I really don't see it, but here we go. Tuscan controls Seattle. They have not dropped a single round. As defensive-sided as these maps seem, they've done the impossible. They've won every single offense, though. It is going to be Toronto on the attack first. Can they be the first team to show any sign of weakness for Seattle in this game mode?
Here we go. Seattle with a perfect record coming into the map. And Insight throws a doozy. Finds two. First segment at A. Arrivederci.
They're happy to double cap that as well. I was thinking maybe just try to waste a little bit of time. They're just trying to get this out of the way as quickly as possible.
Gone.
A's going to be capped. You got, what, 2 minutes, 22 seconds to work with? That's as much time as you'll ever have to capture B. Still a ton of lives on board in Toronto. Maybe Bance, he's the only guy. Bance is the guy.
He's the guy. He's way in the back already. Max loses fights up front. Benjamin Bance is already in your pants. And there he goes. Pred's having to make a run for it. Wait for reinforcements in the form of the spawners. But Bance is here still. He may have made a bit of a mistake, and I take it back. He's shredded. He's having a great time back here. Being trailed right now by accuracy, but Benny Bance, oh, so close.
I mean, that's one of those plays that he is just trying to buy his teammates time, and because of that, Insight is actually posted up top radio. He doesn't know, but he's got players behind him, and that timing, well, he actually gets the kill. So big plays up top, you at least get the top side control in Ultra. You're able to force these guys back in their spawn. You get some sort of opening over towards the actual B point. They got one buddy on the hill, and Brent, he's looking for the kills from away. He gets taken down by his teammate.
Uh-oh, that's a mistake. You've already got boys on that deep zone. A was gone so fast, and now Ultra getting set up in a sweet position to not only capture the point, but now start to really hit the life count. 20 for Ultra, 14 for Surge and Kleenex. Oh, he's got a sermon and he is singing right now. The man is preaching from top church, kills to his name. Cammy up close. Cammy with a little bit of help from his friends. Ultra, there is no hope here. Surge, you gotta go, boys. The perfect record's on the line. You may be able to find the kills here or there, but the B zone's getting captured. Here we go. They get Cammy off him for a moment. Kleenex up next. Kleenex finding these kills. Kleenex slayed his heart out. A little bit of a squiggly wiggly on top as well.
I mean, he was having a little bit of fun towards the end. They don't actually get the point, but what they do have is, what, a 9-life lead in a minute and 20 seconds to make something happen. This is as good as it gets. That is just a clinical round on offense, but you still need to make sure that you convert it. You don't want to give away any clutches, honestly, with shots like that. I don't know if it's going to happen. Kleenex, he is a machine right now. There's the next one. 14v2. In all of this, for the first round, Seattle has lost Toronto. Getting it done. All of that starts from that play from Bance. He finds his way behind enemy lines. He buys enough time for guys like Insight to get top control, and as soon as you have that amount of map pressure, they deliver. They don't need to stack the point. You need to get the kills first. Toronto playing everything perfectly. And now we get to find out. Seattle, after they lose one round, can they handle that kind of adversity? Their turn to attack.
14 lives remaining. There is a tremendous difference right now in the life count. Here we go, though. Surge on offense. Shoes on the other foot now. They're like, all right, here we go. We're going to show you what we've got. The first round they lose in the entire competition, and it was a doozy, but far from over yet. First segment A gone.
And already Toronto, they're just happy, not going to give away any lives. They're going to take their time, go for the flank. The trade's not there yet on the kills for Sid, but they are happy to leave the point open. They just want to make sure they don't give up that map control. Got players on the side. Cammy looking for some extra kills and maybe even think about some bit of a spawn trap right. Number 3 wrapped back. Cammy gets killed off the Godheady. They have so much pressure over towards P5, but Seattle, it looks like they're looking potentially cut through mid, maybe go through church, maybe a full OE. Vance, you can see it. I mean, they have all their bases covered.
Yeah, they're really showing a lot of respect to Ultra here as they take a slow approach. Mack wins it. Kleenex Throwing all sorts of goodies here from this top church position. We've seen the fun he can have. The pinch comes through. Mid-map's open now. Through the church, we flood for Seattle Surge. Is this the opportunity to now get on a B? Pred and Mack finding the kills. And Bans through the back. This is Pred. Oh, the timing's awkward. That's right, gets shot in the back. Unfortunately, the spawner there for Surge is Insight. What you have to do is post up on that tank, watch the OE, finds the kill. Bans now straight on the point, and you're securing that, well, the B zone now being drained.
And that teamwork, by the way, completely on point. All their bases covered, someone to watch the flank, making sure you coordinate to get the guy off the actual point. Bans does get caught, and this is a very turtly defensive setup right now for Ultra. Cammy's top church, but everyone else is trying to work to get that plat control. They don't have it yet for Seattle. Not the best sun to start things off. It is 3 players working through plat. There's the first blood.
First blood's up. Pred and Mack lining up. The whole Surge roster's here. Win a couple of fights if you can, but CleanX, he's the first line of defense. Now, he becomes the first line of attack. Forward he goes. Accuracy. Hi, my name's CleanX. I've been frying all tournament long. I'm 14-9. It's nice to meet you. Simp, though, does not want to shake those hands. Good on him, man. That's a COVID protocol right there. Good kills either way, as we're going to hold this one down still. You have Mack in that side of the B zone to try to capture it, try to provide some pressure, and he's still holding it.
He's just causing problems again. It's like Vance earlier, trying to buy your teammates time, but he's flying forward. He gets taken down. Simp now playing aggressive. He's at least able to get that top radio control. Again, it is so tough to get out. They also need to stop the clock. It's only 30 seconds. They have that life advantage, but if they can't stop the clock, it just won't make a difference. Toronto has been clean so far on defense.
11-13, Toronto Ultra losing the life count battle, but they are winning the time now. Ooh, 21-11, stopped right there in his tracks. Insight on the corner, gets absolutely eviscerated. Mack turns him in the dust. Now you're seeing the capture come through. Here's the push through the backline from Pred. Oh boy, finisher kills. Whoa, Bans takes him down, but still you have presence on the point. Accuracy up next. Big win on a Cammy. Whoa, stays alive. Second segment gone as well. Here come the nades. You have to keep going. 20 seconds now. Players off the point. Mack staying alive as long as he can. No lives left for Ultra. There's only 3 of them, and Mack's on a 5, and that should be the round. But wait, Insight is behind him. It's the opportunity to, no, gets the cap. It was not quite over yet, but what the hell was that round?
Number 8 on the minimap, by the way, is a maniac for just not stacking the point right there. I think he's up a little bit too far, but they did the job, at least on the kills front. By the way, I love the nade coordination coming out, right? Try to kill those players off of plat. That's the setup they're working through once they push out past P5. So they have the game plan. It took them 3 or 4 tries, but they executed and get their way over towards B. For Seattle, the only mistake they really made on their defensive round is letting Bans get in the back and start causing some problems. Late in this round, that's the thing they need to be looking out for, but as it stands, back towards A we go. Again, there's only been 2 rounds this tournament where a team has not been able to capture A. So Toronto, they're going here first. You just imagine, it's a matter of time.
CleanX is so aggressive. He is forward. He and Mack doing the dance. And CleanX wins it. So towards the A zone. We're stacked up, we're capping this one very fast. 2-man cap, and again, I'm telling you, if you're on my team in rank play, I need you to stack that point with me, friends. Look how fast A goes. There it is, gone.
Well, you don't have to stack the point on A if you want to buy your team time to get more kills, because Insight has all of them. 17 to his name in Toronto. They've set this up a few times. They like to try to go through turn, but they get met by Mack. He does get traded, and it's not going to be the church push through the mid-alley. Pred now trying to cause problems in their spawn. But they also might just be past them. Pred needs to play this quickly because Toronto, the pressure's on the point. They have a body on B. They got 4 players stacked up in and around, and even someone's watching the flank. Insight, he is ready for Pred on this rotation. He does win the gunfight. Pred takes him down, and Cammy, the last one up for his team. They got to reset and do it all over.
Pred's flank was late, but it paid off in the end. Better late than never. Cammy loses that fight. Pred now with the top church control, again trying to just slow these players down. Don't let him get in, and he won't. Holds the line. He should be dropped here, and he will. That's still going to be an open B for now. Simp's the only player up on that B site. No problem. Finds the kill on the zone, holds it down. 1:30 on the clock, 20 lives for Ultra, 18 for Surge.
Both of these teams making such good plays, right? They're going to wait for number 3 to gear up and do it once again. You know someone's going to be here, plat. No one's fallen yet. It's almost like a round of S&D. You're looking for these first engagements. The nade coordination is there.
That's a nerdy one.
Can't find a kill, you gotta do it with the gun. Slide on in, and now you're gonna die. Sim's there for the first, he's on a 4.
Oh my word, good shots from CleanX finds 2. Into the B zone we go. Stop the clock at 104. Bans takes care of the first. Quick pivot to the other side of the map. This is what you do. You have to oscillate from one attack point to another, and there's a couple of chokes here, and that's exactly what Vance is managing. First segment gone. That's nice progress there from Toronto. Less than a minute to work with on the clock, and the life count's starting to dwindle at 17.
Oh, he got flanked as well. That's two players coming from flat. Toronto, I don't know if they're ready for it. Insight's there for one trade, but now he's by himself. That's the wipe that is holding strong on defense. A tick and a half come through, and they're not even going to decap it. So Toronto does have a fair bit of progress, but again, same situation, gear up. This time, they're not pushing through P5. They're trying to hit this from all angles. Two players coming around back. Pred can't win the first. They know he's there. Where the gunfight's gonna go. Pred actually wins his one against CleanX. Toronto, so tough to break this setup.
Yeah, I love this angle that you've got here from Seattle Surge. The setup has been great. Oof, Cammy slips in, and man, that is damaging. Less than 30 to play with now. Cammy can't win the fight. Mack takes him down. The clock's still ticking, flying through now. Still, they're very close to finishing that second segment of B before now you see a little bit of drainage.
And this is the last setup for the play. Vance is gonna wait. You got 15 seconds. His teammates need to get here ASAP. You don't even have time to coordinate these nades. You have to fly for this final push.
Here we go, Vance, flying on in. Stops the clock at 8.3. The two-piece comes through. Accuracy now. He's gonna have to make a run forward, and Vance may have the line of on him. He doesn't. There's the clock going once again. Oh, here come Ultra. They're flying forward, finding kill after kill, and they may be able to capture this. They've got players on the point. Mack flies through. He nails him with a nade, and he drains the point, and Mack Belt saves the day. That was a nade for the ages.
Mack whispering Kobe as he sends out that nade to take down two. If that does not connect, Ultra, make no mistake, win that round in those final moments. They had less than 10 seconds to make it happen. And good Lord, is CleanX not fun to deal with. He is flying at you and ripping heads, but Seattle, they clutch up on that defensive round. Back to the attack they go. Mack on a 4. He started this game, by the way, 2-9. He has completely turned it around.
That could be a game-winning round right there, like the difference maker. Fred, oh baby, reads the mid push, finds at least one. Ultra now flooding on through. Simp with the mid alley. And this is getting tight. Ben Vance, flying forward. Finds the first, trying to open up the defenders here towards A. Mack finding another one. That's 5 in a row before being brought down. A now made safe for the time being. And okay, we could see Seattle get back onto this one, but they're going to give some love towards B as well as Pred finds a 3.
He finds a 3. He's back to top church. You just get to be that roaming slayer again. You're just trying to make this live differential as much.
Oh, baby.
And there's number 4. And Toronto, look, they're going for the full wrap just to deal with him. Number 3, by the way, going for a flank towards A. He gets one, he gets 2. Insight gets the kills. That's the 4-man wipe. And A has not been captured. What a play from Insight to be able to make that happen. And now you've got everything covered. They're going for the spawn trap. Toronto players are everywhere.
They are finding the kills on every corner of the map indeed, and now this defensive hold is looking that bit better. They don't manage to cap A. You spread yourself too thin, and now they don't do anything at B either. Pred may go back there. He may try to find a kill or two, but it's 40 seconds remaining. Life count still looking good. Insight, very patient indeed, finding at least one. Sib's up next. Good shots out of Sib, trying to keep the presence towards A felt. They've got the kills over there, but 30 seconds is all they've got to work with.
That is the biggest thing by far. And right now, you have players actually kind of spreading across the board. It's back to that normal setup, right? Leave a player on A. Pred can be that roaming slayer, but I'd be cautious. Toronto have done this before where they run the aggression on these flanks. You already see number 4, CleanX. He's thinking about it. They're doubling up through you. They're going once again. He gets shot down. They were ready for it. A secured. But that is not a lot of time. 1 minute and 15. That only gives you 2 attempts, and right now it is a scattered push. Ultra players are everywhere.
10 lives remaining now for Surge as well, so whether their time or the life count, they have to play conservatively here. It's got to be clean, it's got to be perfect. 1 minute now. Here comes the push forward. Mack finding the first. Cammy's up next. Cammy, can't take care of Pred as well, but here's CleanX to the tight corner. Great position to be in. Will they check it? Here comes the tacticals, and that should be the kill. A clean dispatch now as Surge flies forwards.
Gotta go fast. Insight, there's 2. The flank again from Insight. The 2-piece to take him down, but Simp, he's gotta go large. Seattle's in the open, winning this game. He collects 2. CleanX is next. And Insight after that, but he can't get it done. Ultra still holding strong.
What a battle it is. Insight on the 4 spree now. You do have players on the point, and that's going to be the cleanup, and that may be the round. 4 players left now for Surge. They've got 1 shot left at this and not enough time to really get across map. Here we go, though. Ultra, hold it, tie him up. Or will we see the capture come through? Mack will be first in. You still have time. You've still got an opportunity to make this happen. But it's going to have to be perfect. And oh, Insight is just, oh, cut down. Okay, the dream is still alive. Here we go. 10 seconds. Well, 11.6 stopped on the clock. Cammy from up high. Trying to slow these players down from behind. Bance now gets in, and he may have dealt the damage. Clock's open. 10 seconds now ticking. Mack from up high. But get the kills. Ultra clutch up. We got to round 5.
2 flanks in that round from Insight, both picking up 2 pieces were the dagger for Seattle. He did it once over towards A, that set up the spawn traps. That meant by the time they captured it, they only need 1 minute and 12 seconds on the clock to capture B. And when they're trying to go to B, well, Insight the double flank again through P5. I mean, this is the main AR. Insight is not known for his wicked speed, but he's got 30 kills. He is keeping up with Kleenex.
Here we go, final round. They give Ultra defense. Can't make too much of it straight away, as we are going to see Seattle Surge find a couple of kills and get themselves directly onto that A zone. So here comes the contest. Are they able to clean them all up? Get these players off it. Nice shots. Who is that? Still alive. Cammy, well done to him. But the contest is continuing. It's Kleenex. He makes his way forward. Good shots from accuracy. Second segment gone. That zone is a thing of the past. You can have 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go to war on B.
Infinitely better situation than Seattle just had in the previous round. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to work with. I mean, that is 4 or 5 pushes you get on offense. Right now, again, we saw it in the first offensive round. Trying to go through the top side of the map. Accuracy might send Mack into the thick of it. Takes down Kleenex, a couple kills. The pressure's on the back, and Vance can feel it. He is repositioning. He's got his teammates spawning up. In Seattle, everybody is grouped.
Ultra is so they're prioritizing that back defense. Again, as we saw, Seattle Surge do exactly the same on their defensive rounds as well. Slight life advantage now to Surge. 26 to 21 of Ultra. Sib cut down again. Once to the back. Ben Bance will not let that one go. Onto the zone for a moment. It's Mack. Brought down immediately. Whoa, Pred goes as well as Kleenex finds kill number 32 of the game. We're going to find ourselves a little bit of a stalemate while both teams jostle for position. 17 now for Ultra. Accuracy cut down, and that's Ultra's map now to play with.
And Accuracy couldn't take one, so his teammates need to find these kills before they can set something up. They are playing aggressive through Church. Bance gets a beat down inside up top. He is ready for Sib, or timing might go his way. It falls into his lap. Look at this setup, man. They got someone for P5, 2 players around Church, and number 4, Kleenex. He is responsible for the top side of the map. Ultra, all their bases covered. It has been over a minute since A has been captured off the game clock, and Seattle have been able to get nothing.
Ultra's defense holding well. Mack and Pred now shoulder to shoulder, making their way forward. Mack with the tags. Pred's going to flank down low. We'll see if they can make this kill work out, as again, Cammy, he knows the hit's coming. Can't quite tell from where. Teammates getting ripped apart aside him. Tactical retreat, and what a retreat it was. Nice shots. Mack gets dropped as well. The teamwork from Ultra prevails. We are looking at 40 seconds away from Seattle Surge losing their first control of the Kickoff Classic.
And there's no openings, man. Toronto have done everything perfectly. Not a single player even throwing away their lives. You need to worry about the flank. Insight's there. He's ready for it. Accuracy down to 4 HP, but they're sending 2 here. This is what you have to do. Insight is the player they have to deal with. He wins his 2s over towards P5. If you can't make it happen on the flank, you lose. Sib, though, able to pick up 1.
But watch the spawners as well. Cammy knows that. Backs on up, trying to take care of the reinforcements. 10 seconds now to go. You have to get on the point to stop the clock. Cammy's going to slow him down as the trade. Oh, he does manage to get the fighter pilot as well, the strafe run. And now, 6.2 seconds stopped. Here comes the cap from Mack. He's going to be dropped, and that should be it. That last kill has sealed it. Toronto Ultra, they found that special something. And it was a close-fought battle. That round 5 was a tough one. Yeah, Ben, I'd be cracking my back as well. That was not an easy game. A sweater for sure. Ultra take the lead.
Absolutely suffocating. And again, the round 5 with Toronto being on point. But think about the offensive round that they won. One of the things that separates Toronto from almost every other team in the league is how calm their communication always is. The small talk always on point. I didn't see a single mistake they ever made on defense. No one's able to slip through. If someone loses gunfights in the back, they always respond. The round Toronto won early on offense, it was Bance that got behind enemy lines, right? Those can be rookie mistakes. The rookies made them, and that's their first control loss. Toronto Ultra taking it to him, 2-1 lead in the series, and just kills galore. Kleenex, well, Insight caught him for a second. He blew it open in that final round. 37 with 4,200 damage. That's issue. Always an issue.
Always an issue. But again, to lose a round like that, not a terrible thing again for Seattle Surge. Very close indeed. We now will be looking at our highlights from that crazy map. And again, man, the turns on this game are something special. Stacking the point either side. I think everyone played this fantastically. You know, we can't really touch too much more on this at this point in time. I mean, Surge doing a lot of things right, but you let Vance through, you don't deal with him in the back line, that can be an entire round one. The same thing when it comes to Surge's defenses. They were great, and they managed to win that offensive round as well.
It really is for these offensive round. There's like a series of very small things that you have to do well, and if there's a breakdown in any section of it, defense is just going to be able to clutch up. It is so difficult to pull it off, but both of these teams having an absolute battle in control. Back to the hard point we're going to go, though, Miles. And I'm just thinking, right, it was, what, 40 bombs from Simp and Pred in game number 1 on Bocage. Got Berlin for map number 4 in Toronto. You don't want to have to see a search and destroy again. Actually, maybe they do. Cammy's happy with the sniper, but if you can end it early, you'll take it down. Berlin could be the decider.
Toughest thing now, I think, for Seattle Surge, that this is a situation they have never been in. They're down in the grand final. It is match, or it's tournament point now for Toronto Ultra. How do you bounce back from this? Do they have the resolve? I mean, this is the moment where coach is coming in. This is where accuracy is going to be saying, you know, words of wisdom, trying to keep the boys cool and calm. Do exactly what you've done to get to this point. Remember those feelings. Remember how this feels, because again, it's just another game. It's the Kickoff Classic. Yeah, there's a prize pool. There's a decent chunk of cash to be won.
30K.
But it is still all about the trial and error that they are going to be putting themselves through right now. Berlin hardpoint up next. Could be the last map here in the series. Ultra 6-4, 3-2. These maps are close. That 205 to 203 was a wild one on Bocage. Berlin is a very different map, though.
I mean, as
different. I mean, they're all nothing compares to Bocage.
That is the most radical switch up in maps I think you could ever see. But I really think what this tournament, it's the setup for the year. It is making that first statement, because Toronto, just to talk about their headspace coming in, not the most confident I have ever seen them. Hearing a little bit of chatter from the players being like, like we're okay, but we're not there yet. If they're not there yet and they win the tournament, where do they go from here? That could be insane. And obviously on Seattle, it's about confidence for this team. Pred, a guy that has effectively never really experienced loss in Call of Duty, right? Dominated the APAC region. They beat Atlanta FaZe. They took down some GOATs in NYSL. If they could get this one, that final notch in the cap, beat one of the best teams from last year, and win a grand finals in their first one, would be one of the craziest things we have seen in Call of Duty. And honestly, for a game that's crazy like Vanguard, it would only be right.
Only be right indeed. We're going to take a look at some stats now. Talking about Toronto Ultra. What a team they are, man. I mean, when it was last season, we saw that incredible turnaround towards Major 2 for them. They really did become something special. A team that has faced some incredible adversity over the year. They've been, you know, last season. But today, the Kickoff Classic, I mean, this entire weekend, special stuff from almost all of them. And Insight and Kleenex, those stats, I'm surprised they are that low.
I'm actually trying to even remember where that would actually happen. Like, where have they been like faltering in the KD department? Honestly, this would be one of those moments where I bet their traded kills and like the more detailed strats for those guys, probably absurd, but their gameplay has been clinical almost every single map. It's a well-oiled machine. Again, even just speaking on their communication that they have, one of the most, or maybe the most, or like least mistake-free teams like we have. There's never a moment where they err. There's never a moment where they don't understand the situation. An incredibly difficult team to beat. You really do have to be perfect.
Gotta be perfect indeed. Now on the other side of the board, though, this is Seattle Surge Kickoff Classic stats so far. And these boys absolutely slaying average damage per life. The KDs, everyone over a 1. I mean, this is it's been an insane run for them. And when you think about like the stats they've got here, think of the teams they had to play to get to this point as well. That's what makes this so impressive.
Accuracy looks different. Actually, everyone but Pred looks a little bit different as well, but I think the main thing to just remember is the slaying power has been no joke. Simp, again, I think he's maybe had one slow game at the very start, and since then, lights out every single time. Pred has been undeniably one of the most impressive players so far in Vanguard. And even Mack, right? He had like a 2-9 start in the control. He picked things up and became the main slayer from the squad. He has fell into his zone in accuracy. I mean, just Mr. Consistent for the team, but Seattle, backs against the wall in the grand finals. Gotta clutch up on Berlin.
Gotta go big. Here we go. On board with Pred, our Game Fuel featured player. And again, this is a must-win for Seattle Surge. Otherwise, We're all over here, friends. Pred now making his way into the hard point, and holy dooly, nearly takes care of Insight as well. Early time going the way of Toronto Ultra. But this first hard point chance, I mean, not like a Bocage in any way. You can lock this one down.
You absolutely can. You can also set things up long-term from this hill in Toronto. That's what they're trying to do. Bance right now, the cutoff man, and this is not a good spot to be in. When Bance is the cutoff man, he does get taken care of. There are some trades, but I mean, this is about as good of a start as you could possibly have for Toronto. Going to be able to get more than 40 seconds on it unless Mack can go crazy. But he gets spotted out. The kills are there. That's as good as P1 is going to get. You need an instant response for Seattle. Good news for them, though. They have that early rotation.
Simp's finding sweet kills in mid-map, but the kills are already done now. Over towards the mail room. Second hard point here on Berlin. Pred's going to get cut down. Clemix flies on through. Couple of shots in from accuracy, but he's going to hold this down pretty well. And again, so many angles to work with here, so many nooks and crannies here in the mailroom to work around and play around, whether it's walls, doors, or windows. And the kill is still flowing through. Accuracy slow and steady wins the race. In he comes. And, oh man, he made the perfect read there on that player, but Insight drops to stairs, finds the kills, and puts an end to that run from Seattle Surge. That was 5 seconds garnered. Not quite enough, to be totally frank. 30 seconds remaining here. And mailroom, it's been quite scarce for both teams.
This has been clinical, scarce or not. I mean, this is Ultra. Again, you didn't have that early rotation, and you have Seattle that got all of 5 seconds on the hill. Insight on a 5. The 6 gets stolen from him, but either way, correcting the time. Their streak number 1, one more kill. He gets that damaging UAV. But either way, that's 2 hills in. Ultra, this is as good as it gets. And look at the roto. We're going into one of the most important money hills on the map. Ultra are there first. They do not make mistakes. Cleanex on 3. He's got 9 kills. Ultra are running the show, and Cleanex hunting players down.
10 and 4 for Cleanex, and right now it's starting to look a bit dangerous. A Toronto Ultra becoming final. Let's find out and go for a quick listen in with the team.
Still be hit with an 8. Go fire, top door. This is a big time, boys. Top door. Yeah, one dub. Go at me, Lamar. We got 22. Could be fire now. Could be fire, by the way. Yeah. All front. Nice. All front. Someone can take a risk. He's already in fire. Absolutely. I'm re-pinch a bed. Pillar. Nice. One more front. Actually, one shot. Didn't hit him, bro. One shot. Really weak. Nice. Yeah. Go. Not the same guy, by the way. One more fire. Yo, jump. Wait, on. Good. I have steps. Up steps. Wait, up steps. He went front fire now. I have a fire. He's in fire. I have 4 streaks as well, Jim. Yeah, I've crossed him. He's in fire. He's in fire. We're put the fire tank. Lamar's picking up. He's on him. Lamar's right above. Forget P5 control here, right? I could fucking fight a president. Yeah. Let's get a ticket then. I might take it. Yeah, take a stairs. Lamar. I'm streaked the hill now. I streaked the hill. Yeah, I think I got it off. Don't know if I did. I got it off. He's not hitting me. One tower. I stunned him hour. Hour still. Yeah, this morning. Lamar's back right. This morning back right. Mack. Back right. Yeah. One more. Nice. Sip. I'll get hour. Open Sunday. Might be tower. Deep dive. Deep right. Challenge range, Cam. Do Mack and Tim.
The gold standard of communication. Ultra taking them to task. Small talk on point. You got streaks. You got everything you want, handling every hill perfectly. I mean, this is guys, they've had that chemistry since stage 2 of last year. They have not lost a step. An absolute dominant performance on every single hill. That is literally the masterclass. If you want to be winning tournaments, you need to be playing like Ultra.
Ultra with the first set as it comes to a near close. We're on the final hard point here. It has been sublime. They haven't quite got themselves over yet, but here we go. Forward we have it. And Cleanex, actually one of the first times we've seen this entire weekend, somebody managed to land a strafing run without killing a teammate. As the kills keep flying on through, accuracy and code. Can Seattle Surge show the mental resolve, the fortitude to pull themselves back out of a deficit like this? As Ultra, the form they're in, chance is going to be hard.
I mean, for the first time in pretty much this entire game, they're able to get a decent set of kills. Keep in mind, Mack, slow start last game. He absolutely turned things around, but it is another slow start, and they got a long way to go. Still have more score streaks to deal with. Cleanex still up top. You know he's finding the kills. And look at Ultra.
Oh my God.
It's the perfect setup for
B1. Oh my God.
Cleanex doing this over here. You get the kills. You get the rotations. You get everything. Ultra, this is perfect Vanguard gameplay. It cannot be understated. Insight, triple positive. You could not ask for anything more.
It's really starting to get a little bit mean here. This has been a disgusting run. Second set now starts up. And Cleanex, oh boy, is he a tough kill right now. Bance with the window coverage. Pred flying through. Oh, not a kill to be found as, oh my word, Toronto Ultra. They are skinning them alive right now. This is such a devastating performance. CleanX 20 and 11. Woohoo! Nearly finds another one. 35 remaining on this point chance. Surge, it is never short. A wise man once said, as they desperately now get themselves onto the point, can they find the chemistry and that special something that brought them in today? Man, it's disgusting.
I mean, they're literally just draining the life out of Seattle. This is just utter domination for Toronto. Their statement game. Final 10 seconds, Seattle finally going to be able to get a bit of time, but right now they're trying to fight to make sure they don't get 100-point club. You're thinking about the rotation. Cammy's already in the back. Dox has been left wide open. This is what you have to watch if you want to hold on to the hill. It's not watch, which means players are going to fall one by one. Unless Simp can maybe go crazy. Him and Pred, they both pick up 2. You need to pop off like that and find those 2 pieces if you want to crawl back in this game.
They're finding the kills, and this is good time for them right now. And again, you're looking at the rotation, you're really looking at next. Ultra have got that side of the map covered, but there's tons of time left still. You have to test this. You got to play for it, because Surge, they are going to get back into this game. It matters the kills and how disgusting the performances have been individually. This game's far from over. Pred trying to find something. Ultra's teamwork, clean him up. 25 seconds remaining on this point. All good right now. Cut the map in half. Ultra are in the lead.
I mean, just welcome to the grand finals. Vance is picking up 2. Look at just the score line for the side of Ultra. Everybody near double positive. Insight's living inside the hill, and he's 22 and 9. You need to clean up kills. Vance has got him. That's a 5 spree for him. His final go by. The victory lap is in, and we saw the Money Hill last go around. Ultra, they look like they're going to end
my God.
Right here, right now.
And this is the most sublime Vanguard we've seen yet. 231 to 71 advance. What in the name of all things sacred? They are walking through them. Seattle Surge, I mean, they've got 10 seconds chance to... It's all come to a close. The bubble has burst. The fairy tale has ended. Welcome back to reality. What a devastating performance. Toronto Ultra. They are your Kickoff Classic champions.
The most dominant hard point we have seen this year in the Kickoff Classic, and Ultra deliver it for the final map of the Kickoff. An absurd performance where they obviously did not run out of steam. Ultra absolutely have not lost a step from last year. The teamwork on point and a little bit of fun on the main stage, right? The old coach of Insight playing with them up top, but that is what a way to start the year. And what a series, man, right? Bocage was crazy, people dropping bombs all over the place. Cammy, the snipes in map 2 were sublime. And for Seattle, who hadn't lost a round of control yet, well, Ultra, they found a way. A nail biter in the game 3, just for a showcase of a game number 4. Toronto Ultra getting it done.
I mean, it was a really sensational performance towards the end there. I mean, the kills department. Insight went 22 and 9. CleanX 22 and 17. 20 and 14 there from Cammy and Benjamin Vance 27 and 11. It was truly disgusting.
That is a plus 40 in the kill column for Toronto. Again, the most devastating map win we have seen, and that's just how they're ending things.
And you know what the scariest thing is as well? I mean, just look at the confidence from Toronto Ultra. What do they say coming into this one? Like, we're saving some of our sort of secret strats going into the major. I mean, this was such a powerful reality check though for the guys of Seattle Surge. They made it here all the way. They played their hearts out. But the moment things got really tough, when they lost that tight control, composure was lost. Like, they fell out of the bed straight away. It was done, right? They were off the horse. That is the hardest thing for me to see. But I think in the long run, the greatest lesson that team can learn now at the start of the season is going to set them up for a good year.
I mean, look, if we're talking about things from Seattle, that is far and away one of the best possible tournaments they could have had.
By far.
You beat the top dogs. You beat the best in the game, at least from last year in Atlanta FaZe. That's already enough that you could set yourself up for the year. They take down the GOATs in NYSL, and then they get the reminder of, hey, there is still room to grow. But I mean, Seattle, incredibly impressive performance. I'm impressed. This is the first time we've seen an Australian in the grand finals ever. So already impressive in that regard. You got 2 rookies making it to the grand finals. Seattle, I mean, they have been a spectacular team to watch. And I think if nothing else, this is just a reminder of like, hey, we grinded to get here. There's still a little bit of room to grow, but I cannot wait to watch more of the Surge.
Going to be a great season indeed. Kickoff Classic has already teased us, titillated us with some spectacular Call of Duty action, and I cannot wait to sink our teeth into it. That's it from us. The grand final comes to a close. We're not quite done just yet. Guy Blaze is on stage for our Game Fuel Victory Spotlight.
Thank you very much, Miles. Give it up for Toronto Ultra again, everybody. Yes, yes, it is the Kickoff Classic, and inside, you guys just came away with that first place victory. How are you feeling being back on top?
You know, honestly, I wasn't expecting this. You know, going into this tournament, my practice wasn't the best. Let's be honest. But you know, coming out with the win, I mean, on stage in front of the fans, it's just amazing right now.
It really is, and the fans have been great all throughout the weekend, and even in chat, giving y'all a lot of love. Pass the mic on over there towards Kleenex, because Kleenex, man, you've been filthy all weekend, okay? How does this win feel for you?
I mean, it feels great, you know. I mean, it's a Kickoff Classic, so, you know, we're hoping to do it for the majors. That's about it. You know?
All right. Hey, well, you guys got off to a great start. And speaking of the rest of the season, pass the mic on over to Coach Marquis B, okay? Because Marquis, how do you plan on keeping Toronto Ultra on top for the rest of the season?
Well, the whole last season as well, we were a very hard-working team, so that's all it's going to come down to, really, is us putting in the effort and time that we've done over the last 2 weeks. Like, I really can't fault these guys over the last 2 weeks since we got back to Canada. I've been playing every single day and improving at a drastic pace, because honestly, about 3 weeks ago, we were getting destroyed by all the European teams when we were back in Europe for the whole of December.
Yeah.
We won our first scrim last week, so yeah, I don't know how we won, so.
Well, as you pass the mic on over to bands, we learned one thing is that scrims only mean so much, okay? Bands, it's about coming out here on this stage and performing. And as we know, one thing is that when it comes down to just getting some time for yourself and spending time with family and a squad, you do that, you can come out here and have the peace of mind for victories like this, all right? How you feeling after this win?
Yeah, it feels good. As Mark said, we had quite bad scrims, but we have the talent, we have like the teamwork and everything to do well. So I'm not really surprised we made it this far in one, to be honest. Our S&D was looking a bit shaky, but we have some unreal S&D players like Cam and Jamie constantly clutching. Toby's piecing up, like entry and everything. So it feels good.
Yeah, I know it feels good. Now pass the mic on over to Cammy Clutch, okay? I gotta talk to you, Cammy. You've been playing out of your mind this entire grand finals. How are you feeling after getting this victory, and how do you feel about your teammates?
It's a nice win, I can't lie. It's just a little confidence boost, honestly. Like everyone else said, our practice was really iffy, so it was kind of mental that we just won. I didn't expect it at all. I just thought we'd see what happens. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the rest of the season.
All right, well, you guys came out and you started this season off right, and that's what you wanted to do, okay? Give it up for Toronto Ultra one more time. Show the fans some love. They are your champions of the kickoff.
All right, welcome back to the analyst desk. And ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Toronto Ultra put it out in a big way. And shout out to Bands going absolutely crazy. 27 kills in that last map to close it out. Nameless, I should just call him Daddy the way he was spanking him.
You should just call him Daddy. And Bats is unbelievable, man. Like in that last map, he was going off. That was textbook. Every rotation on the first like 5 hills, they had spawns each and every time. They were dominating Kleenex throughout that. He was showing why he's the top dog when it comes to aggression. There was nothing Pred could do to stop him.
Yes, and aLLeY, you were saying it. You were keying it in every single time. Teamwork, teamwork, teamwork. Toronto Ultra, their chemistry is unstoppable.
Literally, it is so unstoppable. At some point, Seattle, it just looked like they lost composure once they realized Toronto Ultra was really bringing it to the table. I mean, the snipes from Cammy, man, the routes by Bance and Insight.
Right.
Insight was running an AR on that control, man, and he was running through mid and fire and running behind Seattle Surge and just shooting like the Reed players in the back. It was insane.
Right, Slacked, man. You already know the deal, man. What are your final thoughts about this matchup?
I'm just proud of Toronto Ultra, guys. Like I said, for they said on stage, like their practice wasn't going well. They weren't really doing what they expected them to do. I was just super excited to see them come out here. Obviously, like their S&D wasn't looking good to start the weekend, but to close it out, it was amazing. congratulations to Toronto Ultra.
It was pretty incredible that Seattle Surge actually made it this far. And, I mean, aLLeY, we got to give them props. Nobody expected this. Beating NYXL, beating, you know, Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Their ceiling is so high. Their ceiling is impossibly high, and I think they should walk away with so much proudness on their shoulders. Making it this far, nobody had them making it to Sunday. Nobody. And so the fact that they were able to make it this far and put up a fight against Toronto Ultra, I think they should really take a lot away from this event.
Yeah, and like you were saying about the Surge, aLLeY, I think we have a little video that we're going to be watching about them. They impressed everyone, and I really think they found the formula. If you're a Seattle Surge fan this year, you were in for an awesome one. Sib, Mack, Melts, and Pred, those guys were absolutely dominating. It was cool to have some good conversations with their coach, Sam Phoenix. I can't wait to see what Accuracy can do in Sam Phoenix throughout the entirety of this year. They're going to be a force to be reckoned with, and I can see them in a lot of finals this year.
Yeah, and to kick off that series, like, they had a great Mokage hardpoint. Like, Sib and Pred both had 30 non-traded kills. These guys were absolutely frying. So the talent is there. It's just going to be putting together some of the little things. Like in that control, when they were on that last offense, they were really struggling to get through mid-map. Insight was top broken. They were getting picked off there, solo challenging, pushing one by one. Like, you just got to slow down sometimes and dissect the setup that the team's given you, and they'll get better with time.
Yeah, you're definitely right. And aLLeY, this finals wouldn't be that exciting if it didn't have to do with players coming up from challengers. And from you coming up from challengers as well, do you have something to tell us about it?
I mean, this is my biggest takeaway for the day, is that the challenger plays are being brought up. 16 out of, I think, Ben provided me with this wonderful stat. 16 of the league's 48 players have been brought up from challengers, and that doesn't even count the players that went through the gauntlet before challengers really became an official thing. And I think they've kind of shortened that skill gap that I feel like we've seen in the past 2 years, and they're really upping the amount of competitiveness in the league.
Nameless, this is yet another year for Call of Duty. And speaking of Vanguard, this has been an exciting event. I mean, all 3 days were just full of absolute bangers. 2022 is going to be something special.
Brother, let me tell you, this was only the Kickoff Classic. We have so much more in store for you guys throughout this season. There was a lot of negativity surrounding stuff coming into this event. Well, guess what? It was amazing. The matches were lit. Vanguard is going to be so fun. I can't wait for the first stage.
That's my OG right there. Hey, yo, casters, Miles and Chance, man. You guys casted one hell of a grand finals, you know, the vets on Toronto Ultra, and talk about the Young Gunners. Like, this was incredible. This event right here set the tone for 2022.
I hope so, man. I mean, as we always say, the game is going to look very, very different in a couple of months. The teams are going to get a lot more time in the game. And I just feel like, I mean, the amount of scores we saw here, like, Standy brought this up in a really good point when Atlanta FaZe got knocked out. Atlanta make one big mistake in a year. That never happens again. I cannot wait to see their rebound. Can't wait to see how Ultra look throughout the season. And of course, the story of Surge, man. I mean, this could be like the biggest thing we take away from this season. Like, Surge have completely revitalized the squad. The entire org, like, I mean, their socials are popping off as well. Everything's looking good. They're on the up and up. And I hope they can keep it up.
All right, Chance, any final words, baby?
I think just to tie off that point is just how fantastic some of these teams have looked, right? Thieves exceeded expectation. They're obviously going to be a contender for the rest of the year. And not just FaZe, who faltered earlier, but OpTic as well. I'm expecting that to be a top 2 team all year long. And they got battered bad enough by Thieves that they are going to be hungry and angry to try to bounce back. And again, if it's Toronto Ultra and Seattle that's in the finals, that means we are having a ton of teams with the capability of winning.
Miles and Chance, you guys have been incredible. Thank you so much for your commentary, and I'll see you guys backstage. Also, Steady and Lando, you guys were fantastic. Slacked, aLLeY, Nameless, you guys made this desk incredible.
Likewise.
I couldn't ask for better analysts, man. This was amazing. But for those of you at home, if you thought this event was crazy, stay tuned for what's to happen here in the CDL for 2022. When it comes to upsets, big stories, big names, and even new faces, we have it all, baby. Make sure you tune in next month when we kick everything off, and I can't wait. Thank you so much for tuning in to the CDL Kickoff Classic presented by Zenni. And man, we're gonna have one hell of a year. Let's get this thing started. We'll see you next time.